Chapter 609. In this clearly divided central area, there were dozens of groups of people. They seemed to have come from the same place, or perhaps from the same power. Their strength was not weak, with a demon rank expert leading the group. The others were all at the upper third layer of the immortal rank, as well as the half-demon rank. However, in this place where tens of thousands of students stood, demon rank experts were too common. Immortal rank experts were as common as the sand in the sea, and they were no different from ordinary people. Among these dozens of groups, there was a group that did not have the same symbol and seemed to not see eye to eye with anyone. This group only had about 1,000 people, and the one leading seemed to be the man in white with a cold expression. This group belongs to Instructor Jean Chun. As long as you pass the test, you will be able to enter Instructor Jean Chen's tutelage. That ice-cold fellow is called Gu Yu. He entered the Far Light Academy 5 years earlier than us. He's already a 9th Seal Devil rank expert. It's said that he's an extremely powerful fellow in the academy. The man standing in front of Yun Nuoxing quietly turned to the side and said softly to the two. Yun Nuoxing raised her head. This was a very delicate and pretty man with long hair on both sides of his temples. He had a gentle face, a high nose bridge, and a pair of warm eyes. If the man in white called Gu Yu was an iceberg, then this person was an evergreen mountain in a warm zone. He was like a cup of light tea, and after drinking it for an entire afternoon, it would leave a rich aftertaste, and was very pleasing to the eye. My name is Zhong Songbai. How should I address the two of you? The man in green, who called himself Zhong Songbai, cupped his hands towards the two, with a warm smile on his face, and asked softly. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. This person's face was very warm, and was quite lethal to girls who liked warm men. Her evil spirit, I did not see that he had other thoughts, as if he just wanted to get to know them. My surname is Yun, and this is my friend, Zian. Yun Nuoxing said indifferently, Free gift. You are going around picking up girls again. We haven't even asked for the name of the fairy, and you are one step ahead of us. So unkind. As soon as Yun Nuoxing finished speaking, a burst of laughter and banter came from the front. When they heard this, Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing were stunned. Their eyes narrowed slightly as they stared at Zhong Songbai. My name is Songbai, Zhong Songbai. I'm not giving it to you for free. The two ladies are like the flawless moon in the sky. How could an ordinary person like me be worthy of you? I just want to get to know the people in the same group. I have no other intentions. Zhong Songbai was not anxious or angry. He faintly sighed and shook his head. Ha, you can brag all you want. You've already asked all the girls in our team for their names. Why don't you ask those big, rough guys for their names? Lecherous is just one word, and I'll only say it once. The two ladies have to be careful of this beast in human clothing. The loud voice came from the front again. Then Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing saw a 2.5-meter tall giant brawny man. He was wearing a yellow cloak with his arms crossed as he walked towards them with a big laugh. He was like a walking mountain. His arms were as thick as Yun Nuoxing's thighs, and his bulging muscles made the hearts of the people around them tremble. Meat Mountain, don't always tear down my stage. Everyone loves beauty, and I don't have any other thoughts. Zhong Songbai looked at the brawny man walking over, and could not help but roll his eyes as he lightly snorted. My name is Chuan Jingshan. The brawny man who was called a Meat Mountain by Zhong Songbai laughed loudly. His laughter was like thunder reverberating in their ears. Like the former, the two of them had the strength of the 3rd seal of the demon rank. They were very powerful in the freshman team. Pangolin, or should I call him a Meat Mountain, 3rd seal of the demon rank. His physical strength is very strong. When he was reporting in, he sent a demigod instructor flying with a single punch. You can call him a mountain, or just call him a meat mountain. Zhong Songbai glanced at him indifferently and introduced him to Yun Nuoshing, and Yun Nuoshing. Ha ha ha. Don't be afraid, ladies. If someone comes looking for trouble, just say my name. I'll stand up for you. Chuan Jingshan crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed until the muscles all over his body were trembling. The blood vessels on the surface of his skin were like mountains and rivers running through a mountain range of muscles. He inexplicably felt that this name was very suitable. Yun Nuoshing silently glanced at the two of them. This huge, brawny man was standing together with a delicate and pretty man. The two of them seemed to be familiar with each other. The scene was a little strange. The test is actually quite simple. In the past, the last step of the Long Guang Academy's enrollment would be a test. First, it would test your level and age. Those who can reach this point would basically not have any problems. Second, it would look at your activities in the forest during this period of time. As long as you kill a magical beast or demonic beast that is similar to your strength, it won't be a problem. Of course, there are also special circumstances. Also, if you obtain treasures that you don't need in the 100,000 mountains, such as beast souls, profound crystals, and so on, you can hand them over. The Long Guang Academy will give you an equivalent amount of compensation. Zhong Songbai extended two fingers and softly explained to Yun Nuoshing and Yun Nuoshing. TSK. That's what they say. But every year, the Long Guang Academy still eliminates a lot of people. Sometimes, even if you kill a demonic beast that is 2 realms higher than you still can't get in. I have a brother like that. Deshan and Chuan Jingshan sneered. The Long Guang Academy has its own way of measuring people. We can't control this. There's also the third test, the divinity test. However, this test will not affect whether you can enter the academy or not. Zhong Songbai extended his third finger and lightly said, Divinity? Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but blink and repeat doubtfully. It's a score. The higher the divinity, the easier it is for a person to advance to the beginner god rank or even the late god rank. The awakening of divinity is carried out at the demigod rank and is currently in a hidden state. However, regardless of whether it is awakened or not, the score will not be affected. As for how divinity is evaluated, I don't really remember. Yun Nuoshing softly explained to her, but after speaking for a while, she frowned slightly and forgot what she meant. Divinity comes from the bloodline, spirit, soul, and elements. When a cultivator awakens divinity at the demigod rank, before advancing to the beginner god rank, they need to completely fuse their spirit, soul, and elemental energy with their elemental energy. After completing this, they can advance to the beginner god rank after fusing the 3 with their divinity at the demigod rank. At this moment, a young man with a tall and straight figure walked over slowly with his hands behind his back. His black clothes swayed, and there was a gentle smile on his handsome face. He was gentle, refined, and somewhat mysterious. Old Lin, you love to talk about these things. Have you become stupid from reading too many books? Seeing this elegant man strolling over, Deshan also laughed a few times. Zhong Songbai also walked up and patted him on the shoulder. The 3 of them seemed to be acquaintances. That elegant man laughed and punched their chests. Then he looked at Yun Nuoshing and Chuan Jingshan. He placed his right hand on his left chest and smiled in a very gentlemanly manner. I'm Lin Xian. He's a bookworm. Deshan added from the side. When he's calm, he's a nerd. When he's crazy, he can fight better than anyone. Zhong Songbai said indifferently. Lin Xian only laughed at the words of his 2 old friends. It could be considered as a tacit agreement. Yun Nuoshing nodded slightly in response. Then she thought for a while and suddenly smiled faintly. She put a finger on her lips and said, We came out behind the backs of the elders at home. Our names. When Xian heard him say this, Mei Mao blinked. She quickly covered his mouth with her jade-like hand and said nervously, "Little star, you can't say it. We'll be caught." "I understand. I understand. I understand." When Deshawn saw the two of them, he immediately understood. He quickly reached out his cushion-sized palm to block the two of them. He sighed bitterly and said, "Every family has its own difficulties. The two of you must have come here to avoid your family's trifling matters. I understand." He pinched the black gold half-mask lightly and turned to look at Xian. He realized that this girl was winking slyly at him. Mei Mao couldn't help but laugh. This girl really knew what he meant. "Also, I'm a man," Yun Nuoshing said indifferently again. "Huh." Zhong Songbai and the other two suddenly widened their eyes. They stared at Yun Nuoshing in disbelief. This is a man, but this girl's face, this jade-like skin, this girl's voice, and no Adam's apple. Is she a man? Isn't she a woman dressed as a man? Could it be that such a beautiful person must be a man? But after taking a closer look, they seemed to understand why that place was so flat. God. Zhong Songbai's face flushed red. His eyes were about to pop out. He recalled how he kept calling a boy a fairy. Now he felt like his head was about to explode. At the front of the group, there was a sudden and violent explosion of energy. But rather than saying that it was a sudden explosion, there were actually two waves of energy colliding at the front. It seemed like someone was fighting, but with the sea of people, high platforms, and buildings in between, he couldn't see clearly what was actually happening. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing looked over with interest, Zhong Songbai smiled faintly. Although his smile was a little unnatural, he said, "There are two groups of people fighting in front. One group is led by a kid in his 20s who is at the 9th level of the immortal realm. The other group is led by a little girl who is younger than him, but already has the strength of a half-demon. The other group is led by a few half-demon experts from a small force in a nearby city." That kid from the 9th level of the immortal realm won. He seems to be very talented. Yun Nuoshing glanced over and saw the situation clearly. She didn't feel much emotion. It was normal to fight against someone of a higher level. He won. It's also within the acceptable range. Zhong Songbai was startled. Then he nodded. He wasn't surprised at all. That pretty boy isn't bad. It's just that he's too thin and weak. It would be better if he could train his muscles. Big Mountain laughed loudly. His laughter shook the ground. No matter who started a fight between students or how it ended, the loser will lose the right to enter the academy. Lin Xian stroked his long, slender hair and smiled faintly. He looked at Yun Nuoshing strangely. He still doubted whether this guy was a man or a woman. Seeing his strange gaze, Yun Nuoshing also understood what he was thinking. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "There's no need to look. I'm a man. As for why I look like this, it's hard to explain." Just as they were talking, the battle in front of them ended. A golden light shot up into the sky and tore the clouds apart. The turbulent energy caused the air to distort slightly. Just as the beam of light shot into the clouds, everyone saw that the ground in this area suddenly lit up with golden energy patterns. They could faintly feel that the elemental arrangement in the world had become a little more chaotic. Everyone's gaze was focused on the ground. Uneasiness, calmness, doubt, and other emotions intertwined together. It's coming. The final test and divinity test. Big Mountain looked at the golden patterns on the ground and seemed to understand something. He couldn't help but laugh loudly. Clearly, he was mentally prepared. Under the gazes of countless people, the golden energy patterns finally turned into a huge golden array that covered the entire plain. Golden light filled the air, but there was no reaction. It only made people feel warm. It wrapped around their bodies, but they couldn't touch it. The gates of the Farlight Academy have opened. Those who don't meet the standards will be sent back to Sunrise City. During the process of teleportation, you will undergo a divinity test. Please try to empty your mind and body as much as possible. Do not resist. As the golden array appeared, an aged, hoarse voice slowly descended from the sky. It was as if a god was staring at everyone. This voice instantly silenced the noisy area. Countless people's eyes turned red from excitement. Although they didn't know what the standards were, they were all confident that they could enter the Farlight Academy. Everyone was very excited, but they didn't make any loud shouts. They all heard the aged voice and took deep breaths, slowly emptying their minds and bodies. Yun, Nuashing, and Xian looked at each other. The two of them held each other's hands tightly. They took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then they closed their eyes and emptied their minds. They didn't want to think about anything. Everyone else did the same. After a minute or two, as if sensing that everyone had quietened down, the golden array on the ground began to emit some golden particles. When these golden particles covered the entire area, everyone felt as if something was scanning their bodies. Clearly, this was an examination. However, no one paid any attention to it, as if they had truly emptied their minds. After that, a portion of the people silently disappeared without a trace. Only a few people who had opened their eyes saw it. It seemed that those who had disappeared had lost the opportunity to enter the Farlight Academy and had been eliminated. When the number of people in the area stabilized, some sharp-eyed people discovered that 40% of the people had disappeared. However, the number of people on the plane was still in the tens of thousands. There were also some who opened their eyes and took a peek. When they discovered that they were still in the golden array, they couldn't help but pat their chests and let out a sigh of relief. When the elimination ended, the golden particles slightly rotated, forming a whirlpool that revolved around everyone. The majority of people noticed the change in the golden particles, but they didn't notice anything different. Thus, they didn't pay any attention to it. As for those who knew, they knew that this was the divinity test. Chapter 6:10. On the plain square, the golden particles formed a small storm. Countless golden particles spun rapidly, entering and exiting the bodies of the people present. However, no one felt any discomfort. The people who stayed behind rejoiced when they saw the people who had been laughing and chatting around them disappear. They were eliminated. Then they closed their eyes and accepted the divinity test. Those who suddenly heard the noise around them opened their eyes in a daze. When they saw themselves on the square of Shaguang City, they were stunned for a long time. They stood there like pillars for who knew how long. When they looked at the people around them, they felt that they were mocking them. Finally, they couldn't bear the pressure in their hearts and ran away. At this moment, light gathered in the void. An old figure stared at the bodies of the students in the golden array on the plain square below. In the eyes of the latter and the others, they could only see the golden particles spinning around them. However, in the eyes of the old man, he could see golden pillars of light rising from the center of the spinning golden particles. Those pillars of light were exactly the same. They were about 30 meters tall, and at the top there were golden numbers. Old man, we've already finished on our side. Why have you only just started? In the pitch-black void, a faint laughter sounded. The old man raised his head and looked at the pitch-black void behind him. There, 3 people were walking over together and looking at him with smiles on their faces. Soon. There's no rush. The old man smiled, faintly. His smile squeezed the wrinkles and facial features of his face together. Hey, I found a few pretty good kids. The other 2 also have some good seedlings. They've already been sent to the academy. They're just waiting for you. A middle-aged man crossed his arms and smiled. How's the divinity test? The old man wasn't in a hurry and asked slowly, "Oh, of course, there aren't any that have reached 120. There aren't any that have reached 100 either. There are 3 divinities between 90 and 100. Then, if we remove the divinities between 0 and 60, there are more than 10,000 divinities between 60 and 90. There are also a few hundred people between 80 and 90. The quality of this batch of students is not bad. Those 3 little guys with divinities over 90 will definitely become gods in the future. The worst one will be able to enter the Emperor of the Underworld. I guarantee it." Another person who looked very young said in detail, "There are 3 between 90 and 100. The old man chuckled as he stroked his beard and nodded. Then he turned his gaze downwards and said, "Let's see what happens here. Hey, I found one. 98. My goodness, this must be the guy with the highest divinity in this batch." The middle-aged man suddenly became excited as if he had seen a treasure. He pointed at the front of the line. When the other 3 heard this, they slowly turned their gazes over and fixed their gazes on a young man who looked no more than 20 years old. The old man chuckled and said, "This little guy just defeated a half-demon rank 9 transformation with Xianjiu's strength. It's not surprising that he has 98 divinities. Look, the girl next to him is also 96 years old. Hiss, the 3 we saw were between 90 and 95. 95 is a threshold. There are very few people whose divinities reach 95. The middle-aged man took a breath of cold air. "Ha! Do you remember that 2 years ago we took in a batch of students? Most of them were around 20 years old. Their strength wasn't very high, but their divinities were above 80 on average. There were also 2 little guys who reached 94. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. "Those little guys are still cultivating in the academy, but they have already reached the demon rank." The young man nodded and said, "Okay, it's about time. Send them in. There are also 2 divinities above 95 here. This way, there will be 5 freshmen with divinities above 90. The old man understood and waved his right hand. The huge golden array immediately began to rotate. Waves of spatial fluctuations were transmitted, and the people in the square began to be transported from outside to inside. Just as everyone was about to be transported away, the old man's eyes widened, and the middle-aged man let out a cry of surprise. Looking at his expression, he was even shocked. He pointed below and said in shock, "More than 100. I saw 3 digits. Stop." However, as soon as he called out, the square on the plane immediately vanished. Not a single person remained. There was only a golden formation that slowly revolved. "You said 3 digits? Above 100. Are you sure?" The young man took 2 steps forward. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together. He looked at the old man and the middle-aged man and said in a deep voice, "Although this old man has lived for a long time, I'm not so old that I'm dizzy. I'm sure I saw 3 digits. The middle-aged man nodded fiercely. "No, you missed it. There are 2. There are 2 students who have divinities above 100. Just as he finished speaking, the old man sighed again, then shook his head. Hearing this, the other 2 people's expressions became serious. If there really was a number of 100, then this matter was a little big, and they had to tell the dean. "Let's go and report. Old Lin, you continue. If possible, find out who those 2 people are." The middle-aged man muttered to himself for a while. He looked at the other 2 and nodded. Then, with a flash, the 3 of them disappeared into the void. The old man called Old Lin's side, faintly. His body flashed, and he also disappeared from the dark place. No one else knew what they were talking about when Yun Nuoshing and the others were transported away by the golden array, their tightly shut eyes slowly opened. When they came back to their senses, they were already in a vast hall. When they looked ahead, they couldn't see the end of the hall. However, when they looked at the entrance behind them, they could see a blue sky and lazy white clouds. They were no longer in the plains between the mountains. Where is this? Countless people looked around in confusion. Was this where the Long Light Academy was located, or was it the entrance? Hee, little fellows, congratulations on passing the Long Light Academy's test. Just as everyone was looking around in confusion, an old figure suddenly appeared in the air of the hall. It was as if he walked out from the void. This voice was not unfamiliar to everyone. It was already the second time they heard it. When they were at the plaza, it seemed to be this old man who was speaking. Above divine underworld, this aura's strength, it's probably underworld king god, or heavenly god. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and stared at the white-haired old man. His evil spirit eye naturally revolved, but he couldn't see through the old man's strength. He could only feel a strong pressure from the old man. However, this pressure was far from a god-emperor expert. However, his evil spirit eye couldn't see through the old man's strength. This old man's name is Lin Yao. I'm an elder of the Long Light Academy. At the same time, I'm also responsible for bringing you guys into the Long Light Academy. In the air, the old man chuckled as he looked at the sea of people below. His old eyes were filled with a trace of light. On the faces of the youths, there was a trace of anticipation and excitement. No matter how outstanding someone was, they would be drowned by the sea of people. But to find two people in the sea of people was extremely difficult. To be able to reach here, it's your ability. It's also your first step to success. It's also a turning point in your life. As for how much of a turning point there is, it'll depend on your own efforts. Elder Lin faintly smiled. Shortly after, he waved his hand, and a ball of light appeared before him. The ball of light split into tens of thousands of pieces and landed in the palms of every student below. As the light dissipated, a golden token that looked like a shield appeared in everyone's hands. In the middle of the token, there was the word Long Light written in black. On the back, there was a huge number 0. 0? What's that? The token of the Long Light Academy, a symbol of identity. When everyone received the token, they were a little puzzled. Whispers rang out from every corner of the academy. The value on the token is the energy value. You can understand it as the amount of resources of the Long Light Academy that you possess. It replaces the currency of the outside world. Gold coins are not circulated in the Long Light Academy. In the academy, only the value on the token that you possess is the wealth that you possess. In the Long Light Academy, you can use these values to exchange for anything that you want. Profound arts, Heart Sutra, profound skills, weapons, array diagrams, medicine recipes, and materials. These are basically unique to the Long Light Academy. Wow. When the old man's voice rang out, there was an uproar. Many people looked at the token, and their imaginations started to run wild. Wow. Isn't this just changing the currency and not being able to use money? Isn't this turning me from a tall, rich, and handsome man into a tall, poor, and handsome man? Yun Nuoshing, on the other hand, stared blankly at the token in his hand. Wasn't this sealing up his countless assets with one strike? Little star, you still have other materials. For example, mysterious crystals. These things are very popular among the strong. High-grade mysterious crystals are priceless outside. They are even more precious in the academy. The academy will definitely exchange resources for them. Xian reminded with a light smile. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, she reacted and asked doubtfully, "Oh, that's right. Why is it 0? When we leave this place later, it will be distributed according to our strength and the test in the mountains. Oh, there are quite a lot of energy values for magic rank and above. The price of the items required for magic rank is also not cheap. Furthermore, if the items obtained in the mountains are very precious, you will be able to obtain a high amount of energy value as compensation. Zhong Songbai said. The old man looked at the extremely excited students below and smiled slightly. His wide and long sleeves waved gently in the air, and a 10,000 feet large golden door suddenly appeared in the originally endless large hall. The two doors had already been opened, and in the middle was a golden swirl. That place was connected to the High Light Academy. Long Guang Academy welcomes everyone. When you enter the portal later, please don't crowd. At this moment, all the students were looking at the opened golden door with fervent gazes. Yun Nuoxing also took a deep breath. The trial of light seemed to be not far away from him. After the elder spoke, countless students cried out loudly and charged towards the large golden door. The chaotic scene caused the elder to feel somewhat helpless. A glint flashed across his aged eyes as he stared intently at the large door. The instant those students charged through the door charged into the vortex, a golden light pillar would appear in his eyes. However, no one discovered it. All right, let me see which two little fellows it is. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the students who were excitedly rushing through the golden door. He didn't dare to slack off in the slightest and didn't even dare to blink his eyes. When most of the people in the hall had left, Yun Nuoxing also let out a soft cry. Big Mountain and the rest also laughed loudly as they followed him and Xian and ran toward the golden door. The old man felt that the number of people in the hall was decreasing. There was less than a tenth of them left. However, he still didn't see the two people with three-digit divinities. The two little fellows in their 90s had already entered. He couldn't help but feel somewhat depressed. Could it be that his eyesight was really wrong? However, he wasn't the only one who saw it, just as he sighed and helplessly rubbed his eyes. A few resplendent pillars of light bloomed. The numbers that jumped out side by side caused him to suddenly widen his eyes. This time, he definitely didn't see wrongly. In that instant, he suddenly lowered his head. However, he could only see a few blurry figures. They had already been swallowed by the golden vortex. However, he still managed to capture some characteristics. The two people seemed to want to cover themselves. However, this method of doing so stood out in this place where everyone was dressed the same, hat and mask. The old man scratched his head and heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, the golden door had also dimmed slightly. Maintaining it for a long time had also taken a toll on him. However, fortunately, he had finally found them. Chapter 6:11. The divine world was incomparably vast, and there were countless races living in great numbers. There were also innumerable great forces, and the number of academies were as many as the stars in the sky. Other than the most famous Red Star Academy in the entire divine world, there were also many other well-known academies. If there was an academy that was worthy of being mentioned in the entire divine world, that region would become famous because of it. Among those many brilliant stars when mentioning Taiyuan region, other than the Red Star Academy, many people would easily associate it with the Far Light Academy. This was one of the elemental academies that was quite famous even in the divine world. Other than having an element in its name, it was more or less related to the 9 shrines that stood in the clouds. Countless geniuses gathered in these academies, releasing their talents that could not be concealed. It was said that the most accomplished ones would be sent to the 9 shrines. The realm of the gods was so vast that even the gods couldn't easily explore it. The living beings in the realm of the gods had innumerable forces. However, regardless of whether it was the human race, the demon race, or the Yao race, they would all send their people to the great academies to study and carefully conceal their identities. From this, one could see the unique status of the great academies. And everyone knew that the forces of an academy were divided into two sides, the light side and the dark side. The light side was what it looked like on the surface, and the dark side was the vast and seemingly endless interpersonal relationships. For countless years, it was unknown how many experts came from these academies. Although they had left for many years, they still had an inseparable connection with these academies. Perhaps many of them would never return, but this hidden force would not change. This point, even the Far Light Academy was no exception. And when this academy was related to a supreme force in the divine world, this academy's reputation was even greater, and it was difficult for people to not know about it. This was also the source of the Far Light Academy's confidence. It might not be comparable to the Red Star Academy, but the connections and background it had were not much weaker than the Red Star Academy. However, the premise of this was that no one knew that there were several gods in the Red Star Academy. If this news were to spread, not to mention the reputation of the academy and how the students would react, there would be a bunch of high-level gods who would pay a visit to the academy, do everything they could, and then kneel down and beg to be a teacher. When Yun Nuoshing and the others came out of the portal with a slight sense of dizziness, they hurriedly helped the people beside them to stand firm. Yun Nuoshing, however, turned around abruptly, only to see the students coming out of the portal. She raised her eyes slightly and could see a vast and endless sky. "What's wrong?" Xian, who was at the side, shook his slightly dizzy head, calmed down, and saw the puzzled and dignified face, could not help but ask, "Nothing. When we entered the portal, I felt like I was being probed. Maybe it was an illusion." Yun Nuoshing shook her head with a smile. She turned her head, looked at the scorching sun in the sky, and squinted her eyes slightly. She only took a glance, then lowered her head. After looking around for a while, she saw a majestic scene. They appeared on a high platform that was almost 10,000 feet tall. Standing at the edge of the platform, they could see the stairs below, as well as the vague traces of Xiaoguang City. However, in front of them, there was a vast mountain range with no end in sight. In the mountain forest, there were countless huge palaces hidden. The crisscrossing mountain range was currently high in the sky, and they could see the starlight falling like a silver waterfall, adorning the lush mountain forest. Xiaoguang City's Far Light Academy is just the entrance. Climb up from there, pass through the portal, and enter the real Far Light Academy. It's hidden in the mountains. Yun Nuoshing instantly saw the gap in space, but the two places were seamlessly connected. If one did not have the evil spirit eye to observe, it would be useless no matter how carefully one looked. It would cause one to mistakenly think that the academy was just outside Xiaoguang City. The scene in front of them was like layers of waves crashing into the eyes of the new students. Countless excited shouts rang out from the 10,000 feet tall stone platform. In the vast academy, figures flew past, and the mountain forest was filled with the aura of energy clashing. Moreover, there was a volcano in the distance. It was rich in fire element and was very suitable for people who could control fire element to cultivate. Wow, how grand and primitive. I like it. Mountain also saw the volcano and could not help but laugh. This Far Light Academy was not small. Cultivating in such a primitive environment was very beneficial for people who could control various elements. And in this 100,000 mountain range, there was an extremely huge mountain peak. The shape of the mountain peak was very strange, like a huge sword that was 1,000,000 zhang tall that was stationed on the ground. If it were not for the green grass and yellow sand, perhaps anyone would have mistaken it for a huge sword. On the wide sword hilt of the giant sword mountain, there were many figures standing on the left and right sword hilts. Although they were just standing there quietly, they gave off a very strange and elegant feeling. If one looked carefully, they could even see the names of the people standing on top of these figures. This is the Far Light Academy's combat strength ranking. It lists the top 1,000 students. The ones on the left are Immortal Step, and the ones on the right are Half Demon Step and Demon Step. The closer to the middle, the higher the ranking. A cold and indifferent voice sounded from the side. Yun Nuoxing turned his head, only to see Guyu slowly walking towards them. He lifted his head to look at the enormous Sword Mountain peak, as a trace of melancholy was present in his icy cold voice. Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the right side of the huge sword, and after a while, she saw a cold silhouette. It was none other than Guyu. His position was actually ranked number 14 on the Devil Step Combat Strength ranking. Ninth seal of the Devil Step. His strength is at the peak of the Devil Step, but he's only number 14? Seeing that silhouette, Yun Nuoxing glanced at the melancholy Guyu beside her as she mumbled in her heart, "What's the difference between being on the rankings and not being on the rankings?" Yun Nuoxing asked. "Only those in the top 100 will be different. Those in the top 100 will receive the Academy's rewards according to their rankings, energy value. As for those on the Immortal Step, once they break through the Immortal Step, their names will be removed from the Immortal Step." Guyu coldly replied. The changes in the rankings of the Devil Step Combat Strength rankings attract the most attention, especially the changes in the top 30. From the top 30 onwards, for every difference in rank, the energy value rewards would be many times greater. Hence, the changes in the rankings are the most intense. However, the rankings between the 30th and 50th places are all fixed. Yun Nuoxing could sense that when he spoke, he was sighing. Given that he was ranked number 14 on the Devil rankings, he was still sighing. She wondered if something had happened to him in the past. Number 10 on the Devil rankings, Zhong Songling. Songbai, your elder sister actually managed to enter the top 10. Ha. In the future, we will be hugging your thighs. Mountain stared at the names on the Devil rankings as he mumbled. After that, he suddenly laughed uproariously. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, she hurriedly turned her gaze over. When she reached the 10th position, she saw the silhouette of a female with magnificence through the generations. Upon closer inspection, her features were somewhat similar to Zhong Songbai's. Zhong Songbai glanced at her and glanced at the Devil rankings. After that, she calmly spoke. Isn't old Lin's elder brother also ranked number 7 on the Devil rankings? Mountain, your elder brother is also ranked number 8. You still want to rely on me? Why don't you go and look for your elder brother? Upon hearing this, the expressions of Lin Xian and Mountain froze. After that, they dryly laughed and rubbed their cheeks in an unnatural manner. Mountain bitterly smiled. My elder brother said, if there's nothing important, don't look for him. Let us fight on our own. My elder brother is about the same. By Songbai, your elder sister is so good to you. She wouldn't abandon you alone. Lin Xian let out a long sigh. He patted Zhong Songbai's shoulder as he calmly spoke. I'm afraid if I say it out loud, my elder sister will give me a slap. Zhong Songbai's face twitched unnaturally as she calmly spoke. When Guyu heard the conversation between the three of them, he couldn't help but turn his gaze over, carefully observing the three of them. He started for a moment, truly feeling that they were somewhat similar to those three old rivals of his. However, he didn't say anything. His expression was still as cold as ever. When Yun Nuoxing heard the conversation between the three of them, she had some guesses in her heart. These three might be childhood friends, or maybe their entire family knew each other. Who's number 1? The others, who were also looking at the gigantic sword mountain, hurriedly shifted their gazes to the leftmost position on the Devil rankings, staring at that figure. Over there, A name exuded a stifling feeling, as though it could blot out the sky and cover the earth. Number 1 on the devil rankings, Schwellingfang. That figure exuded a sense of aloofness, but upon closer inspection, one would feel that he was very calm. But no matter how one looked at him, they would all feel as though there was a mountain pressing down on them. They had just entered, but that person was already standing at the peak. Yun Nuoshing's gaze slowly swept across the figures, one by one. Then his eyelids drooped, and he didn't have much interest. Unlike other people who would feel their blood boil when they saw those names and images, treating them as targets, he didn't feel any impact at all. He even felt a little helpless. "Are you tired?" Sensing that Qin Wentian's mood was somewhat low, Xian gently held his hand as she asked in a gentle voice. "Nope, when I saw those names, I felt somewhat moved." Yun Nuoshing shook his head. After thinking for a while, he still didn't say anything, feeling somewhat disappointed. Upon hearing that, Xian's heart pounded. Mei Mao felt some heartache as she looked at him. She had seen his myriad of emotions before. Even when facing deity-level experts, he wouldn't fear them at all. Even when facing god emperors, he would be able to cause them to fail miserably. The power he controlled was so powerful that all his enemies feared him. However, it was as though the heavens were playing a joke on him. After grasping such power, his soul unknowingly became tainted with devil qi. In order to prevent himself from losing control, he used the divine physique to suppress his own cultivation. If one were to think about the worst, he might never be able to break through the devil realm and step into the demigod realm. Who could understand the bitterness here? If he wanted to, he would be able to step into the demigod realm in half a year in the great mountain monarch star region. When she thought of this, Xian felt her heart throbbing with pain. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Qin Wentian's hand. "It's fine. If you can't cultivate, then so be it. This is also very good. As long as the divine physique doesn't reach the initial god realm, those who covet it won't make a move." Yun Nuoshing seemed to have sensed her emotions. He also tightened his grip on her hand, interlocking their fingers as he transmitted his voice. That indifferent tone of his caused Xian to feel even more heartache in her heart. On the towering stone platform, tens of thousands of freshmen stared at the name at the top of the devil rankings, feeling a sense of pressure. Some people even felt their breathing quickening. Even for those freshmen who were stronger and considered themselves geniuses, they felt a trace of longing and fear in their hearts. Qin Wentian was an expert who stood at the peak of the Far Light Academy. 2 years ago, I met him once. 2 years ago, he was already the strongest student. Even now, he is still the strongest. At that time, he accepted a mission that required the assistance of many people. There was a power that hunted down students from 2 different academies in the mountains. The strongest expert of that power was someone who just broke through to the initial god realm. There were also many demigods and peak devil-ranked experts. However, he single-handedly annihilated the entire power. Guyu let out a long sigh as a complicated look appeared in his eyes. That time, that day, the setting sun was as red as blood. A young man whose entire body was dyed red with blood dragged a godchild expert with his spear, leaving a trail of blood behind him as he walked into the Far Light Academy, shocking the entire academy. This also caused Guyu, who was ranked number 14 on the devil rankings, to feel a terrifying pressure. He is a freak, a monster among freaks. Freshman, the current him isn't someone you guys can look up to. After Guyu finished recalling, he let out a long sigh. He turned and coldly spoke to the silent freshman. "The path has to be walked one step at a time. The current you guys are ranked on the right side of the gigantic sword. To you guys, it's still too early. 2 years, 3 years, and you guys will have the qualifications to ascend to the top of the devil rankings. Half a month later, there will be a grand event for the freshmen. That's a test, and even the older students will come to spectate. All the freshmen will be able to display their abilities there. But from now onwards, from the moment you guys entered the Farlight Academy, you are all true students. It's best if you toss aside the nonsense about the powers behind you. In this place, strength speaks louder than words. Only by displaying your abilities will you be able to obtain the respect of others. Guyu coldly said. In a while, there will be a teacher who will bring you guys to the freshman dormitory. As for Teacher Jean Chen's group, he has some urgent matters to attend to. Follow me, Guyu indifferently said. Just as his voice rang out, dozens of figures appeared from the void. Finally, they hovered in the air. The surging aura from those figures caused Yun Nuoshing's face to twitch. They were actually divine underworld experts. There were even a few whose cultivation levels could not be seen. Little Gu, is Jean Chen in charge of your group? Those dozens of teachers spread out and distributed the students. Yun Nuoshing and the rest were just about to follow Guyu when they suddenly heard a lovely laughter. All of them stopped and turned their gazes, only to see a slender figure flying towards them. After which, it landed a short distance away and transformed into a beautiful woman in red clothes. Her beautiful face was filled with a dignified aura, while a trace of gentleness was present between her brows. The two opposing auras made her appear extremely charming. Elder Yin. When Guyu saw the person who had arrived, he was startled for a moment. The coldness on his face slightly dissipated as he cupped his hands together and nodded his head. Yes, teacher said that he had some matters to attend to and asked me to help him. TCH, how can he not have matters to attend to? The beautiful woman in red clothes curled her lips. Her long and narrow Maymao turned around and was startled when she saw Xian. After which, she stared at the girl beside him. A trace of astonishment flashed across Maymao's eyes. Seeing her staring at him, Yun Nuoshing was also startled. His brain spun, and he seemed to have understood something. What happened next made him even more certain. The beautiful woman smiled and winked at him. Maymao, she transmitted her voice. Little God, I'm Yen Yuting from the Fire Divine Palace. Just call me Yuting. If you have any matters in the future, come and find me. After saying that, she smiled at Xian beside him. Then she waved her hand at Guyu and said, Go, go. Bring them around to familiarize themselves with the academy. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. Guyu and the others had strange expressions on their faces. They scratched their heads in confusion, not knowing what this elder was doing here. Did I just see that beautiful sister smiling at me? Chuan Jingshan grinned and scratched his head. Misconception. Yes, misconception. Zhong Songbai and Lin Xin both rolled their eyes. They even felt that she was smiling at them. Who knew who she was actually looking at? Yun Nuoshing also couldn't help but roll his eyes. Let's go. I'll bring you to the dormitory. Guyu scratched his head inexplicably. He didn't think too much about it. With a wave of his hand, he took the lead and flew down the high platform. Let's go. Yun Nuoshing also smiled at Xian and followed. Zhong Songbai and the other two also followed closely. They were also Elder Jean Chen's team. Chapter 6:12. The majestic team of 1,000 people followed Guyu and rushed down the high platform. Below the stone platform, a lush mountain forest appeared. One palace hall after another came into view. In the distance, many figures could be seen flying in the air. Some of them stood in the mountain forest, staring at the group of new students with ridicule in their eyes. They seemed to be older students. Under Guyu's lead, Yun Nuoshing and the rest headed east. After nearly 20 minutes, they stopped. Then, he pointed at a golden forest in the distance and said, That golden forest is where teacher rests. If you have any problems, You can go look for him. Then he pointed down and said, "This is our dormitory. Oh, if you have more energy, you can change to a place you like." Everyone looked in the direction of the finger and saw that there were many huge pavilions and houses in the mountain forest. There was also a lake in the distance. Looking further, they saw that the volcano was 100 miles away from this place. Right, let's see how much energy you have. Guyu suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at everyone. He was still holding the Farlight Academy token in his hand and waved it in front of everyone. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly took out their tokens. Yun Nuoshing stretched his head and looked at Zhong Songbai's token. Then he said softly, 2,000 energy. Why do we only have 2,500? Mountain also waved the token in his hand with a puzzled look. The amount of initial energy is based on the entrance examination and one's own strength. There won't be any mistakes. If you want to hand in anything or use your energy to exchange for something, you can go to the Azure Cloud Pavilion later. Guyu said indifferently. Yun Nuoshing rubbed his chin and looked at Lin Xian. The latter saw him stretch his neck and smiled. He opened the token in his hand and turned it to the back. On it, there were some numbers. 3,200. Why does old Lin have 700 more than me? Mountain was instantly dumbfounded. He did not understand why. Who told you to be lazy during the examination? You went to sleep after killing a few magical beasts. Zhong Songbai rolled his eyes and said unhappily, I only have 2,000. Brother Yun, what about you two? Lin Xian smiled carelessly and looked at Yun Nuoshing. His expression was still a little strange. After all, he really had a girl's face and a girl's voice. He wasn't used to calling him Brother Yun. Xian played with a strand of hair and opened her hand. Everyone hurried over to take a look and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. 7,000 energy values. Everyone was shocked by the number on Xian's tile. Lin Xian's group was also speechless. What did this girl with an unclear face do during the test? Why did she have so many? Yen, please take care of me. Yun Nuoshing's colorful eyes sparkled beautifully. She looked at Xian ingratiatingly and said with a flattering smile. Hearing this, Xian covered her mouth and giggled. She lifted his chin with her jade-like fingers and said, Good boy, I'll take care of you. I'm blind. This dog food. Mountain saw the atmosphere between the two of them and directly howled in pain. He covered his eyes and screamed. I didn't do anything during the test. I didn't kill a single magical beast. You won't give me 0 energy values, right? Yun Nuoshing smiled bitterly and took out her tile. There's strength in it, so it won't be 0. Magic rank powerhouses start with at least 1,500, Guyu said indifferently. Oh. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing scratched his head and flipped the token over. Everyone leaned over to take a look. 5 numbers, 18,000. Pooh. When Zhong Songbai and the others saw the energy value of Yun Nuoshing's tile, they spat out mouthfuls of saliva. Oh my God, who's taking care of who? The energy value is 9 times higher than theirs. You. Even Guyu was dumbfounded. He had seen so many new students, but he had never seen anyone with an energy value of more than 5,000. Xian had the strength of a 3rd seal of the magic rank. If she risked her life to kill magical beasts and killed high-level magical beasts and achieved good results, he could understand. But Yun Nuoshing was only a 1st seal of the magic rank, and she said she had never killed a magical beast before. Little star, please take care of me. Xian blinked at Mei Mao and laughed. She tilted her head and leaned on Yun Nuoshing's shoulder and smiled gently. Hey, no problem. Although Yun Nuoshing was a little dumbfounded when she saw the 5 numbers, she still agreed with a big smile. Enough, stop showing off your dog food. Burn it, burn it. Zhong song by, and the other two howled and roared. Then, they moved closer with flattering expressions and grinned. Big pot, the three of us will follow you. Everyone smiled bitterly. This energy value, let me guess. The Academy issued a mission that rewards energy value after completion. Is there any other way? Yun Nuoshing waved the token in her hand and asked Guyu. She had guessed a little when she heard the word mission. Guyu silently glanced at her, then let out a long sigh. His tone returned to its usual indifferent state. Doing missions is indeed possible. You can also gain experience. There are other ways. You can turn in some precious materials, black crystals, medicinal herbs, crystals, magical beast essences, crystal cores, and beast souls. Students can also trade privately. Of course, the Azure Cloud Pavilion is the place to do this. As for missions, you can receive them from the War God Temple. There are missions from low to high level. If you find a suitable residence, you can use the token to construct an elemental energy array. This requires energy values. However, it can greatly increase your rate of cultivation. As for the grade, you can decide for yourself, Guyu said. All right. The freshmen's residences are also divided into 3 levels: palace, loft, and ordinary buildings. The words ordinary buildings are really prominent. Everyone smiled bitterly. Palace buildings can activate the energy arrays of the upper 3 grades of the devil rank, or even the demigod and god rank. Loft buildings can activate the energy arrays of the upper 3 grades of the immortal rank to the middle 3 grades of the devil rank. Ordinary buildings start from the demigod rank. Guyu said indifferently. Rent. Yun Nuoshing raised her hand and raised her eyebrows. Since it was divided into levels, it couldn't be for free, right? Ordinary buildings cost 1,000 energy value per month. Loft buildings cost 2,000 energy value per month. Palace buildings cost 4,000 energy value per month. After Guyu finished speaking, he looked at everyone with interest. As he expected, all the new students were dumbstruck, and their jaws were wide open. Was this even possible? They really had to pay rent. By the way, camping is free, but activating the energy arrays will cost more. It will be calculated by the day, Guyu said indifferently. Bah, how ugly. Everyone cursed in their hearts. Immortal rank arrays are free. Pure energy arrays of the devil rank, and above cost at least 3,000 a day. Elemental energy arrays cost at least 5,000 a day. Demigod rank arrays cost at least 10,000 a day. Bam! The huge force formed by the words almost knocked everyone to the ground. This was forcing them to earn energy value. Fortunately, it didn't make it so that they couldn't breathe without energy value. If they ran out of energy value, they would suffocate to death. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. Demigod rank arrays cost 10,000 a day. Wouldn't his assets only last for 1.5 days? Bah, I'll construct the arrays myself. Humph! Rolling his eyes, Yun Nuoshing snorted. He was also an array master. If he didn't use the Academy's energy arrays, he wouldn't be able to construct them himself. All kinds of condensed natural treasures. In short, anything that is helpful to cultivation can be turned into exchange for energy value, Guyu said. I have a question. Yun Nuoshing raised his hand again. Guyu looked at him and nodded, indicating for him to speak. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath, scratched his head, and said, Where's the trial of light? Guyu started. He cast a deep glance at Qin Wentian before turning and pointing to a direction in the north. Over there, the Spirit Light Pagoda. The trial of light is separated into 12 levels. After completing a level, you would be able to move on to the next level. It's not recommended for those who haven't reached the devil rank to attempt it. If you die in the Spirit Light Pagoda, you would be spat out with heavy injuries. As for the difficulty of the fourth level, only the top ranker of the devil rankings, Schwellingfeng, managed to pass. Not only that, he paid the price of death and had to rest for half a year after he came out. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Schwellingfeng, the top ranker of the devil rank, could only pass the fourth level. Then how did he pass the eighth level? However, entering the spiritual light pagoda requires energy value. It's not much, just 1,500 per attempt. Guyu thought for a moment and said, at this moment, not only the others, but even Yun Nuoshing's face turned as black as charcoal. He was gnashing his teeth. This Far Light Academy was a black-hearted academy. Then wouldn't he only have 12 attempts with 18,000 points? Seeing everyone's face turning black, Guyu seemed to see himself when he first came in. When he heard teacher Jean Chen's exaggerated words, his face turned as black as theirs. Moreover, the academy has another token that was obtained from the War God Shrine. You can check the War God token's grade and details there. However, the higher the grade of the token, the more convenient it is to be in the academy. You will be able to come in contact with higher grade items. Even buying things will be cheaper, Guyu added. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. They resisted the urge to raise their middle fingers and fiercely nodded. All right, next, you can start looking for a suitable place to live. As for the palace level, you will be able to see it if you continue walking east. Below that is the loft, and to the west is an ordinary building. Guyu said indifferently. There was a faint smile in his eyes. Soon after, he said, the energy array of the palace level is even more powerful. We can't afford it, we can't afford it. Everyone smiled bitterly. How many people can live in a palace level room? Yun Nuoshing asked again. A palace level room isn't as large as the ones outside. However, it can still house 5 people. There are also many other facilities inside. Guyu said indifferently. His gaze shifted between Yun Nuoshing and Xian. He seemed to understand. All right, then we'll live in a palace. I'm used to it. Yun Nuoshing let out a sigh and smiled. The last 3 words were directed at Xian. When Xian saw his meaningful gaze, she was stunned for a moment. Her pretty face blushed slightly, and she quickly pulled her hat down and muttered something. In the beginning, she had been wandering around without a fixed place to stay. Unconsciously, she had gotten used to having him by her side. With him around, she felt very safe. It was the same even when she was sleeping. However, she did not expect that he would actually say it out loud in public. Although no one knew the meaning of those 3 words, she still felt a little guilty. After Yun Nuoshing chose the palace level room, Zhong Songbai and the others chose the loft. The energy they had was only enough for them to squander in the loft. The 3 of them watched Yun Nuoshing and Xian walk into the palace with envy and jealousy. They almost could not help but rush in. The thousands of people arranged themselves in a mess for a long time. Everyone had also chosen the place they wanted to live in. There's a small map of the academy in the token. If you need anything, you can go to the Azure Cloud Pavilion to exchange for it. You can also see what's in the Azure Cloud Pavilion through the token. Of course, if you want to exchange for something, you'll have to go there in person, Guyu said softly. Yun Nuoshing nodded. She looked around and finally stopped at the small palace beside the lake. She smiled and said, "Then I'll take this one." As soon as she finished speaking, she held Xian's hand and walked into the palace. Before they entered, they could feel a towering flame condensing behind them. Chapter 613. The palace was neither too big nor too small. It had 2 floors. The rooms were on the upper floor, while the lower floor was a spacious hall. It could easily accommodate 100 people. Yun Nuoshing and Xian walked around the palace. They were quite satisfied. It was much smaller than the palaces they lived in outside, but it had all the essentials. There were even cultivation rooms. He pushed open the outermost room of the 5 rooms and poked his head in to take a look. The daily necessities, such as the bed, were all prepared. This palace-level treatment was indeed not bad. What made Yun Nuoshing happy was that the bed was very big. He wiped his face with his palm and took off half of his mask. Then he shouted excitedly and ran towards the soft bed. As he ran, he changed his clothes into a sleeping robe that was used at home. The robe was so long that it almost touched the ground. He jumped up and lay on the big bed, rolling around on it. Yun Nuoshing hugged the pillow happily and took a deep breath. She was slightly happy. From now on, she was a student of the Long Light Academy. The trial of light was not far away. Yun Nuoshing rolled on the bed for a long time as if there was no one around. His nightgown was askew and half of his shoulder was exposed. It was not until he felt a gentle gaze staring at him that Yun Nuoshing stopped. He straightened his clothes and looked at Ziyan, who had been standing at the door, with a dry smile. He said, "Aren't you going to choose a room?" "The 5 rooms have the same layout. There's nothing to choose. I'll just rest in whichever room I go." Ziyan shrugged cutely and took off her hat. Her lily-white hands parted her dark purple hair, which was as smooth as purple satin. Then she walked into the room and sat down on the bed. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoshing with a smile. "All right. In any case, the layout here is dispensable to me. It's not like I can sleep here." Yun Nuoshing jumped up from the bed when she saw her sitting on the bed. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoshing clenched his fist, and the golden token appeared in his hand. Guyu had said that he could use this token to activate the energy array, so he wanted to see if it was more cost-effective to construct the array himself or to construct the array in the academy. Yun Nuoshing held the token in her hand and sent a strand of her soul power into the token. Then, the information within was projected in front of her. A light screen condensed into a light screen that slowly appeared. On the light screen, there was a long list of names, pictures, and numbers. Exclusive to the Palace District, 9th grade magic rank, Fire Elemental Energy Array, 6,000 energy value per day. 7th grade magic rank, Pure Energy Array, 3,000 energy value per day. High Demigod rank, Pure Energy Array, 13,000 energy points per day. Yun Nuoshing silently counted the grade of the array and the required energy value. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it, I'll do it myself." His palm streaked across the light screen, and it changed into a list of all kinds of goods. He casually glanced at it and found that most of the things sold here were extraordinary. There were even demigod-level magic arrays, and he could even see demigod-level magic arrays. There were even demigod-level magic arrays, and he could even see demigod-level magic arrays. There were even 3 lower divine-level magic arrays. They're also selling immortal rank profound arts. However, the 5 million energy value should be exclusive to the rich. Yun Nuoshing looked at the divine, rank profound arts and couldn't help but laugh. "Little star, I found something that you should be interested in." Xian, who was sitting at the side, was also flipping through the thousands of lists. When she saw something, her lily-white hand paused. Then she looked at Yun Nuoshing and said with a smile, When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he moved his head closer and looked at the thing that the slender finger was pointing at. His gaze paused for a moment, and his heart actually beat rapidly. Blood Spirit Pill, Immortal Rank Medicinal Pill. It has the miraculous effect of transforming the bloodline and awakening the bloodline. If it's consumed, it's enough to awaken the dormant and thin bloodline. Yun Nuoshing whispered softly. It can awaken the dormant bloodline. If he could get it, wouldn't he be able to awaken his god's spirit bloodline? It's useless. A lazy yawn came from Yun Nuoshing's soul world. Ziyi, who was originally lying lazily on the bed, slowly sat up while hugging a pillow. He raised his head, and there were no ripples in his light purple eyes. The blood spirit pill is only of the immortal grade. Although it can indeed awaken the dormant power of the bloodline, you have to think about what your bloodline is. It is the blood of the gods, the bloodline of the ancient gods, a bloodline that contains the memory fragments of the vanished era. What can a mere immortal rank medicinal pill do to awaken a bloodline of that level? Z sneered and stood up from the bed. He walked to the side of the table and took a sip of the tea that Xin handed him. He then said, if it's a peerless rank medicinal pill, or even a god rank medicinal pill, it might be able to awaken your god's spirit bloodline. But if it's just immortal rank medicinal pill, then forget it. Woo 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 woo. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while, then rolled his eyes. After looking at the energy required for the blood god's pill, he also shook his head with a bitter smile. 8 million energy, forget it. Is there anything you like? Yun Nuoshing smiled and waved his hand as he asked. Xian also shook his head and waved his hand to make the light screen disappear. Just when Yun Nuoshing thought that this girl also had no desire, she paused for a moment. Mei Mao stared at him and said very seriously, Little star, I want to learn a god rank mystic skill. Yun Nuoshing, who had just turned off the light screen, suddenly spat out a breath. He turned his head and looked at her in shock. His tongue moved around in his mouth for a while, and he blinked. He said, whether it's a god-rank mystic skill or a mystic skill, it's very difficult to cultivate. If you're not careful, you might go crazy. I once asked Yuan Shi seriously about this, and now I want to ask you very seriously. Girl, are you sure you want to cultivate it? After he finished speaking, he reached out his hand and gently stroked her forehead. He breathed softly and rhythmically as he stared at her very seriously. Amen. Xian nodded solemnly. She raised her head and looked at him. She reached out her lily-white hand and held his cheek. She said word by word seriously, I'm serious. I want to become stronger. So strong that I can help little stars share the burden. Yun Nuoshing stared blankly and asked doubtfully, I don't have any burden? When Xian heard this, she only smiled sweetly and didn't say anything. I want to participate in the banquet in 1.5 months. Xian smiled faintly, causing Yun Nuoshing to stare blankly again. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoshing let out a long sigh. He gently rubbed his soft long hair and nodded. He said, Go and release the light that belongs to you. I'm your most solid support. If it's a god-ranked mystic skill, Ziyi and I will also teach you how to cultivate it. Little Star isn't going to participate. Xian winked at Mei Mao. She tilted her head and smiled gently. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. I'm not interested in these things. I'll probably put all my energy into the trial of light in the spiritual light pagoda. Why don't we go and take a look now? Xian laughed. She held Yun Nuoshing's arm and stood up. Mei Mao was so bright that he was intoxicated. Okay. Yun Nuoshing also smiled. He changed his clothes quickly and quickly. He was so fast that Xian couldn't see him clearly. He only saw his iconic black windbreaker hanging down. He even put on his mask. Xian tidied up a little. Then she walked out of the small palace with Yun Nuoshing. They left the freshman area and rushed straight towards the northern area. Just as the two of them left the freshman area, 4 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the small palace. They stared at the two of them as they left. They were the 4 elders who were in charge of receiving them in the void. These two little fellows are heading north. Take a guess. Are they going to the war god shrine to receive a mission? Or are they going to the spiritual light pagoda? Or are they going to the azure cloud pavilion? The middle-aged man still had his arms crossed in front of his chest as he grinned. Old Lin, are you sure that the 2 3-digit divinity values belong to these two little fellows? The young man had his hands behind his back. He retracted his gaze from the distance and looked at Lin Yao as he asked with uncertainty. This old man hasn't reached the point where his eyesight is blurry. I can still confirm this point. Lin Yao smiled as he stroked his beard and nodded. Originally, I wanted to confirm with these two little fellows and test them again. However, they actually ran out. The middle-aged man smiled faintly as he shook his head. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Let's see what these two little fellows are going to do." TSK, a dignified deity, is following two little brats at the demon level. However, I am also interested. Let's go and take a look. The young man curled his lips. Then he also smiled. The four people looked at each other and smiled. Their figures flashed and disappeared. The Far Light Academy was very vast. It wasn't the slightest bit smaller than the Red Star Academy that Yun Nuoshing had seen. The two of them flew in the air for nearly an hour. They also asked a few seniors for directions. Only then did they find the remote spiritual light pagoda. It was a pagoda that was 3,000 meters tall. From top to bottom, it was pure gold. It was divided into 12 floors. At the top of the pagoda, there was a golden energy ball that was 10 meters in size. There were also chains that diffused out from it. They wrapped around the body of the pagoda like a seal. Looking at the three big words, Spiritual Light Pagoda, written on the bottom floor, Yun Nuoshing's heart was slightly happy. His gaze was somewhat astonished as he looked at the 3,000-meter-tall pagoda. He could feel a very familiar energy from the pagoda. It was the energy of light. The Spiritual Light Pagoda was one of the places that gathered a lot of people in the Far Light Academy. When Yun Nuoshing and Xian landed outside the pagoda, they could clearly feel the exuberant degree of popularity. There were people constantly rushing over from the surroundings. Furthermore, they were coming in groups. After a group of people landed, there would be a few people who would walk out and enter the Spiritual Light Pagoda. Those who stood still in their original places looked at the people who walked out of their groups with respect. It felt as if they were sending off soldiers who were about to enter the battlefield. "Let's go in and take a look as well." Yun Nuoshing smiled at Xian. Soon after, the two of them rushed towards the gigantic pagoda that was like a mountain peak. However, before the two of them could rush in, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them at the entrance, forcibly blocking their path. Startled by the person who had suddenly rushed out to block their path, Yun Nuoshing hurriedly pulled Xian to a stop. His figure froze in place as he cupped his hands towards the person who had just arrived. Then he glanced at the person. It was an old man in plain clothes with a sloppy beard. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Elder." The old man smiled as he glanced at the two of them. Then he looked at the other people who had stopped because of the matter here. After a moment, he turned his gaze back and said, "New faces. Are you this year's new students? Do you have a War God token that is rank 6 or above?" War God token? Yun Nuoshing had a puzzled look on his face as he shook his head and said, "No, we just came in and saw that this pagoda was very strange. Therefore, we came to take a look." Every year, there are reckless new students who recklessly rush into the Spiritual Light Pagoda. In the end, they are sent out with serious injuries by the Spiritual Light Pagoda. Who knows how long it will take for them to recover? After hearing that the two of them were indeed new students, a wave of mocking laughter erupted from the crowd behind them. New students have just entered the High Light Academy, so they naturally don't know these rules. You've just entered a few years earlier than the others. What the hell are you mocking new students for? The rumbling shout was like thunder as it rumbled in the air. When everyone heard this voice, they all shrunk their heads and hurriedly turned their gazes. However, they saw 3 people slowly walking forward from the back. The leader was an enormous man who was over 2 meters tall. He was cursing as he cursed. There was stubble on his rough face, and there was even a scar on his right cheek. His black hair was like a hedgehog, making him look extremely valiant. The thunderous shout had come from this person. The other 2 people following him, a male and a female, also had outstanding appearances. The female had a cold temperament. Her cheeks were somewhat thin, and her skin was as white as snow. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and she had a head of fine black hair that reached her waist. The ends of her hair were slightly curled up. Coupled with her blue robes, her entire body emitted a cold and condensed aura, causing people to be moved and, at the same time, make them feel fear. The other male had a rather handsome appearance. There was always a faint smile on his face. His long hair draped over his shoulders, and his clothes were as white as snow. He had his hands behind his back as he followed the burly man. His eyes slightly turned, causing everyone to hurriedly turn their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. After the burly man shouted, the mocking laughter in the surroundings instantly disappeared. It became incomparably quiet. It was obvious that the identities of these 3 people were not ordinary, causing everyone to be afraid. Little Chuan, didn't I tell you not to shout here? The old man who was blocking Yun Nuoshing and the other person snorted softly as he looked at the burly man with an unfriendly gaze. Aya, Uncle Lu, our temperaments are like this. If we don't shout a day or 2, we'll get flustered. The burly man scratched his head and laughed loudly. His laughter caused the air to tremble, causing the old man's eyebrows to tremble a few times. The old man who was addressed as Uncle Lu glanced at Yun Nuoshing and the other person. The 2 of them understood and quickly moved to the side, opening up the entrance. Only then did the old man smile. What's wrong? Are the 3 of you planning to break through to the 4th level? We're just trying. That freak was seriously injured before he could break through to the 4th level. We aren't as powerful as him. Every time we break through to the 3rd level, we'll be covered in injuries. The burly man laughed. Only then did Yun Nuoshing turn his head and glance at the 3 of them. After that, he felt that something was wrong. He inclined his head and looked at the gigantic sword mountain peak in the distance. After searching for a while, he started and bitterly smiled. No wonder he felt that the 3 of them were somewhat familiar. The 7th, 8th, and 10th rankers on the devil rankings, weren't they the elder sisters and brothers of Zhong Songbai, and the other 2? Chapter 614. Appearing in front of Yun Nuoshing and Xian were the 3 people ranked in the top 10 of the ranking of demonic battle strength. They were also the 3 people mentioned by Zhong Songbai when they first came in. Looking at that robust man, they couldn't help but think of Chuan Jingshan. Okay, if you're in a hurry, you can go in first. I'll explain the rules to these 2 little girls. Uncle Lu rolled his eyes, walking to the side as he said to the robust man, Chuan Mu's group, "Little girls?" Yun Nuoshing and Xian were startled. The veins on the former's forehead immediately bulged, while Xian tried her best to hold back her laughter, her delicate body lightly shaking. Wait a moment, there's no hurry. Song Ling seems to have something to say. It won't be too late to go in after she finishes. Hearing that, Chuan Mu waved his huge hand, then turned his head to look at that cold girl, smiling. That blue gown girl was startled. Mei Mao gave him a glance, hesitating for a while before walking forward. Looking at Yun Nuoshing and Xian, she lightly opened her red lips and said, Junior sisters, have you ever thought of joining some force? Ah, Yun Nuoshing and Xian were startled, not understanding what was going on. The force formed by Ling's group of 3 only invites girls to join. Hee hee, you 2 little girls. If you don't have anyone to back you up in the Far Light Academy, I'm afraid that a lot of trouble will come knocking on your door. On the side, Uncle Lou said indifferently, even if the 2 were wearing accessories to cover their faces, it was still very difficult to completely hide themselves, especially with their ethereal temperament. Yun Nuoshing and Xian looked at each other in dismay for a while before the former sighed and cupped her hands, saying, "Many thanks for senior sister's good intentions, but for the time being, we haven't thought of this matter. Also, senior sister, I'm a man." These last words caused the atmosphere in the surroundings to completely freeze. Chuan Mu and Lin Xian's brother opened their eyes wide, and Zhong Songling even opened her mouth in shock. This kind of reaction again. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh bitterly when he saw the expressions of the surrounding people as if they had seen a ghost. Then he transmitted his voice to Ziyan. This wasn't the first time such a reaction had occurred. Little star, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for having a girl's face and a girl's voice. In the end, you're a boy. You're so beautiful. After all, you're still a boy. Xian covered her mouth and chuckled. Shaking her head with a bitter smile, Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and looked at Elder Lu. At this moment, his eyes were also wide open, and he didn't react for a long time. Her bitter smile became even more pronounced, and she hurriedly asked, "Elder, how do we get the 6-step war god command plate?" Hearing her helpless voice, everyone shivered and came back to their senses. Afterwards, they all had strange expressions. That Elder Lu's eyebrows twitched, and he coughed dryly, saying, "The War God command plate is obtained from the War God Temple's testing platform. It's based on strength alone. If you want to enter the battle strength ranking, you have to do it on the testing platform. As for the 6th step, it's basically the 6th seal of the demon rank. With the 6-step War God command plate, you can enter the Spiritual Light Tower and also enter the higher levels of the Azure Cloud Pavilion to search for higher level things." Elder Lu said. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing pondered for a while. Her expression changed a few times, and she sighed again. She cupped her hands toward Zhong Songling and Chuan Mu and said softly, "Senior brother, senior sister, we'll go first. Goodbye." After saying that, she ignored the few people who were still a little dazed and pulled Xian up into the sky, flying in the direction of the War God Temple. The 2 disappeared for a long time before Chuan Mu came back to his senses. He patted his cheeks with his large hand, opened his mouth, and said with a bitter smile, "Say, is that a tomboy or a tomgirl?" I don't know either. In any case, the other one is definitely a girl." Zhong Songling's red lips trembled, and she shook her head with a bitter smile. She had thought that it would be another 2 outstanding beauties, but in the end, one of them was she was a little confused about what it was. After leaving the Spiritual Light Tower, Yun Nuoshing and Xian flew in the direction of the War God Temple without stopping. They couldn't help but grumble about the troublesome mechanism. It seemed that the so-called testing platform also required a portion of the energy value. After flying around the mountain forest, they finally found the location of the War God Temple after another half an hour. It was an indescribably grand hall. It looked like a tall mountain towering in the Far Light Academy. There were other mountain peaks in the academy, but other than the giant sword peak, there weren't any other objects as large as this one. The huge hall towered in the clouds, like a celestial realm in the heavens. In the War God Temple, other than having a testing platform to test one's combat strength, there was also a place to issue missions. It was also a place that was quite popular. Before the 2 of them landed, they could already see a dense crowd of people shuttling back and forth. They could also clearly feel how popular this place was. As Yun Nuoshing and Xian stood outside the war god temple, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement as they looked at the crowd. There were so many people in the spiritual light tower, and the war god temple was even more crowded. They wondered how imposing the Azure Cloud Pavilion, the sacred place that made countless tycoons chop their hands off, was. The two of them didn't say anything and directly rushed into the huge hall that was like a mountain peak. As the two of them rushed into the hall, they immediately felt a surging fighting intent that covered the sky and covered the earth surging over. What appeared before the eyes of Yun Nuoshing and Xian was an exceptionally vast hall. The ceiling of the hall was engraved with a starry sky, causing the star energy in their bodies to become somewhat restless. It was like a real star field, looking incomparably gorgeous. The hall was incomparably noisy. Countless figures were gathered inside, and there were even people with soaring fighting intent lingering on their bodies. Yun Nuoshing and Xian's gazes looked towards the left and right sides of the hall. The words Mission Hall were floating in the air on the right side. After passing through the door, they could see scrolls floating in the air. There were also words floating in the air. It seemed like some of the missions that had been announced. Those who received the scrolls had surging blood, as if they couldn't wait to complete the mission immediately. On the left side, the words Combat Hall were written in large letters. There were many huge secret rooms there, and there were many elders and students inside. Waves of obscure but heart-palpitating fluctuations were emitted from inside, as if a huge amount of energy was surging. While Yun Nuoshing and Xian were sizing up this huge and majestic combat god hall, they felt many gazes suddenly shoot over and land on the two of them. Both of them were tall and had an ethereal temperament. Yun Nuoshing's star-like beautiful eyes made him look extremely mysterious. In particular, his exquisite face made the hearts of those who didn't know him palpitate with eagerness. Xian stood gracefully to the side. Her soft long hair was as smooth as dark purple satin. The elegance that came from her bones and the astonishing charm that she exuded with every movement also caused the hearts of those who didn't know her to surge. The two of them stood there without saying a word. Just their temperament and appearance alone attracted 80% of the gazes. Although one of them was wearing a mask and the other was wearing a hat, it didn't stop the crowd from admiring them. It could be said that it made people want to explore further. Hey, look, those two girls are so beautiful. I've never seen them before. Freshmen, should we go up and talk to them? Could it be the #1 beauty of Xiaoguang City? Yun Nuoshing's face couldn't help but twitch when he saw the various gazes around him. His face darkened slightly as he hurriedly pulled Xian's hand and walked into the combat hall. Hey, they're coming over. They're coming over. Many people's hearts jumped when they saw the two of them quickly walking over. They hurriedly opened up a path and looked at the two of them with infatuated gazes. A few people seemed to want to rush up and strike up a conversation, but before they could muster up the courage, the two of them had already walked to the front along the path that was opened up. There were many large secret rooms in the combat hall. Waves of energy surged from within, as if there were people fighting inside. In front of the secret rooms stood several people who looked like teachers. Teacher, we're here to conduct the combat strength test. Yun Nuoshing automatically ignored the stunned gazes and walked to the innermost part of the room. He cupped his hands towards the person sitting there and softly said. The teacher raised his head and glanced at the two of them, then stood up and said, 100 energy points going once. Together. Yun Nuoshing straightforwardly took out the token. He waited until he had deducted 200 from it before opening the door of the secret room, after which he turned around and waved at the two of them. Yun Nuoshing and Xian looked at each other, then nodded and quickly walked toward the bright secret room. The secret room was very spacious, and the surrounding walls were inlaid with bright crystals, illuminating the room very brightly. They could clearly see that there was nothing special in the room. There was only a huge black square pillar in the middle of the secret room, and there were some talismans carved on the surface of the pillar. Teacher, how do I get the combat god token? Yun Nuashing cupped his hands and asked. The combat god token is divided into levels 1 to 12. Levels 1 to 9 correspond to levels 1 to 9 of the demon rank, and levels 10, 11, and 12 of the demigod rank. The one in the middle of the room is the combat tablet. As long as your attack reaches the standard of that level, you'll be able to obtain the corresponding level of combat god token. The teacher seemed to have guessed that the two of them were new students, so he explained in more detail. Different levels of combat god tokens have different powers. For example, you can enter the higher levels of the Azure Cloud Pavilion, receive higher level missions, and get discounts when you buy things, etc. All right, who's going first? Give me the token, and I'll give you the combat god token after the test. After finishing, the teacher waved his hand and pointed at the combat tablet in the middle of the room. I'll go first. Ziyin smiled. She clenched her jade-like hand and threw the token in her hand to the instructor. Then, she stood in front of the pitch-black square pillar and stared at it. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. That's enough. Clear your mind of distracting thoughts and strike with all your might. After receiving the token, the instructor placed it on the battle tablet and took a few steps back. He looked at Ziyin and nodded at her. Ziyin nodded solemnly when she heard this. She inhaled a deep breath of air and clenched her jade-like hand. A powerful demonic aura swept out from her body like a storm, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate. The instructor didn't expect the commotion to be so big and was stunned for a moment. Then, he was pushed slightly by the storm, causing his expression to harden as he hurriedly took a few steps back. Ziyin's 5 elements body and crystal body had strengthened her super-strong aura. Naturally, it was not something an ordinary demon rank Sanfeng could compare with. During the test in the mountains, she was able to kill a demigod demon beast single-handedly. Although both sides were injured, it was enough to prove her strength. The water origin and earth origin in her body were shining. She pushed the demonic aura in her body to the extreme. Waves of colorful energy gushed out and gathered in her palm, forming a giant bluish-brown sword. It looked exactly the same as the Netherworld Ruins sword. Boom! Ziyin's jade-like hands grabbed onto the giant sword, and the rolling demon chi gushed out like a 5-colored tide. It condensed in the middle of the sword, and with a loud bang, it slashed down fiercely. The giant sword turned into a ray of 2-colored light and fiercely attacked the pitch-black battle power tablet. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing resounded in the secret room. Then, the pitch-black battle tablet suddenly lit up. The light lit up the runes on the surface and spread from the bottom to the top. The huge force caused everyone outside the secret room to raise their heads in shock. Chapter 615. BZZ. Resplendent rings of light expanded outwards. On the gigantic sword peak, rings of light suddenly appeared, sliding downwards, attracting the attention of countless people in the Far Light Academy. After that, on the devil rankings on the right, a sphere of light slowly condensed, moving from the outermost edge to the innermost edge, as though it was searching for its own position. And when the sphere of light started moving, everyone was stunned to see that, in a flash, the sphere of light shot from the top 1,000 to the top 500. In the next blink of an eye, it shot into the top 200. See, which senior is trying to ascend the devil rankings. This momentum of rushing up the rankings is really frightening. In the Far Light Academy, heaven-shaking and earth-shattering cries rang out. The devil rankings represented the peak strength of the students of the Far Light Academy. From the appearance of the sphere of light, everyone knew that this was a character who had never appeared on the devil rankings before. Who is it? Did he keep a low profile, all this while just to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? His momentum seems to be jumping around. He has already entered the top 100. Seems like this person can endure the loneliness and only started to ascend the devil rankings after reaching the 7th or 8th seal. Something big is about to happen. The change in the top 100 is the most terrifying. The transformation of the gigantic sword also attracted the attention of countless students in the Far Light Academy. That voice, that piece of news, instantly spread like wildfire. All of them thought that this dark horse that suddenly appeared on the devil rankings was an old student from the top 3 ranks. Under the nervous gazes of countless people, the sphere of white light continued to jump around. Every time it jumped, it would cause the hearts of countless people to beat. From the top 100, it jumped to 70, 60, 50, and when the sphere of white light struggled to enter the top 40, many people in the academy hurriedly gulped down a mouthful of saliva. This was simply too exaggerated. Wah, damn. F***K. I was pushed down. Top 40, 39, 38. It's still advancing. It's still advancing. Everyone stared agitatedly at the sphere of white light, not blinking for fear that they would miss the most exciting part if they blinked. At this moment, everyone was very curious as to who this person was. However, before the sphere of white light condensed and transformed into a physical projection, no one would be shown. This included the person's name, causing everyone to feel extremely anxious. It stopped. 35. 35. After the white light reached the 35th position, it finally stopped and leaned toward the 34th position in a human-like manner. However, it seemed to have sensed the strength of the person in the 34th position and could only reluctantly return to the 35th position. It knocked the person in the 35th position back and then slowly condensed into a human form. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that this position was about to be fixed. Countless people opened their eyes wide and curiously watched as the white light changed and solidified. Then, everyone saw a slender figure standing there. It was a girl in a purple dress. She had an extremely perfect figure. She had long and slender legs and a small waist. If one looked further up, one would see her alluring curves. A silver-white crescent necklace hung around her elegant and fair neck, adding a noble aura to her. When that beautiful face appeared before everyone's eyes, it was as though even the heavens and earth had lost their color. She had a tall figure and an extremely beautiful face. Her skin was as white as snow and her eyebrows were picturesque. Her long and narrow dark purple maymau had a warm and ethereal smile on her face. Her eyes were sparkling and translucent like crystals, as though they reflected the most beautiful scenery in the world. Her beautiful dark purple hair reflected the sunlight like a perfect satin hanging down from her back. It made the girl in front of them look like a fairy from a painting, her charm peerless. Wow, what a beautiful girl. Why have I never seen her in the Far Light Academy? Gulp, my heart is moved. It's as though an arrow has pierced through my heart. I finally understand what love at first sight is. Forget it. She's ranked 35th on the devil rankings. Why don't you give it a try? I guarantee that your ending will be extremely miserable. Quick, look at her name. Seeing that the person who came from behind was actually a peerlessly beautiful girl, the entire Far Light Academy was in an uproar. The sounds of discussion and love-struck voices converged together, wanting to overturn the heavens. And after all the voices turned into discussions about her name, those nervous gazes turned to the projection's head. They only saw that the light there was beginning to dissipate bit by bit, transforming into a row of words. Devil rankings, 35th rank. Freshman. Silence. The atmosphere of the entire Far Light Academy froze in an instant. It was as though the temperature of a star had suddenly dropped below the freezing point. Those who were still roaring passionately were now in a daze as they stared at the figure of that peerlessly beautiful girl. They felt as though their heads were about to explode, suspecting that they were hallucinating or that their presbyopia was acting up in advance. Freshman? A freshman ascended the devil rankings? A senior ranked 35th was kicked back by a single kick? Has such a thing ever happened before in history? Those with such strength would never be recruited again. The recruitment criteria of the Farlight Academy was that the highest ranked student couldn't exceed the third rank of the devil rankings. What was going on? F*CK. The heavens are being overturned. The heavens are being overturned. She's going to be in the headlines. Big news. Big news. Wait, what's the meaning of this? There are only 3 question marks in her name. Does she not know, or does she not have a name? Extra. A freshman who obtained the third rank of the devil rankings snatched the position of a senior ranked student who obtained the 8th rank of the devil rankings. In the Farlight Academy, numerous gazes of shock, or more accurately, dumbfounded, stared at that figure. Their jaws couldn't be retracted for a short period of time. The commotion on the devil rankings also attracted the attention of the freshmen. However, the vast majority of people didn't recognize this peerlessly beautiful fairy. They had only seen Ziyin wearing a hat, but the projection of Ziyin didn't wear one. Although the majority of the people here didn't recognize her, it didn't mean that everyone couldn't recognize her. For example, Zhong Songbai and the other 2 who walked out from the pavilion, F*CK. She's already here on the first day. She's already ranked 35th on the devil rankings. Monster. No, she's a monster. Mountain's jaws were wide open. He felt his head twitching. I'm afraid this is unprecedented. Zhong Songbai and Lin Xian exchanged glances. In the end, they could only bitterly laugh. As for all of this, Yun Nuoxing and Ziyin, who were in the combat hall, had no idea. As for that teacher, his jaw had already dropped and snot was about to flow out from his nose. The test in the combat hall would directly cause the rankings to be updated. However, even if he cracked his head, he couldn't understand why a freshman would be able to enter the 35th position on the devil rankings on the first day. Yun Nuoxing had no idea what had happened. She only saw that after Ziyin's sword slashed down, the 4 pillars were quickly engulfed by the light. All the runes on the pillars lit up. She silently calculated in her heart and felt that this attack had already surpassed the 6th rank of the devil rankings. Only then did she smile and nod at her. Teacher? Seeing that the teacher was so shocked that he seemed to have lost his soul, Yun Nuoxing tilted her head in confusion. At this moment, Ziyin also took the token from the combat hall and put it away without even looking at it. The teacher was startled by the shout. When he came back to his senses, he saw that Yun Nuoxing had already walked forward. When he got closer, he realized that there was a small notch where Ziyin's token was placed. It looked exactly the same as the token. Seeing that notch, he smiled and stuffed his token into it. After stuffing the token, Yun Nuoxing took 2 steps back and took a deep breath. Her right hand was clenched so tightly that it made a cracking sound. He didn't take out his divine weapon. As long as it reached the 6th rank of the devil rankings, he still had some confidence. If it didn't work, he would try again. Therefore, this time, he went into battle with his bare hands. With a low shout, the power of the stars in his body surged. The aura that rushed out of his body seemed to have condensed into a starry sky. Finally, it condensed on his right fist. 5 small talismans slowly formed on the tip of his fist. Then, with all his strength, he punched the combat hall. When Yun Nuoxing threw this punch, the discussion outside, which had not stopped, was suddenly interrupted by a series of screams. Another one. Another one. Don't tell me it's another freshman. Everyone suddenly raised their heads and looked at the huge sword peak. Even the elders were staring at the huge sword hilt nervously. Their hearts were beating rapidly. At the outermost position of the devil rankings, another light ball appeared. However, as soon as this light ball appeared, it rushed towards the middle position at an extremely fast speed. In just an instant, it rushed into the top 100 positions. 100, 80, 60. So fast. 40. Damn, it rushed into the top 40 in 3 seconds. It didn't stop there. It already passed the position of the girl just now. This time, it must be a senior. It definitely can't be a freshman. If it's still a freshman, I'll live stream myself eating glazed crystals. The flying ball of light immediately shocked everyone. Loud cheers pierced through the clouds. Those who didn't know better would think that there was a banquet going on. That ball of light wasn't as gentle as the previous one. It directly charged towards the projection that was ranked 20th. Then, it bumped into the projection and took its place. The projection that was originally ranked 20th glared fiercely at the ball of light. Then, it gloomily walked towards the projection that was ranked 21st. Then, it pushed the projection that was ranked 21st, causing it to move to the 22nd position. 20. Look, it's out. After that light ball occupied the 20th position, it transformed into the appearance of a girl. She had an exquisite face and a pair of colorful eyes that shone like the stars. Her dazzling long hair was incomparably gorgeous under the sunlight. When Mei Mao looked around, she actually gave off a sense of arrogance that looked down on the world. But when one looked at her young face, they only felt that she was very cute. She was just like the girl that was ranked 36th, peerless in her generation. Looking at the top of her head, Devil Rankings ranked 20th. Freshman. The introduction was exactly the same, and the name was exactly the same, shocking the entire academy into a deathly silence. That guy who was live streaming himself eating glazed crystals. Hurry up and come out. This elder brother has decided to sponsor 100 caddies of superior grade glazed crystals. I will also sponsor 100 caddies. Hurry up and watch the live stream. Live stream. The silence was broken in an instant. Cries and howls rang out in the academy. Many people even scolded him for cheating. There must be a problem. How could a freshman be ranked on the Devil Rankings? Moreover, it was the top 40. This must be fake. Over at the Spiritual Light Tower, everyone was shocked, including Chuan Mu and the other two, especially Zhong Songling, who recognized Yun Nuoxing and Zian. She was so shocked that her red lips were trembling. A freshman that she had just met had rushed to the top 40 of the Devil Rankings. Even she would not believe it if she told others, and the two main culprits of this storm were currently discussing the state of their strength in detail. I only used 70% of my strength. Originally, I wanted to use all my strength to activate the 5 elements sky formation. However, ever since the carrier turned into a crystal, I felt that my strength should be equivalent to 8-9 seals of the Devil Rankings. Therefore, I did not use all my strength. Zian rubbed his wrist and said softly, "As for me, I only used about 50% to 60%. I am afraid that if I break the battle tablet, I will not be able to use the power of space and elemental energy." Yun Nuoxing smiled and stretched, saying, "If you break the battle tablet and ask me for compensation, that would not be good. I am not willing to do that. Teacher, it should be fine now. Can you give us the God of War tablet?" Yun Nuoxing turned her head and looked at the teacher, who was already in a daze. She smiled and cupped her hands. The instructor was already in a daze, and his consciousness was blurred. He didn't even hear what Yun Nuoxing said. He just took out 2 rectangular tokens from his arms and then stuck them on Yun Nuoxing's and Ziyan's tokens. A moment later, the 2 numbers, 9 and 8, appeared, which almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. The God of War token's initial levels were level 9 and level 8. In other words, the attack that the 2 of them had just released was already the full-strength attack of a 9 Seals of the Devil rankings and 8 Seals of the Devil rankings. 9th level, 8th level. The teacher murmured in a daze. When Yun Nuoxing saw the numbers 9 and 8 on the tablet and heard what the teacher said, she suddenly understood something and could not help but laugh. After going through 2 troubles, they finally settled the prerequisites. It seemed like they could go to the Spirit Light Tower now. Let's go. We will rest for a night and go tomorrow. Yun Nuoxing turned her head and looked at Ziyan, laughing softly. Ziyan smiled and nodded. She took 2 steps forward and leaned into his embrace. Yun Nuoxing stomped her feet, and a magic circle flashed and disappeared with the 2 of them. The teacher was left alone in the secret room in a daze. He did not come back to his senses for a long time. Chapter 6:16. The next day, in the morning, the freshman district was exceptionally lively. The commotion from yesterday didn't disappear after a single night. Instead, it had brewed to the peak after an entire night. Almost everyone was talking about the 2 freshmen who had ascended the Devil rankings. At the same time, there were also many people wandering around the freshman district, wanting to find the 2 of them. In the morning light, a series of hurried knocking sounds rang out. Yun Nuoxing, who was lying straight on the bed like a long sword, ended his meditation and slowly sat up. He rubbed his eyes in a daze and stared at the 2 girls lying over a meter away from him. He couldn't help but be stunned. When did these 2 lasses come in? Knock, knock, knock. Another series of hurried knocking sounds rang out from downstairs, causing Yun Nuoxing, who had just finished his meditation, to feel somewhat irritated. He didn't sleep for another night, and his mental state was haggard. What the hell? Stop knocking. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and climbed up from the bed with extreme reluctance. His clothes were in a mess, and his hair was in a mess. However, when he wasn't feeling well, he couldn't be bothered to tidy himself up. After dragging his feet down the stairs, Yun Nuoxing let out a long yawn and rubbed his sleepy eyes. He walked to the door and pulled it open. The person who appeared behind the door was Mountain's coarse face. Other than Zhong Songbai and Lin Xian, there were a few other people. However, he wasn't fully awake and couldn't see them clearly. PFFF. Brother Yun, your clothes. Tidy up your clothes. Did you just wake up? When Lin Xian saw Yun Nuoxing's half-exposed shoulders and sleepy appearance, he directly spat out a mouthful of saliva. Without the mask covering her face, she looked even more stunning. Lin Xian's heartbeat quickened and his face flushed red. Ha! I'm a big man, and yet I was woken up by you guys. It's already good that my hair isn't disheveled. Ha! Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and let out a long yawn. He then pushed the door open and turned to walk in. He said weakly, "Come in and talk. I'll tidy up." The few people at the door looked at each other for a while and then followed him into the small palace. After sitting down in the hall, Mountain, Zhong Songbai, and Lin Xian sized up the place and couldn't help but exclaim, "This place is really luxurious. Moreover, there's a very powerful energy array in operation. It's much more powerful than those free trash immortal arrays. This isn't the energy array of the Academy. If I'm not wrong, he should have brought it here himself. Or he built it." Among the few people who had followed Zhong Songbai and the other 2, the lady dressed in green and blue said softly. From the looks of it, she was the elder sister of the former, Zhong Songling, whom Yun Nuo had met yesterday. Built it himself? Could it be that Brother Yun is a magic array master? Mountain's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. I only know that it's much more powerful than the demonic arrays we use. Chuan Mu's expression was serious as he said softly. Not long after Yun Nuoxing went upstairs, he appeared in front of them again. Ziyan, who had also finished tidying up, also appeared with him. The two of them, who were dressed in casual clothes, were also incomparably stunning. Without their hats and masks, their exquisite faces were completely exposed, causing a flash of amazement to pass through their eyes. Sorry to keep you waiting. What's the matter? Did something happen, or did you come to drink tea? Yun Nuoxing smiled. He took out a tea set from somewhere and personally brewed a pot of tea, handing it to Zhong Songbai and the others. Seeing that his three sisters were all there, he smiled and said, "Senior sister, senior brother. Something's happened. Something big must have happened. Brother, to be honest, you scared me. You've just entered, and you've already created such a crazy scene. You might have a lot of trouble in the future. Those seniors who were pushed down by the two of you will not let this matter rest." Mountain laughed bitterly. Did this guy not realize what kind of shocking thing he had done? Crazy? Seniors? What do you mean? Yun Nuoxing took a sip of tea and tilted his head as he looked at the few people. There was some confusion in his eyes, not knowing what he was talking about. Seeing that he was even more confused than them, Mountain, Chuan Mu, and the others were also dumbfounded. Did this guy not know what had happened? Brother Yun, what did the two of you do yesterday? Zhong Songbai couldn't help but ask. We went to the Spirit Light Tower, but a rank 6 War God token is needed to enter. The War God token can be obtained from the War God Temple's Combat Strength Hall. We went to test it and came back after the test. Other than that, we didn't do anything else. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head, then frowned slightly. He also sensed that something was not quite right. That's right. The test in the Combat Strength Hall is linked to the Combat Strength rankings. Once someone is qualified to enter the rankings, it will be updated. Therefore, the two of you entered the rankings yesterday. Moreover, you entered an extremely high position. Chuan Mu said in a deep voice. Lin Xian's elder brother, Lin Kuang, also laughed bitterly and said, I knew it. How could a freshman who just came and be able to directly attempt to enter the devil rankings? What's more terrifying is that the two of you actually succeeded and even entered the top 40. It seems that the teacher in charge of the test didn't mention this to you. Enter the rankings? Top 40? Yun Nuoxing and Ziyan were stunned. They exchanged a glance and hurriedly rushed out of the palace. Looking at their anxious expressions, Mountain and the others laughed bitterly. This matter had caused a huge commotion in the Farlight Academy, but the two of them, as the main characters, didn't know about it at all. Yun Nuoxing and Ziyan rushed out of the palace. As soon as they raised their heads, they saw the huge Sword Mountain Peak. Not long after, they saw the 20th and 36th positions. They found the two of them and were immediately stunned. This is really going to be a challenge to the rankings. This is troublesome. They actually managed to enter the rankings. Yun Nuoxing also laughed bitterly. The two of them had only gone to test it and obtained a War God token. Who would have thought that they would actually enter the rankings? Can this ranking be removed? Turning back to look at Mountain and the others, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but laugh bitterly. No, unless someone pushes you down. However, the 20th and 36th positions aren't as easy to drop as one would think. Zhong Songling shook her head, causing the two of them to laugh bitterly. However, I'm very curious. Why aren't your names engraved? Chuan Mu raised his head and raised his chin. He looked at the places where the names should have been engraved, but there were only a few question marks. This made him very puzzled. This was something that had never happened before. That was arranged by teacher, although I don't know why he did it this way. In the distance, a figure quickly walked over. The moment this person appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped significantly. Everyone turned to look and saw that this person was Guyu. The teacher he was talking about should be Elder Jean Chun. Teacher has taken care of your information. Yesterday, I overheard the two elders inadvertently revealing this information. Guyu stood not far away from the two of them. He took a deep breath and looked at the two of them indifferently. Uncle Chen arranged this. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. However, he also understood that it wasn't easy to deal with his identity. After muttering to himself for a moment, he raised his head and said, "Chun, where is Elder Jean Chun now? I'll ask him to remove our names." "It's useless. As long as your name is on the combat strength ranking, the elders have no right to change it." Guyu shook his head, after which he continued, "Look at your tokens. After charging into the combat strength ranking, you will be rewarded with a lot of energy. I also want to see how much energy you two will receive after charging into the top 50 of the devil ranking." Upon hearing this, Yun Nuoxing and Elder Jean Chun were stunned. With a clench of their hands, they took out the tokens of the High Light Academy and flipped them over. The few of them hurriedly went over to take a look and were stunned. 6 zeros. One had over 8 million, while the other had over 6 million. We became rich all of a sudden. However, I feel that giving us so much is useless. Yesterday, we took a small stroll in the Azure Cloud Pavilion and didn't see anything that we wanted. Seeing the 6 zeros, Yun Nuoxing sighed softly. He turned the tokens around in his hand as if he didn't care about it at all. "Useless? Junior brother Yun, if you say this out loud, you'll be beaten into a pig's head." Lin Kuang laughed bitterly. The students of the Far Light Academy were all striving to obtain more energy values. They couldn't wait to exchange for everything in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. In the end, this little junior brother didn't care about anything. "Oh, just nice. With so much energy, we won't have to worry about not being able to enter the spiritual light pagoda." However, after giving it some thought, Yun Nuoxing felt that the large amount of energy was still somewhat useful. They wouldn't have to worry about not being able to enter the spiritual light pagoda. Just as Yun Nuoxing and the others were discussing, a ray of light shot over, after which it appeared in the air with a flash. The long-haired youth emitting a cold aura from head to toe coldly looked at the freshman below. An ice-cold roar resounded in the ears of the freshmen. "Where are the two freshmen? Scram out!" The ice-cold roar that contained anger descended from the sky like a thunderstorm, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Immediately, it caused quite a few freshmen to raise their heads and look at the figure that had appeared in the air. To be precise, there were two figures, because there was another one that had shot over from the side in an instant. His bone-chilling gaze and berserk aura caused the hearts of the freshmen below to feel fear. "You've come to find trouble? How fast? Look at these two people. They should be Yuan 20 and Yuan 35 on the devil rankings. They should be the two that you two have squeezed out." Chuan Mu raised his head and looked at the two people that were emitting terrifying auras in the distance. Lowering his head, he looked at Yun Nuoxing and said, "Junior brother, what do you plan to do?" "I'm not interested." This kind of person who was squeezed out of his position by someone else and didn't try to fight his way back up, but instead came to find trouble with the person who squeezed out his position. He's either retarded or narrow-minded. Yun Nuoxing faintly shot a glance at the two of them, after which he yawned and said, "It just so happens that I don't like to pay attention to these two people." Yun Nuoshing stretched his waist and gave a soft laugh to Xian, who was quietly standing by the side. Let's go, lass. We're going to the spiritual light pagoda. Seeing that he was really going to leave, Chuan Mu and the others could not help but bitterly smile. This junior brother was truly ferocious. That figure stood proudly in the air. His ice-cold eyes stared at the freshman below as he furiously roared, "Can't you hear my words? Where are the two nameless freshmen? Since they dared to squeeze us out of the devil rankings, they don't dare to show their faces." Only then did the freshmen below react. So they were here to find trouble because they had been squeezed out of the rankings. However, the problem was that they did not know the two of them. Senior brother, none of us among the freshmen know the two of them. One of the freshmen hesitated for a moment before taking a step forward and clasping his hands as he shouted. They did not know who the two of them were. "You don't know?" The two of them coldly laughed. Their voices were like rolling waves as they spread out. "I think they must have hidden themselves. Cowards! I thought that there would be some powerful characters among the freshmen this year, but they are all cowards. They must have cheated to get their spots." The cold ridicule of this fellow caused the complexions of many of the freshmen to turn ugly. Among them, there were quite a number of powerful freshmen. However, they were afraid of the strength of the two of them and could only endure it. Outside the small palace beside the lake, Yun Nuoshing, who had put on her hat and mask, was about to fly in the direction of the spiritual light pagoda. However, when they heard this voice, they abruptly stopped in their tracks. Xian did not think much of it. However, when he turned his head and saw Yun Nuoshing's gradually darkening expression, he sighed softly and took a small step back. He softly said, "Little star, have mercy. Killing is not allowed in the Far Light Academy." When Chuan Mu and Mountain heard this, they were stunned. When they saw Yun Nuoshing's darkening expression, their hearts could not help but jump. Zhong Songling hurriedly advised, "Junior, don't be impulsive. The two of them have the strength of the 8th or 9th seal of the devil rank. Even if you can snatch their spots, you have just entered the academy and have a weak foundation. You should endure it for now." Yun Nuoshing looked at her in astonishment. Soon after, she smiled and said, "Senior, thank you for your reminder. If there is a way to remove the two of us from the devil ranking, we don't mind enduring it. However, since such an accident has occurred, blindly enduring it will disturb my state of mind. To put it bluntly, I hate it. Therefore, it's enough for something like this to happen once. Before they do anything to annoy me, let me deal with it as soon as possible." Yun Nuoshing grinned. The moment the last word left her mouth, she stomped her foot on the ground. After that, from 1,000 meters away, a gigantic flame pillar suddenly soared into the sky. The purplish-red flame pillar appeared very suddenly. The two seniors and the many new students didn't even have time to react. They only felt that the temperature of the world had suddenly risen by several hundred times. Then, a purplish-red light swallowed the two of them. The flame pillar shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire Longguang Academy. Everyone slowly stopped and stared blankly at the flame pillar. Chapter 6:17. Yun Nuoshing indifferently looked at the fire pillar. There was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes, as if he was doing something meaningless. Such a lazy appearance made Chuan Mu and the others speechless. The energy contained in the fire pillar made even their hearts palpitate. TSK, there seems to be an incredible fellow among this batch of freshmen. Yesterday, he took the position of a senior, and today, he's showing off his strength. I heard that the two who were originally ranked 20th and 35th went to find trouble. One of them used the wood element, while the other used the lightning element. Looking at the situation, could it be that they were completely defeated? They were defeated without even seeing the person? Very powerful. In any case, I know that I wouldn't be able to block that flame for even a second. The students of the Far Light Academy couldn't help but be speechless as they looked at the fire pillar that soared into the sky. Their faces were covered in sweat. With this temperature, if they stood in the center of the fire pillar, they would have already been burned to ashes. The fire pillar didn't last for long. It only lasted for half a minute before it suddenly dissipated. Even the purplish-red light that shrouded the heaven and earth also faded. The extremely high temperature also slowly decreased. However, there was a huge hole left where the fire pillar was, and even the surrounding trees were burned down. Looking at the two pieces of charcoal lying on the ground like dead dogs, Yun Nuoshing sighed. He didn't use his full strength. The power of the divine flame was something that even gods feared. Using it to deal with these students was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Senior sister, senior brother, I've made a fool of myself. Yun Nuoshing turned his head and looked at Zhong Songling, Guyu, and the others. He smiled and cupped his hands. The faces of Zhong Songbai and the others twitched. Even Chuan Mu and the others couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads. Just where did this brat come from? Are you really a demon rank 1? Even if you're a magic array master, this strength is a bit fake. Looking at the two people who were burned to ashes without being able to resist, Lin Kuei couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Yun Nuoshing spread his hands. Not to mention the divine flame. He was able to control the power of space with the strength of a demon rank. This was already in the category of an inhuman. Only those who were familiar with him would know how terrifying the power he controlled was. We're going to the Spirit Light Pagoda. Senior sisters, are you going too? Yun Nuoshing turned around and smiled devilishly, bewitching people. When Yun Nuoshing's group arrived at the Spirit Light Pagoda, they saw that the gathering place was still packed with people. Even though they were prepared, they still couldn't help but be a little surprised. The flow of people in this place seemed to never stop. The moment they landed, Yun Nuoshing noticed that many gazes were focused on them. Then, they quickly turned to look at the huge sword mountain. Among the many people, there was only one person with fluttering, colorful hair that left a deep impression. That person's figure was very similar to the person wearing a black and gold half mask in front of them. Oh no! Yun Nuoshing felt that something bad was about to happen when she saw those red and green eyes. She couldn't help but stroke her mask. Yuanshi had once said that his long hair was shiny and colorful and could be seen from 10 miles away. She reckoned that he was the only person in the Yuanguang Academy who could do that. Oi, look over there. Could that person be the 20th ranker on the devil rankings? That fellow who snatched the 20th ranker on the first day? That lass is really lively. If she grows up a little, but do freshmen have such powerful strength? I can't see through that fellow's rank. The upper limit of the Yuanguang Academy is devil-ranked 3 seals. Could it be that she can snatch the position of devil-ranked 9 seals with just the strength of devil-ranked 3 seals? Hearing the voices in her surroundings, Yun Nuoshing couldn't calm her heart even if she wanted to. She clenched her teeth, so hard that creaking sounds could be heard. However, she couldn't do anything about it. She really didn't have any male characteristics on her body. She couldn't even see her Adam's apple. Other than that thing that could show that she was a man, she could only say that she was reaping what she sowed. Ignoring the whispers and strange gazes, Yun Nuoshing walked straight towards the spiritual light tower. Elder Lu, whom he had seen yesterday, was also standing at the entrance. When he saw Yun Nuoshing walking over, Elder Lu's gaze also turned over. His aged eyes slightly narrowed, seemingly wanting to see through Yun Nuoshing. Just as Yun Nuoshing walked up the stairs, before she could say anything, a figure abruptly appeared before her, blocking her path. That young man's long hair fluttered despite there being no wind. His entire body was filled with surging vitality, and there was a look of anger on his face. The aura he emitted caused the people in the surroundings to be filled with shock as they hurriedly retreated. "You are the new student ranked 20th on the devil rankings?" A voice that contained a hint of anger slowly rang out. Wood elemental energy surged in the surroundings, causing even the trees not far away to sway. Under this pressure, the students who were retreating were unable to catch their breath as they scrambled to run away. "Ranked 30th on the devil rankings by Faye. Please give me some pointers." The young man by the name of By Faye gave a furious roar as the wood elemental energy spiraling around his body suddenly erupted. Like a surging green wave, it smashed towards Yun Nuoshing in an earth-shattering manner. Within the green wave, one could see densely packed vines that were like long swords concealed within the wave. The wood elemental energy represented vitality and life. However, everyone could feel a sharp killing intent radiating from it. Seeing how ruthless By Faye was right from the start, Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she clenched her right hand. Blazing fire elemental energy rapidly condensed within her palm. Within the purplish-red flames, there were faint golden particles revolving around. "Stop!" Just as Yun Nuoshing was planning to send By Faye flying with a palm strike, a roar abruptly rang out, causing her to be stunned for a moment before she hastily dissipated the energy that she had condensed. By Faye also unwillingly curled his lips. However, he did not continue to attack. In an instant, the green wave dissipated into nothingness. Yun Nuoshing turned her head around and looked at the person who had spoken. Surprisingly, it was Elder Lu, who was standing at the entrance of the spiritual light pagoda. Seeing the furious expression on Elder Lu's face, Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. "You stinking brats want to overturn the heavens, right? You dare to fight in front of this old man? Do you want me to ban you from entering the spiritual light pagoda? If you want to fight, scram to the battle arena and the Battle King stage." Elder Lu coldly snorted as he walked before the two of them and shot a glance at them. "Elder Lu, I didn't mean it that way. It's just that I got a little agitated after seeing the appearance of this new student. I'm sorry." By Faye's entire body quivered from the roar, and he hastily cupped his hands towards Elder Lu as a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Yun Nuoshing curled her lips and did not say anything. However, she also cupped her hands towards Elder Lu. She still had to put on an act on the surface. "If there's a next time, I'll ban you from entering the spiritual light pagoda for a month." Elder Lu flicked his sleeve and turned his gaze towards the surrounding students. His face could not help but darken as he roared, "What are all of you still standing here for? Why aren't you going in? If you feel that you've had enough time to train, I can help you adjust the difficulty." Hearing Elder Lu's roar, the faces of the pale-faced students became even paler as they cried out in fear. After which, they quickly rushed towards the huge golden pagoda with a flash. They were afraid that if they continued to stay here, the former would really adjust the difficulty of the trial. By Faye's entire body trembled as he shot a glance at Yun Nuoshing. Without saying a word, he also rushed into the spiritual light pagoda. Chuan Mu and the rest felt that it was a pity that they did not manage to see the fire pillar clearly. They thought that they would be able to see how Yun Nuoshing did it this time. After shouting at the surrounding crowd to retreat, Elder Lu looked towards Yun Nuoshing and faintly laughed. "Ah, you've come. Do you have a rank 6 war god token this time?" Yun Nuoshing smiled and nodded her head. With a flip of her hand, she took out the rectangular token that had a large 9 written on it. "Rank 9 war god token. Kid, you're really surprising." Seeing the 9 words, Elder Lu was stunned for a moment. Subsequently, he could not help but laugh and said, "At first, this old man thought that there was a problem with the demon rankings. However, after seeing this, The suspicion in my heart has been dispelled. Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing lowered her head and glanced at the war god token. Then, she turned her head and gave Chuanmu and the rest a puzzled look. The war god token evaluates your strength based on your attacks. In other words, the war god token has already recognized that you have the strength of a demon rank 9 seal. As for the demon rankings, other than using the war god token to test your strength, you can also take the initiative to challenge the people on the demon rankings to replace their ranking. Zhong Songbai said softly. Therefore, there are quite a few people who believe that you managed to occupy the position by defeating the person who was originally ranked 20. Lin Xian said. Oh, then Elder, can I enter now? Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood and cupped her hands towards Elder Lu, smiling. Go, go, go. Take it slow. Since this is your first time here, you should take it easy. After entering, you will be given a crystal. If you feel that the trial is dangerous, just crush the crystal and exit. I guarantee that you will be unharmed. If you come out dead, you will be heavily injured. You don't wish to be bedridden for several months, right? Elder Lu stroked his beard and reminded with a smile. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Originally, she wanted to ask what was inside the Trial of Light, but after opening her mouth, she discovered that she was unable to say anything. Hence, she decided not to ask. In any case, she was about to enter. She could just watch by herself. Junior brother, be careful. Although your combat strength is comparable to a demon rank 9 seal, the Trial of Light is an all-round test. It doesn't only test your combat strength. You must be careful. If you really can't handle it, just retreat. It's not worth it to be heavily injured just for a single cultivation session. Zhong Songling took a step forward and reminded in a soft voice. MHM, got it. Thank you, senior sister. Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Hee, we'll go in first. This time, we must pass the 4th stage. Xuan Nuoxing laughed and patted his shoulder. Then, her figure flashed, and she rushed into the spiritual light pagoda. Behind her, Zhong Songling and Lin Kuei also rushed in. Be careful. If you can't handle it, just give up. Ziyan walked forward and gently tidied up his clothes as she spoke in a soft voice. MHM, be careful. If there's trouble when I'm not around, don't fight with others. Yun Nuoxing nodded. His words were, of course, referring to the trouble that might come knocking on their door. He was not at ease letting her act alone. Kid, go quickly. With this old man here, I won't let anyone mess around. Elder Lu could not help but roll his eyes when he saw that Yun Nuoxing did not enter after so long. With a dry laugh, Yun Nuoxing smiled at Mountain and the other two. Then, he turned around and rushed into the spiritual light pagoda. When he rushed into the spiritual light pagoda, a thin layer of light suddenly enveloped him. Then, the space in front of him slightly distorted. Yun Nuoxing keenly felt a weak spatial energy that seemed to want to teleport him away. Seeing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and carefully wrapped himself with the power of stars. Then, the light screen slightly shook. The token in his hand also emitted a faint light, and a precise 1,500 energy value was deducted. When the energy value was deducted, his figure was also taken away by the light screen and disappeared. Chapter 618. Buzz. When Yun Nuoxing disappeared from the spiritual light pagoda with the light screen, he felt the space around him turn fuzzy for a moment. Immediately after, a faint energy fluctuation abruptly appeared. The energy fluctuation felt extremely familiar to him, as though it was an aura of the same origin. Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked ahead. Looking at the crystal floating in front of him, he casually stored it away. After that, he cast his gaze into the distance, as astonishment surfaced in his eyes. What appeared before him was a vast hall. The walls were green and red in color, with many strange murals painted on them. A golden path was laid beneath his feet, leading straight to the front. At the end of his line of sight, there was an open door, and behind the door was a spiral staircase. The entire space was filled with resplendent golden particles. These resplendent golden particles were extremely berserk, as they rapidly scuttled about in the space. In this place, there was no other energy, except for the extremely dense light element. Within this large hall, there was no other figure. From the looks of it, the light screen had transported him here. However, everyone was transported to an independent space and wouldn't be affected by it. The trial of light is divided into 12 stages. Every stage has a different method of obstruction. However, no matter what, as long as you pass through the door, you'll be considered to have passed. After climbing the stairs, you'll be able to reach the second stage. After entering the spiritual light pagoda, Yun Nuoxing received some information, which made him ponder. The conditions for passing seemed simple, but the obstruction might be so strong that it was beyond his imagination. This golden path seemed to be very long, but with his strength pushing the light element to the limit, it would only take a few tenths of a second to pass through it. My light element is resonating with the light element here. Raising his hand and looking at the light particles circulating around his body, Yun Nuoxing had a pensive look. If people with other elements were to cultivate here, they would be suppressed by the light element, which would increase their cultivation speed. Yun Nuoxing clenched his fists. Looking at the red crystal floating before him, he recalled Elder Lu's words and stored it away. Raising his foot, he took a step forward. He didn't directly rush over. If it was so easy to pass through, then this so-called trial of light would seem like child's play. When he raised his foot and walked into the large hall, the light element that filled the sky seemed to have a reaction, as it slowly condensed together. Thereafter, under Yun Nuoxing's gaze, it slowly condensed into golden figures of humans and beasts. The surging light element stirred the energy in this place into an extremely chaotic state. Gradually, those human figures and demonic beasts filled the entire large hall, both the sky and the ground. Every single one of them had their eyes on Yun Nuoxing. Has the trial of the first stage begun? Yun Nuoxing looked at the thousands of people and magical beasts and took a deep breath. He clenched his fist, and the power of the stars gathered to form a huge sword. Then he stretched out his left hand and waved at the thousands of people and magical beasts that had gathered. Roar! It seemed that Yun Nuoxing's provocation had stimulated the tens of thousands of elemental creatures. The ear-piercing roar resounded through the large hall and poured into his mind. His figure froze for a moment, but returned to normal in an instant. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and roared. He also condensed a huge star sword in his hands. Carrying the two huge swords, he charged into the army of light elements. The surging star power surged out like a tide, and the two swords violently swept out in front of him. Chi! The huge sword swept out and scattered the hundreds of giant beasts in front of him, turning them into a pile of brilliant light particles. However, they didn't completely dissipate. Those light particles slowly condensed in midair, and in less than half a minute, they condensed into hundreds of giant beasts. An endless army, and each one of them has the strength of a fifth seal of the demon step. Even a sixth seal of the demon step would have a hard time dealing with them. Moreover, they are light elements. Yun Nuoxing saw the giant beasts that had condensed once again and smiled faintly. After muttering the last 3 words to himself, he suddenly swung his sword behind him. There was nothing there at first, but when the huge sword swung, a human figure suddenly appeared and was struck by the huge sword, dissipating into light particles. You're fast, but I'm also someone who possesses the light element. Yun Nuoxing faced the sky and roared. His surging fighting spirit soared into the sky. He stamped his feet on the ground, and his figure rushed into the endless army like a golden arrow. The explosive power of the two swords surged in the air, and those golden giant beasts and human figures were slapped into the sky, and then fell to the ground. It was as if there was a rain of humans and beasts. Heavenly mode, chaotic sword formation. Yun Nuoxing shouted loudly, and brandished the two huge swords with both hands. His four limbs were fluttering rapidly, as if he was performing a gorgeous sword dance. The power of stars condensed on the two swords, and with every slash, chop, and flick, it transformed into huge sabers, spears, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and forks that flew in all directions. Yun Nuoxing didn't use his full strength right from the start, because he knew that this was only the first stage. He wanted to pass through the seventh stage, and not the first, third, or fourth stage. He needed to save some strength to deal with the later stages. He could advance and retreat freely in this army of light elements. Every time he swung his sword, hundreds of giant beasts and human figures would dissipate. This was under the condition that he didn't use a divine artifact. If he used a divine artifact, he might be able to destroy all the creatures here with a casual swing of his sword. Not enough, not enough. Still not enough. The golden radiance heavily fell on Yun Nuoxing's back, and his leaping body lightly trembled. He didn't even look behind him. And with a loud laugh, a huge spear rushed out from behind him, piercing through the giant beast that had ambushed him from behind, and sticking it into the wall of the main hall. Under this kind of attack, Yun Nuoxing discovered a mysterious place. If he stopped, the countless army would also stop. If he retreated, a portion of the giant beasts and human figures would retreat. But if he moved forward, the endless firepower of the army would cover the sky and cover the earth, smashing down on him. The deeper we go, the denser the light elements are. And the things in the surroundings have the strength of the sixth seal. The huge sword that had been swung thousands of times paused. Yun Nuoxing sized up the situation around him, and his gaze was fixed on the door less than 100 meters in front of him. He sighed softly and muttered to himself, "Let's end this." After saying that, he slammed the two starry swords in his hands together, and then raised them high above his head. The surging power of the stars seemed to be limitless as it gushed out and landed behind him, quickly condensing into 12 huge swords that were more than 100 meters in length. Heavenly mode, world-slaying array. Yun Nuoxing lightly shouted. The two swords in his hands fiercely slashed down, and the 12 enormous swords followed his movements and fiercely slashed downwards. Wherever the edge of the swords passed, even the air was split into two. Before the enormous swords arrived, the compressed air condensed into an enormous air cannon, and with a bang, it smashed downwards, smashing open a huge pit that was several meters large on the floor of the hall. Those golden beasts and human figures were all blasted into pieces, and after that, the 12 enormous swords also fell from the sky. Rumble! The 12-sword cheese burst out the instant the huge swords fell and rushed forward while roaring. Along the way, they left huge sword scars on the floor of the main hall, and the endless light elemental army in front of them was also torn apart by the berserk sword cheese. When Yun Nuoxing saw that the sword cheese had torn apart the army of tens of thousands, he wrapped his body in light elements and flashed through, rushing through the door. Turning his head, he saw that the endless army outside the door had put down the weapons in their hands and were looking at him through the door. They didn't chase after him, and were densely packed in the air, looking at him in a daze. Turning his head to look at the endless army, Yun Nuoxing frowned, but didn't think too much about it. Turning around, he stepped onto the spiral staircase and rushed up. After running for a while, Yun Nuoxing passed through the door and saw another main hall, one that was exactly the same as the first floor. But when he stepped into the main hall, he didn't see the endless army. Raising his head, he saw dazzling golden dark clouds condensing on the roof of the main hall. From time to time, they would flicker with powerful rays of light, as if a sun was flickering behind the dark clouds. Lowering his head, he looked at the walls of the main hall. When he stepped in, the walls also lit up with some rays of light. At this time, the rays of light had already stopped and turned into several huge golden arrays. These were light elemental arrays, and the entire space was filled with berserk energy. Yun Nuoxing frowned and raised his head to look at the golden thunderclouds. He raised his foot and took a step forward. Suddenly, the golden thunderclouds in the sky moved, as if an ancient giant beast was roaring, filled with the might of the world. Boom! The dark clouds churned, and in the next moment, a huge golden lightning bolt tore through the dark clouds and space. Then, with lightning speed, it fiercely bombarded Yun Nuoxing below. The golden, heavenly lightning struck Yun Nuoxing, causing his body to tremble slightly. He felt a slight stinging pain, but his expression changed slightly. Then he actually grinned. I thought it was really lightning elemental, but it turned out to be a lightning attack formed by light elemental condensation. Yun Nuoxing laughed. Moreover, since it was an energy attack, there was no need to be afraid. He had the spiritual divine body, and was the least afraid of energy attacks. No matter how much energy came at him, he could swallow it all in one gulp. The arrays on both sides of the walls slowly came to life at this moment. Beams of dazzling golden light shot out, but when they touched Yun Nuoxing, they all disappeared, leaving behind a golden light that wrapped around his body, making his aura even more powerful. He wasn't affected at all, and couldn't even be stopped for a moment. Phew! This energy attack should be able to seriously injure an expert of the 8th seal of the devil rank easily. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly, looking at the dense heavenly lightning and the golden light beams that came from all directions in the hall like an aurora. His cheeks couldn't help but twitch. Even a person at the peak of the devil rank wouldn't be unscathed under such a dense and saturated bombardment. It didn't take long for Yun Nuoxing to reach the stairs of the 2nd floor, and then ran up the stairs. When Yun Nuoxing appeared on the 3rd floor, his body obviously paused for a moment, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Gravity! Yun Nuoxing looked at the hall that looked exactly the same as before. There were no changes in the hall, no golden thunderclouds, and no arrays, but he felt an astonishing gravity. No, that's right. That's right. The 1st and 2nd floors below are supported by gravity, but when I reach the 3rd floor, the gravity here is stronger and more obvious. Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself. Then he raised his head and smiled bitterly. Each floor has a different level of difficulty. The gravity here can't affect me, but what about the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th floors? Thinking of this, he felt a headache, and the pain went to his brain. Chapter 619. The hall was completely empty, with only the powerful gravitational force descending from the sky, trying to crush the space. Yun Nuoxing took a step forward. The 2 starlight greatswords in his hands didn't disappear, and were still tightly gripped in his hands. Just as he took a step forward, he stopped. This was because he saw that in the space in front of him there was an additional person, or rather, there were 9 people in a line. When he turned around, he could see these 9 people. Looks like it's not completely empty. Yun Nuoxing faintly smiled. These 9 figures were all dressed in golden robes and held huge golden weapons in their hands. These 9 people were clearly condensed from the light element. Defeat us, and you can advance. The person at the front raised his head and glanced at Yun Nuoxing. His deep and hoarse voice reverberated in the hall, startling Yun Nuoxing. Weren't they just dummies? He originally thought that they were humanoid creatures condensed from the light element. He didn't expect them to be able to speak. Good. Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. The instant he said the word good, his figure instantly disappeared. The first person was also startled. Light element surged out, but before he could react, a starlight greatsword pierced through his body and stabbed into his chest. Only then did the word end. So powerful. You also wield the light element. The first person raised his head and glanced at Yun Nuoshing. He smiled faintly and clapped his hands. Soon after, he said, "Go directly to the sixth person. The first 5 can't stop you." Yun Nuoshing stared blankly for a moment, then nodded. He didn't pull out the starlight greatsword, but let it dissipate. Soon after, it condensed in his hands again. He cupped his hands towards the first person and ran towards the sixth person. The first 5 didn't stop him and only nodded at him. His footsteps stopped 10 meters in front of the sixth person. The sixth person raised his head and frowned when he sensed Yun Nuoshing's valiant fighting intent and the light element that was about to condense. Clang! Just as he furrowed his brows slightly, the huge golden axe in his hand was suddenly placed horizontally in front of his chest. Just as he stopped moving, a huge starry sword swept past the huge axe, and a series of metal clashing sounds were heard. Yun Nuoshing looked at the sixth person in shock. This was the first time his advance had been blocked. As a light elemental wielder, it's naturally important to make the first strike. But if the first strike fails, you'll be putting yourself in danger. The sixth person said indifferently. His hands that were holding the giant axe trembled slightly, and his body suddenly disappeared from the spot. He appeared beside Yun Nuoshing, who had yet to put away her sword. The giant axe slashed down with a golden light. Just as it was slashed out, one could see that the axe had already hit the ground. Clang! Another metal clashing sound was heard. The sixth person, who was slashing down with his huge axe, only felt a tremendous force coming from the axe. That force was so great that he couldn't hold onto his huge axe, and it was sent flying. The energy within his body surged, and the light element he condensed became unstable. It took only a split second for him to regain his senses. He already saw that Yun Nuoshing had placed the starry sword across his neck, causing him to open his eyes wide in astonishment. Turning his eyes, he saw that on the right side of Yun Nuoshing's body, where his huge axe had just slashed down, there was a thin, yet incomparably solid light shield. It was this shield that had blocked the huge axe. "You've won. Go to the 9th person. Perhaps he can give you some pressure." The 6th person shook his head with a bitter smile. His golden eyes took a deep look at Yun Nuoshing. Wasn't this guy just a demon rank? How could he be so monstrous? Yun Nuoshing cupped his hands and arrived in front of the 9th person with his huge sword. Before he could stand firm, he felt a blur before his eyes. Then, a feeling of danger pressed down on him like a huge beast, causing him to be startled for a split second. That light shield of his subconsciously blocked his chest. Then, light element surged, and a magical array condensed in an instant. Suppress. Clang. Clang. Boom. When the light shield appeared and the magical array condensed, a huge hand rapidly appeared on the light shield. An extremely powerful force pressed down on the light shield, causing it to ripple. This attack didn't stop. The huge golden spear streaked across the sky with a dazzling golden light, piercing towards Yun Nuoshing's abdomen. A huge starry sword also instantly appeared in its trajectory. It took a long time to describe, but when the voice fell, the 8 people all turned their gazes over. When they saw that the 9th person had been nailed to the wall by Yun Nuoshing's sword, they all shuddered violently. In that split second, the two had exchanged at least 12 blows. "You've won. Go up." When the 9th person saw that he had been nailed to the wall, he was somewhat dazed. He only remembered that he had slapped 3 times, chopped 3 times, and stabbed 3 times in a row. Then he felt a blur before his eyes. When he came back to his senses, he was already in his current state. Phew, that was close. I'm really glad that I don't have a light elemental opponent in the real world. I've only fought 3 battles here, and in 2 battles I was extremely tense. Sometimes I didn't even know if my feelings were right or wrong and could only rely on my feelings to fight. My brain simply couldn't react in time. It's really tiring. Yun Nuoshing wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and bitterly smiled. The battle between light elementals is like this. 50% of the people who came to the third floor were blocked by the first person, 20% by the sixth person, and the remaining people only had a 1% chance of slipping away with some luck, the ninth person said calmly. Then he smiled. Congratulations, your use and understanding of the light element is extremely brilliant. I reckon that even the fourth floor won't be able to stop you. Then I'll count on your auspicious words. Yun Nuoshing smiled as he waved his hand, dissipating the huge star sword. Then he turned around and walked through the door, stepping onto the stairs leading to the fourth floor. When Yun Nuoshing stepped onto the fourth floor, the spiritual light pagoda suddenly lit up with an extremely intense radiance, lighting up the sky, causing the entire spiritual light pagoda to turn into a flowing golden color. Such a miraculous scene caused the people outside the spiritual light pagoda to stop. They raised their heads and looked at the scene. After being stunned for a moment, they seemed to have thought of something. When Elder Lu saw this scene, he was also stunned for a moment. Then he softly smiled. It seems that someone has reached the fourth floor. I wonder who it is. If he's able to pass the fourth floor, he'll be the second person in the academy. Hearing Elder Lu's words, Xian and Mei Mao faintly flickered. She took a deep breath. She didn't know why, but she felt that the person who had reached the fourth floor should be Little Star, do your best. After saying that in her heart, Xian took another deep breath and looked straight at the huge golden door in front of her. She didn't know how many students were drooling and staring at her just by standing there. If it wasn't for Elder Lu sitting at the side, there would have already been people coming over to strike up a conversation with her. The fourth floor was still a vast hall. It was exactly the same as the 3 floors below. However, there was only one thing here. It was a huge golden array that was 100 feet long. Array! When Yun Nuoshing saw this array, she was immediately stunned. She wasn't scared silly. Instead, she was inexplicably happy. She was so happy that she wanted to laugh out loud. What he was best at, other than weapons, was arrays. His talent in arrays, which even Yishi praised endlessly, wasn't just for show. After being stunned for a long time, Yun Nuoshing rubbed her eyes. When she was sure that she was still looking at an array, she looked at the information in her mind. Finally, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. Crack or destroy the array, or withstand the attack of the array for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Is there a better choice? Obviously not. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuoshing took a step forward and arrived in front of the golden array. Raising his head, his evil spirit eye began to slowly operate. Small arrays appeared in front of his eyes, then overlapped and condensed together, floating in front of his 2 eyes. There were also 2 palm-sized arrays sandwiched in between the many small arrays. After seeing through the array with a glance, Yun Nuoshing began to analyze. An advanced demigod array can release and condense a large amount of energy. It can lock onto the enemy. Once the enemy is locked onto, the follow-up attacks won't miss. If it's used together with other arrays, it can also lock onto the enemy. If you want to crack it with brute force, you'll probably need to use an attack comparable to a demigod 9th cycle attack. If you want to crack it, you'll need to use an attack comparable to a demigod 9th cycle attack. If you want to crack it, you'll need to use an attack comparable to a demigod 9th cycle attack. If you want to crack it, you'll need to use an attack comparable to a demigod 9th cycle attack. Isn't it better to use brute force? After finishing her analysis, Yun Nuoshing raised her head in astonishment. Soon after, she smiled and shook her head. How could she use brute force to crack it? Arrays were her pride. so she had to treat them carefully. If Yishi knew that she had used brute force to crack a demigod array, she'd beat her to death. Then I'll slowly crack it. It'll only take a minute. Let's see if I can secretly learn it. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her head and chuckled. The array that had condensed in front of her slowly dispersed, floating towards the 300-meter large array. While Yun Nuoxing was leisurely trying to crack the formation with a playful attitude, outside the spiritual light pagoda, in the sky, countless sounds of wind breaking rang out. Many figures appeared near the spiritual light pagoda, and even some teachers and elders had come. Originally, the spiritual light pagoda was a place that gathered a lot of people. Now that it was emitting golden light, it attracted the attention of countless people. Not long after the spiritual light pagoda appeared, many people flew over. At this moment, there was already a sea of people. With a single glance, there was only a dense mass of people. Judging from the reaction of the spiritual light pagoda, who managed to pass the 4th level, it has been a long time since someone went up there. Although those in the top 30 of the Devil Rank Combat Prowess rankings have all managed to ascend to the 4th level, that was under the circumstances where their lives were on the line. Very few people would really fight to the death with the person guarding the 3rd level. Someone looked at the people in the surroundings of the spiritual light pagoda and couldn't help but be speechless. Hey, do you guys think that the person in the first place wants to attempt to ascend to the 5th level? That's why such a commotion is happening. How is that possible? The elders have said that it's impossible to pass the 5th level unless one is at the initial god rank. Look, there are quite a few people ranked at the top of the devil ranking. The 7th-ranked Lin Kuei, the 8th-ranked Chuan Mu, and the 10th-ranked Zhong Songling have all come out. Glancing outside the spiritual light pagoda, they saw Chuan Mu and a few others. They had come out after sensing the change in the spiritual light pagoda. Right now, they were standing beside Elder Lu, looking at the glowing spiritual light pagoda with a heavy expression. Hee, did you miss something? Look to the side. The 2nd-ranked Zhao Wenyao and the 3rd-ranked Ding Mingyu are both here. Do you think that the person with the most monstrous talent is really attempting to ascend to the 4th level? Could it be that he has already entered the demigod rank and wants to attempt to ascend to the 5th level? Demigod rank. I wonder when he will be able to reach that level. Some people sighed. Those who were able to enter the Highlight Academy were sufficient to prove some things. The majority of them were people with extremely good talent, but when facing this level, they still felt that it was very far away. Where's junior brother? Beside Elder Lu, Zhong Songling and Xian stood there. The two of them had different auras and attracted the gazes of the majority of the people here. Although one of them was wearing a hat, it didn't stop people from wanting to get close to her. Zhong Songling glanced at the open door, but no matter how she looked, she didn't see Yun Nuoxing's figure. She couldn't help but look at Xian. I have no idea. Maybe she's still cultivating inside. Xian shook her head lightly and pulled her hat down even lower. Even her willow eyebrows were pressed under the hat. The surrounding gazes made her feel uncomfortable. Seeing this, Zhong Songling gave Chuan Mu and the others a look. The latter and the others understood and took a step forward. It looked like they were taking a step forward, but they blocked many of the gazes that were looking at Xian. There were many people coming and going, causing the spiritual light pagoda to be filled with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Even the sky wasn't spared. The hubbub of voices rang out unceasingly. Almost half of the people here were guessing who the person who lit up the spiritual light pagoda was. From the top ranker of the devil ranking to some elders, everyone was guessing who it was. Buzz. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, a dazzling golden light erupted from the spiritual light pagoda, shooting into the sky and transforming into a pillar of light. That brilliant golden light caused countless people to turn their gazes over as their hearts surged with emotions. Elder Lu couldn't be more familiar with this, and was the first to suck in a breath of cold air. The fourth level has been cleared. The fourth level has been cleared. Elder Lu stared at the golden pillar of light, his eyes filled with disbelief. At this moment, the golden pillar of light illuminated the entire Far Light Academy. Countless people raised their heads, and it was as if they saw a golden sky. The fourth level has been cleared. It's about time for him to come out. Back then, that monstrous genius from the Far Light Academy was also sent out with heavy injuries the instant he passed the fourth level. He didn't even get to see what the fifth level looked like. But look at that light. There's no sign of it dimming. In fact, it's even brighter. That person seems to be challenging the fifth level. MHM? Numerous whispers rang out as everyone turned their gazes over to the spiritual light pagoda. Their eyes narrowed. That's right, the fourth level was already drowned out by the pure golden light. And on the fifth level, a small dot of light had appeared. This meant that not only did that person pass the fourth level, he even successfully entered the fifth level. At this instant, those rankers on the devil rankings all furrowed their brows. To others, this might mean that someone had ascended to the fifth level and wouldn't affect them. But to them, this meant that they, the rankers on the devil rankings, had encountered a great enemy. Compared to the shock of the crowd, Xian was even more certain that that person should be none other than Little Star. However, Mei Mao didn't relax in the slightest. On the contrary, she felt even more nervous. The tempering test required him to be able to pass the seventh level, which was the seventh level. This was only the fifth level, and the further one went, the more difficult it would be. His test had just begun. Chapter 620. Yun Nuoshing, who was in the spiritual light pagoda, naturally didn't know that there were so many people watching from the outside. If he knew, he would immediately give up and inform Xian to use the array to teleport away. But in the outside world, he was trying his best to break through the levels while the people outside were watching curiously. Huff! No wonder that guy who was ranked first on the devil rankings died instantly when he passed the fourth level. If this array is activated, it would be fatal. 4 activations, 4 eruptions, for layers of killing intent. However, it won't be a threat to me. Patting his hands, Yun Nuoshing glanced at the empty large hall, laughed softly, and stepped onto the stairs to the fifth level. However, when he walked up to the fifth level, an extremely frightening pressure suddenly descended from the sky, causing his expression to change slightly. His usually straight back could not help but sink at this moment. However, he immediately recovered. Previously, when he was in the 6 paths of reincarnation, he was pressured by the god Emperor level Black Beast, using a heaven taboo level gravity array. The gravity he felt now was not as strong as it was back then. The gravity of the 5th level is more than 10 times stronger than the 4th level. According to this calculation, the 6th level is 100 times stronger than the 4th level. Then, the 7th level should be 1,000 times stronger. It should be the same strength as the heaven taboo gravity array that I had to endure. Yun Nuoshing silently calculated in his heart and took a deep breath. If he continued to calculate, it would really be terrifying. I wonder what the test of the 5th level is. It can't be just gravity, right? Looking at the hall before him, the hall of the 5th level was dark in his eyes. Perhaps it was because of the pressure here, but he felt very suppressed. Taking a deep breath, some sweat appeared on Yun Nuoshing's face. A formless pressure, a formless energy, wrapped around his body. Huff! I can guess a little. Let's give it a try. Feeling the pressure, Yun Nuoshing let out a long breath and swallowed his saliva. He raised his leg and took a step forward. Boom! The pressure that suddenly descended was like a mountain or a star field descending on his body, causing Yun Nuoxing's body to shrink. His face turned pale. The gravity suddenly increased by 100 times? That's not right. It's not gravity. It's the pressure of a god who has condensed gravity. Gritting her teeth, Yun Nuoxing's face was drenched in sweat. She stubbornly raised her head and looked at the space in front of her. She took 2 deep breaths, and there was a determined and bitter smile at the corner of her mouth. What kind of joke was this? Was she going to walk the rest of the way like this? Me. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and suddenly took a second step. The force of this step caused the ground to rumble and his expression to turn sluggish. He felt as though he had walked into a place filled with elasticity. It was as though he was pressing down on a rubber ball with all his might, and the ball that was stuck in was about to pop out his fingers. There was a force in front of him that was pushing him away, not allowing him to move forward. I don't believe it. Yun Nuoxing fiercely clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Her eyes were bright, as if they were about to burn. She stared fixedly at the door in the distance. She lifted her right foot and suddenly took a step forward. The silent pressure became even heavier. Why? It's not like I haven't felt the pressure of a god emperor before. The resonance of all the divine weapons in my body was able to resist it. This is only a god's son. The pressure of a first-stage god. Why? Yun Nuoxing roared and panted like a cow. He didn't understand. This was only the pressure of a god's son. Why couldn't he withstand it? There were so many weapons hidden in his body that were enough to kill gods. Divine weapons? That's right. Where are my divine weapons? However, just as he finished roaring, he was stunned. That's right. Where were his divine weapons? He hadn't used any divine weapons from the moment he entered. Even now, he still hadn't used any. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing lowered her head, trembling. She pulled up her sleeves and revealed the light patterns on her forearms and the back of her hands. However, she discovered that the light patterns had lost their luster, as though they were just colorful tattoos. The divine weapons have been banned? Yun Nuoxing murmured in shock. His palms suddenly touched his face, but he didn't feel the half-mask on his face. He remembered that he had come in wearing a mask, but it was gone now. Yun Nuoxing took a few deep breaths. He suddenly raised his head and roared. His feet continuously stepped forward, and he suddenly rushed more than 10 meters away. The sudden increase in pressure made him feel that the scene around him was distorted. Moreover, he also smelled the aura of the light element. Since he had the light element, the pressure of the light element shouldn't be so strong. However, the pressure this time was even stronger. All the favorable conditions have all been sealed. Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth. Every time he said a sentence, he took a step forward fiercely. The sweat on his face flowed down his face and dripped onto the ground. However, he didn't stop at all. Otherwise, it would quickly form a puddle on the ground. Roar! Yun Nuoxing's face turned red. It was obvious that he had used up all of his strength. Under that huge pressure, he let out a roar and clenched his fists. There was a muffled bang from his back, and 6 colorful wings that were as dazzling as glass suddenly appeared. This caused Yun Nuoxing's aura to expand a bit. The huge 6-colored wings created a gust of wind that made him feel the pressure around him weaken a bit. 110, 111, 112, 113. Yun Nuoxing's footsteps came to a stop. The power of the stars that he boasted about under such extreme consumption actually showed signs of being exhausted. It seems that other than using a divine profound skill or overloading a divine weapon, very few people have tried to exhaust the power of the stars like this. Yun Nuoxing gritted his teeth and raised his head with difficulty. Drops of sweat gathered into a stream and dripped down his chin. Looking at the distance that was still far away, he took a deep breath and said, This is only 1/3 of the way. 114, 115, 116, 117. Yun Nuoshing roared hysterically and fiercely took step after step forward. He only stopped when he felt that the crystal was really about to dry up. He took a deep breath, and with a slight thought, an energy talisman between his eyebrows exploded. Rolling power spread throughout his body. However, just as he thought that he would be able to recover to his peak state, the enormous energy suddenly disappeared. What? It's gone? Yun Nuoshing was shocked when he felt the power in his body suddenly disappear. That energy talisman should have been able to recover all of his power. However, at this moment, he had only recovered 1/10 of it. Furthermore, he tried to detonate a few more energy talismans, but he still didn't recover even 30% of his power. Motherf *, this is the rhythm of playing me to death. Yun Nuoshing grit his teeth and smiled bitterly. He wiped the sweat on his forehead with his palm and was startled for a moment. He realized that his body was emitting bits of glazed light. When he focused his eyes, his meridians were emitting glazed light and golden light. The two colors were blending together. Yun Nuoshing was a little surprised. His meridians were originally golden because of the spirit receiving divine body. The glazed light was the result of the glazed divine crystal's transformation. He didn't expect that under such heavy pressure, his meridians would react. He could feel that his body had become a little lighter, but it was only a little lighter. The heavy pressure was still enveloping him from all directions. Ha! Roars came one after another, as if they were telling of that person's pain and the oppression in his heart. He should have conserved some of his strength, but with every roar, he took another step forward. Perhaps it was the obsession in these roars that was squeezing out his strength. Su Ming, Su Ming, Su Ming. The scene in front of him was getting darker and darker. That was because his strength and energy had almost dried up. He was about to faint, but he had persevered and walked to this place. The pressure of the god sun level burst out completely. Not only his energy, but also his mind and soul were under extreme pressure. Even breathing felt like his lungs were filled with lead. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. A terrifying purple-red flame soared into the sky and resisted the roaring pressure. Yun Nuoshing's eyes burst out with shocking light. Rays of scarlet runes appeared on his skin. The light that was the mixture of scarlet, glazed golden, and purple-red was dazzling and terrifying. He didn't look like a human anymore, but more like a monster. Roar! A roar that didn't sound like a human's voice came from his mouth. The 6 colorful wings emitted a glazed light. The purple-red flame around Yun Nuoshing's body turned into a sea of fire that spread out as if it wanted to burn down the hall. The runes on his glabella continued to explode, supporting him to burn the star power and his soul. While he was burning all of his power with all of his might, the lines of the receptive spirit divine physique on his body actually slowly lit up. However, Yun Nuoshing, who was burning his power crazily, didn't notice it at all. His right hand opened and loosened, as if he was pinching something with all his might. However, nothing appeared at that place. Roar, 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 roar. A roar like a tiger's roar shook the entire space. White hair with blue stripes grew crazily on Yun Nuoshing's arms. Even his handsome face had hair. His fingernails elongated like tiger claws. Red wings appeared on his shoulders. This feature seemed to have fused with foam, and whitey. Crack! As he clenched his right hand, Yun Nuoshing heard the sound of something breaking. It seemed that something had escaped his control. A 2-meter-long purple-black giant sword rushed out of his body and appeared in his hand. The hand that was covered in blue and white hair grasped it. The moment he grabbed the Netherworld Ruins sword, Yun Nuoshing felt the pressure on him drop drastically. Without the suppression of a divine weapon, he wouldn't have been able to control such a huge amount of energy if it weren't for the glazed mirror and the glazed divine crystal that he had used to transform his meridians. His body would have exploded and he would have died. Roar. However, he didn't have time to care about that. With a roar that was mixed with the cry of a phoenix and the roar of a tiger, Yun Nuoxing raised the dark ruined sword and stepped forward. The light elements wrapped around him and flashed into the depths of the hall. Level 5. Level 5. Level 7. Yun Nuoxing looked up to the sky and roared. His goal was the 7th step. How could he stop at the 5th step? Layers of roars echoed as he stepped on the billowing sea of flames and sword aura. He rushed through the door in the most violent manner. The moment he rushed through the door, the monstrous pressure also disappeared in an instant. Buzz. Boom. Outside of the spiritual light tower, numerous figures were watching with shocked gazes as the power of the stars soared into the sky. It spread, diffused, and formed a huge star field in the sky of the Farlight Academy. Specks of starlight adorned the sky, as if night had descended in an instant. At this moment, many people saw the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. It was as if they saw two different skies. Those who looked up at the star field couldn't even move their eyes. Those who were observing the scene at a close distance gasped, as if they were convulsing. They wanted to suppress the shock in their hearts, but when they looked at the starry sky, they couldn't calm down at all. As for those who were far away in other parts of the academy, they were puzzled. They didn't know what was happening. Chapter 6:21. In the sky, the sun, moon, and stars were all present. It was as if there were two skies coexisting. That resplendent star field was brilliant and incomparably gorgeous. Swoosh. However, that resplendent star field only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. Along with it, the golden light pillar also disappeared. Even the spiritual light pagoda fell silent. Elder Lu's body was trembling violently. Breaking through the 5th step meant that he could step into the 6th step. Although it was only for a few seconds, it was possible that he had crushed the crystal when he was about to break through the 5th step. Otherwise, he should have come out in an instant. Who is it? Elder Lu fiercely turned his gaze to the entrance as his breathing became hurried. He was in charge of managing the matters of the spiritual light pagoda. Therefore, he knew that there wasn't a single elder who would come here today. Moreover, the power of stars that erupted from the 5th step was the manifestation of the energy within that person's body. Within the academy, there wasn't a single teacher or elder who possessed the power of stars. The difficulty of the 5th step is something that only those who have stepped into the initial divine realm or the divine sun realm would be able to pass. A student has passed. This is too crazy. Elder Lu stared at the entrance of the spiritual light pagoda. Who exactly was it? Elder Lu wasn't the only one who wanted to know the answer to this question. Countless people in the sky and on the ground were nervously looking at the entrance. Even Zhao Wenyao, who was ranked 2nd on the devil rankings, and Ding Mingyu, who was ranked 3rd, were staring at the entrance. Could it really be him? Or could it be the doing of a teacher or elder of the academy? Countless gazes were nervously and curiously looking at the entrance of the spiritual light pagoda. Since the phenomenon had disappeared, that person should have come out. At this moment, they wished that they could rush into the spiritual light pagoda to capture that person. Elder Lin. Suddenly, an exclamation sounded from an unknown place, causing everyone to hurriedly turn their heads and look towards the source of the sound. They saw a group of people quietly appearing in the densely packed sky. There were quite a number of people in this group whose hair had already turned white. There were 4 figures at that spot. They were actually the 4 new student guides. That kind-looking Elder Lin was also among them. Even the elders have been alarmed. This is incredible. It seems like even the elders are paying close attention to what happened in the spiritual light pagoda. When the students saw the arrival of that group of people, they couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. These people who were usually nowhere to be seen had actually come out. Old Lou, which little fellow is making a ruckus? The middle-aged man with Elder Lin placed his hands on his hips and shouted at Elder Lou of the spiritual light pagoda. Then he stared at the entrance of the spiritual light pagoda. I'm asking a ghost. So many people enter the spiritual light pagoda every day. Previously, I asked you to research how to see what's happening in the spiritual light pagoda, but you didn't do it yourself. Elder Lou rolled his eyes, causing the middle-aged man to laugh loudly. He didn't ask anything else. You think it's him? That little fellow who is ranked first on the devil rankings? Elder Lin laughed as he stared at the others. Ling Feng? That guy accepted a demigod-level mission and went out. I don't know if he's back yet. The 5th level of the spiritual light pagoda is purely a test of one's body and strength. Even if Ling Feng has the ability to kill a god, it can't prove that he could persevere for so long under the pressure of a god's son. He even risked his life to pass the 4th level. That's true, but I do hope to see Ling Feng appear. The group of elders chattered. Only Elder Lin and the other 3 were silently exchanging glances. No one knew what they were thinking in their hearts. As the thousands of people waited, time ticked by. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that a figure suddenly appeared behind the door. Everyone's eyes narrowed in shock as they stared intently at the figure. When Xian saw that figure, her heart pounded violently. Her jade-like hands were clenched tightly as she silently chanted in her heart, "Little star, you must not come out. If you come out now, you will be in big trouble." Everyone stared intently at the figure that was slowly walking out. They even held their breaths and stared intently. Then, the figure slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Why is it him? That was a skinny figure. He wore green clothes and had short hair that draped over his shoulders. His face was extremely handsome with a slightly sharp chin. From the side of his face, there was a strange feeling of laziness. It was as though he wasn't interested in anything. The 4th ranked on the devil rankings, Xian Yuan. Everyone exchanged glances as they sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Those in the top 10 of the devil rankings were the true influential figures of the Far Light Academy. There were many new students in the surroundings, and they were even more shocked. However, what made them puzzled was that he was the one who passed the 5th stage of the Spirit Light Pagoda. Xian Yuan's aura is still at the peak of the devil rankings. An elder faintly said with a frown. Clearly, he didn't believe that Xian Yuan was the one who passed the 5th stage. Xian Yuan, who had just walked out of the Spirit Light Pagoda, slowly opened his eyes. When he saw the few thousand pairs of eyes staring at him with shock and doubt, he was stunned and almost jumped back. After calming down, he turned his gaze to the side and saw Chuan Mu and the rest. He couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he softly asked, "Brother Chuan, why are there so many people here?" "You're asking me? Shouldn't I be asking you this question? You scared me to death. You actually did something that even Shui Lingfeng couldn't do." Chuan Mu's eyes widened as he faintly glanced at Xian Yuan. He couldn't help but sigh. Seeing that the 4th ranked on the devil rankings had become so monstrous, he felt a great pressure. What? What do you mean? Xian Yuan was stunned. He glanced at Chuan Mu before looking at the few thousand people in the surroundings. He was a little confused. "Don't say anything. Did you pass the 5th stage of the Spirit Light Pagoda?" Elder Lu rolled his eyes and asked. "5th stage? I've always been cultivating in the 2nd stage." Xian Yuan was baffled. What 5th stage? Why did he say something he couldn't understand after cultivating? Was he muddle-headed from his sleep? "It's not him. It's actually not him." "Didn't I say so?" Xian Yuan is only at the peak of the devil rankings. How could he pass the 5th stage? Hearing that, the surrounding people were startled again. Some were astonished, some sighed, while the majority of the elders heaved a sigh of relief. That scared them to death. They thought that this little fellow of the devil rankings had really passed the 5th stage. When Xian saw that the person who came wasn't Yun Nuoshing, she also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, this sigh of relief didn't last for long. She felt a warm hand holding her palm, startling her. However, when she felt that familiar touch, she also relaxed. She turned her head and, as expected, she saw Yun Nuoshing standing at the side, silently smiling at her. Little star. Xian sweetly smiled, then quietly transmitted her voice. You passed the 5th stage, right? How was it? Yun Nuoshing stared blankly. He didn't say anything. With a bitter smile, he helplessly shook his head and replied, Little girl, you're so smart. You exhausted all your strength just after passing the 5th stage, and didn't even reach the stairs of the 6th stage before coming out. It's very difficult, very difficult. The Spirit Light Pagoda sealed my divine tool, leaving me with less than 20% of my strength. Therefore, to be honest, I don't have the confidence to reach the 7th stage. Brother Yun, when did you come out? Lin Xian, who was looking left and right out of boredom, saw Yun Nuoshing and Xian laughing and talking about something. He couldn't help but stare blankly and ask, I was here just a moment ago. Oh, right after that person came out, I came out. Yun Nuoshing smiled and pointed at Xian Yuan. As early as when he crushed the crystal, before he came out of the Spirit Light Pagoda, he sensed a large amount of life energy outside. After the latter came out and attracted a lot of attention, he used the teleportation array to come to Xian's side. Oh, you came out. How was it? Did you die instantly? Chuanmu also saw Yun Nuoshing and laughed heartily, patting his shoulder with his palm-sized palm. Sai, don't mention it. This Spirit Light Pagoda is so abnormal. I didn't even reach half of the 1st stage before I crushed the crystal and came out. It hurt so much. Were those things condensed from light essence? TSK. That speed was terrible. Yun Nuoshing showed a pained and speechless expression and started to complain. Hearing him, Chuanmu, Zhong Songling, and the others smiled bitterly. Although you have a war god command of the 9th step, you are still a 1st-rank demon. How could it not hurt? You are only a 1st-rank demon. Entering the Spirit Light Pagoda for the first time, it would already be pretty good if you could reach half of the 1st stage. Lin Xian patted his shoulder, consoling him. If he didn't connect him to that person who broke through the 5th step, he wouldn't have been able to connect them. Right, what is everyone doing here? Don't tell me there's something to eat. Yun Nuoshing blinked his beautiful big eyes and asked Zhong Songling and the others with a smile. Food. The 3 of them were speechless. Glancing at him, Chuanmu said helplessly, There is a mysterious powerhouse in the Spirit Light Pagoda who broke through the 5th step. A strange phenomenon appeared in the Spirit Light Pagoda, and a pillar of starlight reached the sky, attracting everyone here. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's heart skipped a beat, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he was cautious and didn't walk out first in front of so many people. However, after thinking about it, even if he was the first to walk out, it didn't seem to be a big deal. He was just a 1st-rank demon. No one would believe that he could pass the 5th step that required the strength of a god's son. Hearing their conversation, Elder Lu stroked his beard. He also didn't connect Yun Nuoshing with that mysterious student who broke through the 5th step. After all, the latter's strength was too low. Even if he had a war god command of the 9th step, it was still impossible for him to pass. Looks like he is still in the Spirit Light Pagoda. Stroking his beard, Elder Lu sighed. Let's go. We will go back first. It hurts so much. Yun Nuoshing grimaced in pain as he rubbed his waist. With a bitter smile, he waved his hand and said to Chuan Mu and the others, "Wait a minute." Just as Yun Nuoshing was about to leave, a light voice rang out from behind him, causing him to stop. Turning his head, he saw Xian Yuan narrowing his eyes as he looked at him. He was stunned for a moment before he turned around and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Senior. I wonder what's the matter?" Xian also clenched her fists and glanced at Yun Nuoshing with unease. Only those who were familiar with him would dare to connect that person to Yun Nuoshing. Could it be that this person also saw through something? Xian Yuan glanced at him and frowned. After that, he said a sentence that caused everyone to vomit blood. The new student ranked number 20 on the devil rankings. Are you a man or a woman? PFFF. Many people in the surroundings coughed out a mouthful of blood. Even those elders had black lines on their faces. You put on such a solemn expression just to ask this question. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. He couldn't help but roll his eyes and wanted to curse out loud. However, he still controlled his temper and cupped his hands as he softly replied, "I'm a man, Senior Xian Yuan." Oh, upon hearing this, Xian Yuan glanced at him and drew in a light breath. He glanced at Qin Wentian's flawless face a few more times before glancing at his body. After that, he asked, "Since you are a man, why do you have to dress up like a woman?" A vein popped out on Yun Nuoshing's forehead. He really wanted to use his right hand to grab Qin Wentian and hang him up in the air, slapping him while cursing, "Damn, it's not my fault that I look like a woman." "Forget it. Since you are a man, it's even easier to discuss. You don't have a name, right? Although I don't know what methods you use to get yourself ranked number 20 on the devil rankings. Since you are able to stand there, you should have the strength to prove it. Maybe one day, I will look for you to spar." Xian Yuan glanced at him. After that, he calmly turned and walked out of the pagoda. That arrogant figure caused many people to have fear and worship in their eyes. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. He inclined his head and stared at the peak of the gigantic sword. After a while, he found Xian Yuan's figure. "Ranked number 4 on the devil rankings. I request to be removed from the devil rankings." Yun Nuoshing helplessly covered his face. Chapter 622. The thousands of students and elders present were nervously staring at the spiritual light pagoda. However, a publicly acknowledged expert ranked 4th on the devil rankings, as well as a new student ranked 20th on the devil rankings, a publicly acknowledged cheater, walked out. It seemed that the two of them wouldn't be able to pass the 5th stage of the spiritual light pagoda, which caused many people to sigh and patiently wait. It was as though they had to see the true face of that person tonight. Seeing Xian Yuan leave, Yun Nuoshing sighed again and bid farewell to Chuan Mu and the rest. They planned to stay here and wait for the appearance of that person. When Yun Nuoshing found out about this, he rolled his eyes and walked towards the freshman area, wanting to go back and rest. However, before Yun Nuoshing and Xian could walk out, a figure appeared before them, or rather, appeared in the direction they were heading. Yun Nuoshing speechlessly raised his head, only to see a young lady dressed in a silver robe. The lady had a tall figure, and although her cheeks were slightly thin, her oval face was a rare beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, her brows were picturesque, and her hair was as smooth as silk. What was most surprising was that this lady's Mei Mao was actually silver in color. Her silver eyes and ink-black hair clashed with her silver robe, causing her to emit a cold aura that kept people 1,000 miles away, giving people the feeling that they could only look at her from afar and not touch her. The gazes of the crowd also swept over to the lady dressed in silver robes, who had remained silent all this while. A trace of adoration flashed in their eyes, but it was quickly replaced by fear. Seeing that she had blocked Yun Nuoshing's path, some astonishment surged in their eyes, with some gloating in their eyes, thinking that she was going to find trouble with Yun Nuoshing. However, with so many elders present, there shouldn't be any trouble. At most, she would be beaten up. When Yun Nuoshing saw this lady, he was also slightly stunned, with admiration in his eyes. He quickly glanced at her before retracting his gaze. A silver robe. It made him think of Xian Yin. He wondered where that lass was now. A trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes before returning to normal. Yun Nuoshing faintly smiled and said, "I wonder why Senior Sister Ding is looking for me." Ding Mingyu wasn't surprised that he was able to recognize her in an instant. The devil rankings on the giant sword had the silhouettes of all the experts on it, and one would be able to remember them after seeing them twice. "I wish to test your strength." An indifferent and cold voice suddenly sounded out. Yun Nuoshing only saw the figure in front of him becoming slightly blurry. Holding on to Ziyan's right hand, he waved a gentle gust of wind to push her away. In the next moment, fire essence condensed in his right hand, and star energy also rapidly condensed. His evil spirit eye instantly opened, and after catching sight of Ding Mingyu's figure, his right hand that was burning with fire essence fiercely slapped towards her right hand. Bang! The oppressive slap brought about a gust of air waves. Blazing flames and lightning interweaved, causing a gust of wind to blow, causing the large trees by the side to sway. Those gazes that were gathered on the spiritual light pagoda were startled and turned over. Seeing Ding Mingyu making a move against Yun Nuoshing, there were quite a few people who revealed gloating expressions. Is the overly arrogant freshman finally going to be taught a lesson? Looking at the situation below, the old students couldn't help laughing. However, after a brief moment, they saw that Yun Nuoshing hadn't retreated a single step, causing astonishment to flash across their eyes. He actually managed to block it. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ding Mingyu was an expert at the peak of the devil rank, yet this freshman was actually able to block her without retreating a single step. However, after seeing the two hands that were stuck together, they were startled for a moment. Then many burning gazes that were filled with jealousy instantly shifted to the colorful haired youth that caused them to gnash their teeth in anger. "This fellow, if you want to fight, then just fight. Why do you have to be so intimate?" Yun Nuoshing indifferently looked at the slender little hand that was touching his right hand. Seeing that Ding Mingyu had stopped, he said, "You're not fighting anymore?" Ding Mingyu glanced at him and retracted her little hand. Taking a step back, she said in a soft voice, "I'm not fighting anymore. It's just a test. I'm not as tasteless as some fellows who find trouble with freshmen." Hearing that, Yun Nuoshing was startled for a moment before faintly smiling. Ding Minyu's bright eyes stared closely at Yun Nuoshing as she casually asked, "Do you have any intention of joining any forces?" Yun Nuoshing was startled for a moment. After pondering for a moment, he gently shook his head and said with a smile, "For the time being, I haven't thought of joining any forces. I'm used to being alone and am not used to being in a crowded place, including the academy. I might choose to be an invisible person. However, the matter of you rushing up the rankings will attract a lot of trouble. I'm afraid you can't be an invisible person anymore, let alone two people rushing up the rankings." Ding Minyu frowned slightly, glanced at Ziyan, and softly said, "This." Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched as he bitterly laughed. "Seems like it." Ding Minyu quietly looked at Yun Nuoshing with her bright eyes, then looked towards Chuan Mu and the others who were still standing at the entrance of the spiritual light tower. Her clear and cold voice slowly sounded, "Are you very familiar with Chuan Mu and the others?" "I can't say that I'm familiar with them, but I do know them. Their younger brothers are also new students. When I came in, I chatted with them for a bit. I felt that we could get along well, so I wanted to try getting along with them," Yun Nuoshing said. Ding Menyu's bright eyes trembled slightly when she heard this. Immediately, she gently inhaled a breath of air, as though she was gathering her courage. A moment later, her pretty eyes looked at him with determination as she softly said, "Rain Dream welcomes you to join us." Yun Nuoshing was startled, as he did not expect that someone would invite him. He subconsciously wanted to refuse, but Ding Menyu beat him to it and said, "Don't be in a hurry to answer. I can see that you don't like trouble and don't like to get involved in anything. So what I mean is, if there comes a day when you need help, you can come to our Rain Dream. I'll do my best." Yun Nuoshing rubbed his cheeks and said with a bitter smile, "Senior sister, you can see that I'm very strange. Are you trying to sell me a favor? You're very smart and have great potential. So perhaps there won't come a day when you'll be of use to me." Ding Menyu nodded and said in a clear and cold voice, "Then, thank you, Senior Sister Ding." Hearing that, Yun Nuoshing smiled and nodded. No matter what, she still wanted to rope him in, even though she knew that he was alone and weak. He did not know if she was just saying it, but on the surface, she was still someone he could make friends with. Familiarize yourself with the academy. It will be time for you to perform in the freshman feast in 1.5 months. Junior brother, I'll go back first. Ding Menyu lightly shook her head and bowed slightly to Yun Nuoshing. Then she walked towards the forest, as if she did not care about the spiritual light pagoda. Nodding slightly, Yun Nuoshing watched Ding Menyu leave. He waited until her figure disappeared into the forest before he retracted his gaze. He felt his palm being held by a small and warm hand, so he turned his head. "Little star, have you taken a fancy to your senior sister?" Xian looked at him with a smile and fanned Mei Mao. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes at her, holding her small hand. He walked towards the freshman area, leaving behind a group of jealous gazes that were about to ignite with fire. Yun Nuoshing and Xian had just returned to the palace in the freshman area. They wanted to lie down on the bed and not move. However, not long after lying down, they heard a knock on the door from downstairs. This knock was gentle and rhythmic. It was not as strong as Dashin's knock in the morning. However, when it landed in Yun Nuoshing's ears, it still made the veins on his forehead bulge. He abruptly jumped up from the bed. "Motherf asterisk her, does our little palace have so many guests? They came in the morning, and now they come again. Can't they just lie down for a while?" Yun Nuoshing cursed as he walked out of the room. He did not even put on his mask. Xian, who was lying on the bed and stretching her small waist, also pursed her red lips when she saw him walk out. She muttered under her breath and stood up lazily from the bed. Then she walked out with light steps. With a belly full of anger and displeasure, Yun Nuoshing quickly walked to the front of the door and fiercely pushed the door open. Just as he was about to shout, he was startled when he saw the dozen or so people. Standing at the front was a young woman, dressed in a snow-white robe that wrapped around her exquisite and delicate body flawlessly. A golden crown-shaped headdress was neatly worn on her head, and her beautiful face was filled with a solemn expression. Her small red lips were slightly pursed, and her beautiful eyes were bright and full of expression. When she saw Yun Nuoshing, she was also startled for a moment. Xian, who had just come down from upstairs, was also slightly stunned when she saw the person. Her jade-like hands covered her red lips, and there was an unconcealable surprise on her face. "Junluo-yi, Mr. Yun?" Yun Nuoshing and the lady in the white dress spoke at the same time. The dozen or so people behind the latter also widened their eyes in astonishment. Originally, they had recognized Xian on the devil rankings and wanted to pay her a visit today. Who would have thought? Silence. The air completely froze at this moment. The scene was frozen. At this moment, they were both stunned and surprised. A few minutes later, in the small palace, Yun Nuoxing and Xian were brewing tea. Yi Yun and Jun Luo Yi were also helping by the side. After a few minutes, they sat down and took a sip of tea. Then, they heaved a long sigh of relief. Yun Nuoxing placed the teacup down and placed his hands naturally on his lap. His colorful eyes looked around. When he saw that the people he brought from the mystic dragon continent were all safe and sound, he was slightly happy, especially when he saw that other than the profound sky sovereign and the others, the group of young people, were still around. He was a little surprised. He originally thought that after bringing them to the myriad god world, they would all go their separate ways. He didn't expect that they would gather together and be inseparable. How have you been in the past 2 years? Have you adapted well? Life in the myriad god world. Yun Nuoxing smiled. In the first half of the year, I've been running around in Xiaoguang City. I was very tired, but also very happy. It was only 2 years ago, when I entered the Far Light Academy, that I could be considered to have a firm foothold. Now, I've even created a faction called Mystic Dragon. After 2 years of development, many powerful old students have joined. Yi Daofeng lightly smiled. Yesterday, we heard that a new student had entered the devil rankings. We immediately recognized Sister Xian, but Brother Yun. Yi Yun rubbed her cheeks and couldn't help but let out a dry laugh. You can't recognize me, right? It's fine. I'm used to it. Yun Nuoxing covered her face and smiled bitterly. She had also been reborn by the 7-colored Aurora Celestial Pond. She had also become more beautiful. Xian still had her original silhouette. Yun Nuoxing, on the other hand, seemed to have changed his face and become a different person. Speaking of which, I have yet to formally thank you. Jun Luo Yi took a sip of tea and put down the teacup. Mei Mao stared at Yun Nuoxing and smiled sweetly. She gracefully extended her lily-white hand and said with a smile, "Mr. Yun, thank you for bringing us to see this wonderful world. If it weren't for us, perhaps you would have already arrived in the myriad god world. I only brought you along in passing." Yun Nuoxing smiled and waved his hand. "We didn't have much confidence that we could use that method to come here. Teacher said that a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Even if it was just a casual gesture, we still have to thank you, Mr. Yun." Jun Luo Yi smiled faintly. After coming to the myriad god world, she seemed to have changed into a different person. In the past, Yun Nuoxing had never seen her smile in the profound dragon continent. Seeing her insistence, Yun Nuoxing also smiled faintly. He extended his hand and lightly grasped that jade-white hand. He smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, "Don't call me Mr. Yun. Just call me Nuoxing, or whatever you like." Jun Luo Yi smiled and nodded. Speaking of which, after seeing so many experts in the myriad god world, I also know what kind of expert Big Brother Yun is. It makes me yearn for a higher realm even more. Yi Ding drank a mouthful of tea, then poured another cup for Yun Nuoxing and Xian. He grinned and said, "Me? Forget it. Let's not talk about me. I'm a very strange variable. I can't see the future, and I don't have a past to speak of. There's nothing worth talking about." At the mention of himself, Yun Nuoxing's expression became slightly gloomy. He was somewhat dispirited. He waved his hand and changed the topic. Jun Luo Yi and the others saw that his expression wasn't too good, and were somewhat astonished. However, as intelligent as she was, she didn't ask too much and very cooperatively changed the topic. Yun Nuoxing talked to Jun Luo Yi and the others about the matters of cultivation, and also shared his views of the myriad god world in the past few years. He really liked this group of people. From them, he could feel a miracle. In a short 2 years, they had all broken through from the immortal rank to the devil rank. This kind of talent, even in the myriad god world, was top-notch. The group chatted, drank tea, and laughed heartily. They couldn't help but cry from homesickness. They messed around for an entire night and only left when dawn approached. Yun Nuoshing looked at this group of people and shook his head with a smile. Well, in any case, we're in the Far Light Academy. If there's time in the future, we'll meet again. Chapter 6:23. The next day, the main character of the phenomenon in the spiritual light pagoda didn't appear. Several thousand students and elders waited bitterly outside the spiritual light pagoda for an entire night. In the end, they didn't even manage to catch a glimpse of that person. When dawn arrived, they gradually dispersed. Many people were disheartened. Those who came out of the spiritual light pagoda also said that they didn't manage to catch a glimpse of that ferocious person who was able to reach the 6th level. As the main character of the spiritual light pagoda didn't appear, the gazes of those people turned back to the devil rankings. Most of them were paying attention to the two mysterious freshmen on the devil rankings. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the Far Light Academy. There were even letters of challenge flying to the freshman area, inviting Yun Nuoshing and Xian to fight. However, the two of them would usually ignore them. In fact, the majority of the freshmen didn't even know where they lived. Only Mountain, and the other two would come here every day. On the surface, they were here to be guests, but in reality, they were here to borrow the array. Yun Nuoshing also found it funny and didn't reject them. However, when he saw the basket of letters of challenge they brought, his handsome face turned black. The people who sent the letters of challenge ranged from the top 200 to the top 20 of the devil rankings. 40% of them were looking for Xian, while 60% were looking for Yun Nuoshing. And when Yun Nuoshing saw the basket of letters of challenge, he burned them in front of Mountain and the other two. I wanted to keep a low profile. If it wasn't for the Battle God token, I wouldn't have done those things back then. Who would have thought that it would actually connect to the devil rankings? Yun Nuoshing only sighed in response. Half a month after the incident in the spiritual light pagoda, Guyu informed Yun Nuoshing that Elder Jin Shun had returned. The latter, who was deep in thought, seemed to have thought of something. He thanked Guyu and rushed out of the palace, heading towards the Golden Forest. Xian also hurriedly followed behind him. After rushing into the Golden Forest, Elder Jin Shun, who was leisurely drinking tea, stood up when he saw the newcomers. When he heard Yun Nuoshing's intentions, he was also stunned. The spiritual light pagoda has sealed the divine weapon, so you can't use it. Jin Shun frowned slightly when he heard this. Spiritual items, like weapons, could be said to be the greatest means of receiving a divine body. If it was sealed, it would be equivalent to sealing half of the body's power. Moreover, if it was the case with Yun Nuoshing, it would be equivalent to him losing 99% of his combat power. I don't know about that either. After all, your situation is rare in history. I don't know what will happen if you are thrown into a pile with other tests. Jin Shun scratched his head, a little distressed. However, if I give it my all, I might be able to break free from the seal. When I was on the 5th stage, I forced a divine armament to break free and pass the 5th stage, Yun Nuoshing said softly. As expected, the one who passed the 5th stage was you. When Jin Shun heard his words, he wasn't too surprised. He was just a little surprised. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. Then, he opened his eyes wide. Yun Nuoshing rushed to the 5th stage without using a divine armament. In the end, he used a divine armament to pass the 5th stage. He was only at the 1st rank of the demon rank. At this time, he also understood why Empress Jean and the others had made their decision. This brat probably didn't need a divine armament to kill a beginner god expert. If he used a divine armament at full power, even an emperor god expert would have to retreat. This brat was a monster. What are the 6th and 7th stages like? Yun Nuoxing asked. He needed to pass the 7th stage with the strength of the 1st rank of the demon rank. However, he felt that the 5th stage was incomparably difficult. Without the help of a divine armament, he could only be comparable to an underworld god expert. However, that was only regarding the use of spatial energy. In reality, he was still a weakling at the 1st rank of the demon rank. The 6th stage is darkness. The 7th stage is a trial comparable to an underworld god expert. There is only one enemy. Similarly, that enemy also controls the light element, Jin Chun said in a low voice. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he felt a headache coming on. Without a divine artifact, he would be restricted everywhere. He did not think that he would be able to pass through the spiritual light pagoda just by charging through it. At most, he would accidentally die once, and he would not be able to cultivate. However, not being able to cultivate was not a problem. The more difficult problem was that he seemed to be unable to suppress it. The abundant energy in his body was constantly attacking that barrier. He estimated that he would automatically advance to the 1st rank of the demon rank soon. Even if he didn't cultivate, it would be very difficult to suppress it. He had even cut off his connection with the energy and elements of heaven and earth. However, his cultivation was constantly accumulating. At this speed, he might advance to the 2nd rank of the demon rank in less than 3 months. What a headache! Yun Nuoxing told Jin Chun about this situation. The latter also felt a huge headache. In the past, they hoped that their disciples would cultivate as fast as possible. The stronger they were, the better. However, at this moment, they hoped that the former's cultivation would increase slowly. It's like a slow death. Jin Chun patted his head. This was really difficult for him. It was impossible to seal one's cultivation. The absorption spirit divine, physique's ability to devour energy could even devour the seal. Where is Miss Feng? Jin Chun suddenly asked as he ran his fingers through his hair. When Yun Nuoxing heard this, he lowered his head. Before he could call out, Feng, who was hiding in his chest, flew out and transformed into a great beauty with sexy curves. Her beautiful and elegant face had a trace of confusion. Mei Mao glanced at Yun Nuoxing. She seemed to have just woken up. Miss Feng, you have a soul contract with young master. You can enter his soul. Look, Jin Chun said softly. It's useless. However, before he could finish, Feng interrupted him. She gently held Yun Nuoxing's face inside. Sister Ziyi, Sister Su Ming, Sister Xian, and Yishi, the 5 of us worked together, but we still couldn't do anything about the source of the demon qi. It's the demon qi born from Xing Xing's soul. We might be able to deal with it if it's an ordinary soul that's infected by the demon qi, but for someone like Xing Xing, no matter who it is, once infected, even the gods can't do anything about it. What can we do about it? Looking at Xing Xing slowly walking towards self-destruction, we are more anxious and distressed than anyone else. Feng sighed. Mei Mao looked a little sad. She stared at Yun Nuoxing's colorful eyes. There was attachment and love in them, but more than that, there was anxiety hidden deep inside. Yun Nuoxing's heart trembled. Then he sighed. Letting them watch him walk towards the abyss was probably a kind of torture. He stroked Feng's hair and patted Xian's head. In the end, he didn't say anything. What could he say? Looking at the 3 people with his aged eyes, Jin Chun smiled bitterly. Then he coughed dryly and said, Let's not talk about the future. Let's talk about the present. Young master, it's almost impossible for you to pass through the 7th step of the Spirit Light Tower with the strength of a demon rank. However, since you can pass through the 6th step, there's still some hope. Now, we can only strengthen young master's strength in other aspects. For example, the strength of your physical body. Perhaps young master can go to Baiyun Pavilion to find something suitable for refining your body. I've also thought about what you've said. I've found a divine grade, profound technique here that I can cultivate. However, I'm not sure if I'll be able to increase my cultivation if I cultivate it. Yun Nuoshing sighed. He stroked his ring and took out a golden scroll. Then, he handed it to Jin Chun. The meaning of his action was self-evident. Seeing him hand over the scroll and hearing that it was a divine grade profound art, Jin Chun was a little surprised. It seemed that the estrangement between young master and the Nine Deities Temple had long disappeared. Without thinking too much, Jin Chun took the scroll and slowly unfolded it. Feng, and Xian also hurriedly came over to take a look. Vajra divine art, a divine grade profound art of body refining. It builds an indestructible body. When cultivated to the advanced level, one's body will be as tough as steel, like a walking human-shaped divine weapon. However, to cultivate this art, one must bear the pain of tearing the body 9 times. Bones, tendons, meridians, body will be broken, and then the body will be reconstructed. If one can't bear it and gives up halfway, one will be killed by the backlash of the divine art. Those who want to cultivate this art need to think twice before doing it. After reading the divine art, the 3 of them were a little dazed. Xian walked to Yun Nuoshing's side nervously. She held his hand tightly and whispered, "Little star, do you really want to go further and further down the path of a madman? Don't you plan to turn back?" "I don't agree." Even Feng, who had always been gentle, walked to his side and looked at Yun Nuoshing with sharp eyes. He had cultivated enough strange things, but this so-called Vajra divine art was simply a suicidal divine art. He would probably die before he could cultivate it. And this is the 9 tribulations divine art. When cultivating it, one will encounter many unimaginable dangers. Jin Chen frowned. 9 tribulations divine art? Feng, and Xian were a little surprised. Feng, frowned slightly. She seemed to have an impression of it. As the name suggests, the 9 tribulations divine art. When cultivating this kind of profound art, one will encounter 9 tribulations. It may be the simplest one, attracting heavenly lightning, or it may be something else. But profound art heart incantations with 9 tribulations are all top profound arts of that grade. Once cultivated and experienced 9 tribulations, one's battle strength will transform and become very terrifying. Jin Chen explained. When Yun Nuoshing heard this, he frowned. He seemed to have heard of it somewhere before. Have you forgotten? The burning soul incantation that you cultivate, as well as the other profound arts and heart incantations, are all 9 tribulations divine arts. Otherwise, how do you think that you had so many heavenly tribulations in the past? Those were all heavenly tribulations that were triggered by the profound arts. Even though you were able to resolve them easily, Ziyi, who was in his soul, said softly. Yun Nuoshing pondered for a long time. Listening to Jin Chun and Xian's discussion, he felt a little helpless. He flicked his hand and put away the Vajra divine art. He sighed and said, "Let me think about it. There's no hurry." Seeing that he seemed to have given up on the idea, the 3 of them secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then Jin Chun said, "Young master, you can go to the Azure Cloud Pavilion to have a look. There are some pills that have the effect of tempering the body. With young master's physique, the side effects of the pills will be minimized. You can take them without worry." They can do that. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. The divine body of the Naling divine body is dozens of times more sensitive to energy, and it can use energy more efficiently than any other body type. It can be hundreds or even thousands of times more efficient than ordinary people. Once the energy flows through the body, it will be transformed into the purest energy, said Feng Er softly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's eyes rolled a few times. No one knew what he was thinking. His colorful eyes looked at Xian and Feng, and finally fixed on Jin Chun. He nodded and said, I'll go there now. You know the way? If not, I'll ask you to take you there. Jean Chen nodded and said, It's okay. I'll just look for it. I won't trouble you, Senior. Yun Nuoshing shook his head with a smile. After chatting for a while, Feng changed back to her original form and shrank into Yun Nuoshing's chest. Yun Nuoshing and Feng rushed out of the golden forest and rushed toward the azure cloud pavilion. Jean Chun watched the two leave, sighed, and walked back into the thatched cottage. The three of them didn't see that under the golden tree outside the thatched cottage, there was a blurry figure, his chest rising and falling rapidly with Yun Nuoshing and Feng speed. Even though the two places were very far away, it only took them half an hour to reach the azure cloud pavilion. And this was under the condition that Yun Nuoshing didn't use the light element. The two stood high in the sky and looked down. Under the clouds, there was a magnificent dark green hall that almost blended in with the surrounding forest. A faint immortal aura lingered around it, making it look like a heavenly palace. Everywhere I go, there are people. Looking at the ant-like number of people below, Yun Nuoshing felt a little troubled. There were many people in the spiritual light pagoda, the war god temple, and even this rich man's chopping hand holy land had many people. Did the Long Guang Academy have so many people? Our previous understanding of the Long Guang Academy was only the tip of the iceberg. Xian said softly, also somewhat amazed. Let's go. Let's go to the chopping hand, holy land. You choose, I'll do the chopping hand, holy land. Yun Nuoshing crossed his arms in front of his chest. There was a dark gold token in his right hand. The 6 zeros on it were extremely dazzling. We've known each other for so long, but I've never given you anything. If you take a fancy to something, don't hesitate to take it. Yun Nuoshing smiled at Xian and reached out to rub her head. Xian was startled by these words. Mei Mao stared blankly at Yun Nuoshing, but didn't see anything in his eyes. It seemed that he just wanted to give her a gift. After she understood, she also bitterly smiled in her heart. She thought that she had inadvertently melted him, but in the end, he was still a stinking stone. Thinking of this, Xian muttered and lightly poked Yun Nuoshing's waist with her lily-white hand. Startled, Yun Nuoshing suddenly bounced away. Such a big reaction almost made him fly to the sky. This girl. When Yun Nuoshing recovered and lowered his head, he only saw Xian making a face at him and throwing the back of her head at him. He bitterly smiled and hurriedly followed her. Chapter 6:24. What appeared in front of Yun Nuoshing and Xian was a vast and boundless palace. There was also a dense energy mist circulating within the palace. Brilliant starlight shone down, causing Yun Nuoshing's body to light up with resplendent starlight. Raising his head, he discovered that the palace didn't have a ceiling. Instead, there was a vast and boundless starry sky, a real starry sky. A real starry sky. My body directly reacted. This place shouldn't be too far from the starry sky. How magical. Raising his head to look at the starry sky, Yun Nuoshing even wondered if he would directly rush into the starry sky if he were to jump out like this. And in the starry sky, or perhaps in the sky above the palace, there were balls of light the size of a head floating. He could vaguely see all kinds of scrolls, diagrams, crystals, weapons, pills, heavenly treasures, and so on in those balls of light. Although this design is very gorgeous, very powerful, and very generous, Yun Nuoshing raised his head to look at the numerous balls of light in the sky. He tilted his head and said to Xian, "Won't your neck hurt if you look at them for too long?" Xian, there's a restriction in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. It's equivalent to a 7th grade divine rank formation. The probability of breaking it is about 30%. Why don't we rob this place? Yun Nuoshing opened his evil spirit eye and looked around. Finally, he said with a smile, this defensive measure was really powerful. He hadn't seen a seventh-grade divine rank formation many times. Little star, we will be wanted by the Far Light Academy. Xian bitterly smiled. Just as Yun Nuoxing and Xian were sizing up the azure cloud pavilion with its starry sky, they suddenly felt that the surrounding gazes seemed to be fixed on them. All right, we're attracting light and attention. I think we should just slip away. Feeling the surrounding gazes that were flickering with amazement, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but cover his face. He adjusted the half mask on his face and sighed. Xian was fine. Not many people in the Far Light Academy could compare with his exquisite appearance. As for himself, although he had already said that he was a man that day, perhaps there were people who liked him. The two freshmen on the Devil rankings, I really want to get acquainted with them. I heard that today the freshmen are forming their own factions. Some of the more talented ones have been recruited by some of the older students' big societies. I wonder what the two first-ranked and second-ranked freshmen plan to do. That day in the Spirit Light Pagoda, the number 3 ranker on the Devil rankings, Senior Ding, went to look for that color-haired guy. However, she was rejected. F***CK, if Senior Sister Ding comes to me, I will definitely join her with all my limbs raised. How can this guy? You are disgusting. Hearing the surrounding voices, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. The young lady beside him also understood his state of mind. Her slender jade-like hand gently held his hand as they walked towards the interior of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. That freshman is also very pretty. When Xian held Yun Nuoxing's hand, the whispers in the surroundings instantly turned into collective sighs. All of them were either shaking their heads or stamping their feet. However, none of them dared to say anything. Although they were freshmen, they were still ranked number 20 and number 36 on the Devil rankings. Could it be that the Academy's Devil rankings had made a mistake? Little star, why don't you wear female clothing in the future? I will dress you up beautifully. After entering the depths of the Azure Cloud Pavilion, only then did Xian stop his jogging steps. He turned his head and smiled sweetly at Yun Nuoxing. How are we going to live like this? Why are you teasing me like this? When Yun Nuoxing heard this, his mind automatically flashed back to when Yuan was still by his side. She would often dress him up as a girl. His handsome face instantly flushed red as he glared fiercely at Xian. I feel that it's very suitable. Even if Little Star is a girl, I will still like her. Xian smiled and pouted. Her other hand gently caressed Yun Nuoxing's face as she smiled. In that instant, Yun Nuoxing's heart almost couldn't take it anymore. Yun Nuoxing was so embarrassed that his handsome face flushed red. Once again, he was tormented by this lass until he lowered his head. He couldn't help but slap himself in his heart. Why was he so useless? He surrendered after being teased a little. Seeing that he was silent, Xian smiled. She turned her head and looked into the main hall. Her lily-white hand tightly held Yun Nuoxing's hand as she walked with light steps, leading him inside. She also knew how to tease him at the right time. If she continued to tease him, Yun Nuoxing would probably fight her to the death. If she continued to tease him until they were aroused, the two of them probably wouldn't be able to control themselves and would sink into each other. There were a few times when Yun Nuoxing stopped at the last moment. Otherwise, something really would have happened thinking of this. A faint blush appeared on Xian's beautiful face. She immediately suppressed it and secretly scolded herself for being shameless. She didn't have the slightest bit of a girl's modesty. Both of them had an indescribable feeling. Their faces were red as they lowered their heads. Neither of them looked at the other, and neither of them spoke. However, their hands that were holding each other's hands were interlocked, and their grip was getting tighter and tighter. After walking for a while, Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked into the sky and the star field. There were hundreds and thousands of transparent balls of light suspended in that area. Sealed within each ball of light were medicinal pills the size of longans. Some words were carved outside the balls of light, introducing the names and effects of the medicinal pills. Yun Nuoshing tugged at the small hand in his palm, startling Xian. She quickly raised her head and saw that he was looking up. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief and suppressed her surging emotions. She also lifted Mei Mao to look at the numerous medicinal pills. Both of them had come with a very strong purpose, and that was to find medicinal pills that could temper the body. As a result, they were especially serious when they looked at the pills. Dragon Blood Pill. It can cleanse the blood and change the marrow of people below the demigod level. A faint trace of dragon blood can stimulate the change of the bloodline. It's good, but the medicinal effects of this pill are too violent. If it stimulates the bloodline and causes it to go berserk, it will be unable to absorb it. If it's serious, it will require a blood change. Body Shaping Pill. It strengthens the body and changes the constitution. Bone Refining Pill. It condenses the bones and cleanses the impurities. Xian raised his head and carefully searched through the medicinal pills. However, he suddenly felt that Yun Nuoshing didn't react at all. He couldn't help but lower his head and look at the silent Yun Nuoshing. He asked, "Little star, what are you looking for?" "I'm looking for a red medicinal pill that's suitable for people between the demonic level and the demigod level. It's also an immortal level medicinal pill called the Soul Tempering and Marrow Cleansing Pill. It can cleanse the soul and all the impurities in the body. It can strengthen the soul, make the soul and body transparent and clear, and make the body more perfect," Yun Nuoshing said softly. "I don't lack methods to temper the body. Whether it's a divine weapon or a divine flame, they're constantly cleansing my body. These subtle changes need time to accumulate. What I want to do is to cleanse the deeply hidden impurities in the soul and body. I can speed up this subtle process." An immortal level medicinal pill. Xian's Mei Mao's eyes flickered. She remembered that she saw in the light screen in the token last time. She also saw an immortal level medicinal pill called the Blood God Pill. It seemed to cost 8 million energy points. Do you still remember the Heavenly Spirit branch? The divine item that can be refined without the use of a divine flame. Yun Nuoshing tilted her head and looked at her with a slight smile. The old man who claimed to be the incarnation of the Heavenly Spirit tree left behind 5 9-meter-long branches and hundreds of Heavenly Spirit tree leaves. He had tampered with them himself. The energy was completely restrained and preserved to the greatest extent. Therefore, when he refined them, he didn't need to use too much energy to refine them. Yes, at that time, Little Star used that to connect my broken meridians and even gave me the wood element. Xian nodded her head as a look of reminiscence flashed through her beautiful eyes. That was what he had used when he had given her a new life. How could she forget it? The divine tree ranked third on the heaven and earth treasure ranking, the Heavenly Spirit tree. At that time, I was also simple-minded. I didn't know what kind of opportunity it was to see the Heavenly Spirit tree. Only now do I know why so many people were scrambling for it. It's not an exaggeration to call that thing a divine item among divine items. Yun Nuoshing sighed. She stroked the pendant with her palm and took out a broken emerald branch that was only 1 meter long. A rich vitality pervaded the air, making Xian feel as if she was looking at a towering ancient tree. Its branches and leaves spread out and covered an entire huge city. That rich vitality made her feel her vitality become more active with just a sniff. Her life source also showed signs of growth. This majestic vitality. Xian's Mei Mao was full of shock. She didn't think much of it at that time, but now she understood how precious this divine item was. Oh, if I had to categorize it, I'd rank it as a divine item that surpasses a 12th level material. Yun Nuoshing waved the emerald branch in her hand and smiled. If you use this 1-inch heavenly spirit tree branch to refine medicine, you can extend your life by 10 million years. 10 million years. Xian was shocked by this huge number. However, they hadn't experienced such a long period of time, so they didn't know how long the so-called 10 million years was. But thinking about it, this divine item was fatally attractive to countless people. Who wouldn't want to live a little longer? Putting away the heavenly spirit tree branch in her hand, Yun Nuoshing smiled and said, "In the things that Xianin left behind, I discovered a secret method that can fuse natural treasures into pills that have already been formed. It can stimulate the effects and increase the effectiveness. As for the multiplier, it depends on the level of the natural treasure. I estimate that an inch-long heavenly spirit tree branch can increase the effectiveness of an immortal-grade pill by more than 6 times. The soul-tempering and marrow-cleansing pill can strengthen the soul. I'm not too sure how it can be strengthened. If I can break through the shackles of the realm and let my soul advance from the peak of the demigod realm to the demigod realm or even the god realm, I'm a little confident that I can get rid of the demonic chi in my soul. If I fail, I'll suffer a backlash." Yun Nuoshing smiled. "How much is a little confident?" Xian blinked at Mei Mao and asked softly. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. She lowered her head and saw those limpid eyes staring straight at her. Her heart skipped a beat, and the feeling of wanting to lie disappeared. She smiled bitterly and stretched out 3 fingers, saying, 30%. "That's true." Seeing this, Xian sighed. However, she was already mentally prepared and wasn't surprised. "I thought you would stop me or say something else." Seeing that she just nodded quietly, Yun Nuoshing was a little stunned. Her reaction didn't seem right. What doesn't need to pay a price? The demonic chi in your soul is already a dead end. You have a 30% chance of getting rid of it. Little Star is a true genius. Why should I stop you? You can't suppress your realm anymore. I should support you instead." Xian shrugged and sighed. Mei Mao stared at that beautiful face and couldn't help but stretch out her hand to caress it. It was because she cared that she could only endure the pain and let him do it. If he could get rid of this 30% chance, his future would be bright. If he couldn't, then she would quietly stay by his side and accompany him as he continued to search for a solution. She didn't want her thoughts to be a burden to him. Lass, hearing this and looking at her clear Mei Mao, Yun Nuoshing's heart warmed slightly. "If you want to thank Little Star, just open your heart to me." Xian smiled gently. She leaned closer and rubbed her cheek against his face. Yun Nuoshing nodded silently. He raised his head and continued to search among the balls of light in the sky. The soul-tempering and marrow-cleansing pill was considered a high-grade immortal pill. Even the Far Light Academy might not have such a precious pill. All right, that was a slap in the face. However, just as Yun Nuoshing felt that there shouldn't be any, he saw a red pill. Looking at the name, it was the soul-tempering and marrow-cleansing pill. He felt like he had been slapped in the face. 12 million. Damn, isn't this too expensive? However, when he saw the number outside, his eyes widened in shock. He lowered his head and looked at the energy value in his hand. He couldn't help but slap his forehead. He thought that 8 million was already a lot. Xian also saw his embarrassment and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. She handed over her token and said with a smile, "Use mine." Then I'll borrow it first." Yun Nuoshing sighed and nodded. He took her token and transferred 4 million energy value to his own token. Looking at the dazzling 12 million on his token, he felt an inexplicable heartache. Looking up at the soul-tempering and marrow-cleansing pill floating in the air, Yun Nuoshing raised his right hand. A suction force erupted from his palm and sucked the ball of light into his palm. Just as he was about to use his token to open it, a sudden shout came from behind him, causing his hand to pause. Stop! A hint of surprise flashed across Yun Nuoxing's colorful eyes. Just as he turned his head, a white figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. The sharp wind from his palm brought along a sharp whistling sound as it slapped toward his wrist. The strong wind caused his windbreaker to flap loudly. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to throw the ball of light in his hand behind him, a purple figure appeared like a ghost and blocked his path. The 5 fingers of her jade-like hand clasped together, and a small formation appeared in the palm of her hand. The power of the 5 elements rapidly condensed and violently blasted out with a terrifying force. The palm containing the 5 elements collided with the sharp whistling palm, causing a series of dull sounds to erupt. Amidst the elemental explosion, both of them took a few steps back. Yun Nuoxing freed one hand and hurriedly hugged Xian's slender waist. He raised his head and looked at the person in white who attacked. His colorful eyes narrowed slightly, and some coldness surged in them. Chapter 6:25. The white-robed man who appeared before Yun Nuoxing and Xian had a rather young appearance, looking to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was dressed in white robes that fluttered in the wind, exuding a cold aura that made people want to keep their distance from him. His face was covered with scars, and if one ignored those scars, they would see an extremely handsome face. There was a bestial vigilance between his brows, as though he would explode in the next second. His eyes were as vicious as a wolf's, causing the hearts of those who saw it to tremble. The energy fluctuations spread throughout the entire Great Hall, causing the people of the Azure Cloud Pavilion to turn their gazes over in curiosity. Those who were standing far away hurriedly flew over to the place of the conflict, wanting to watch the show. Those who were standing nearby couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they saw the white-robed man. Yen Mo, that mission maniac and battle maniac. The 15th ranked on the devil rankings. Yen Mo? When he was in the academy, didn't he always stay in the War God Hall and leave after accepting missions? Why would he appear in the Azure Cloud Pavilion today? Phew, those wolf-like eyes cause my aura to freeze. I heard that he is addicted to missions and rarely returns to the academy to cultivate. If it wasn't for the fact that he never went to the War God Hall to update his ranking, one of the top 10 spots on the devil rankings would definitely be moved away. Hearing the whispers in the surroundings, Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and glanced at Xian. Seeing that she wasn't injured and was only pushed back by a single palm strike, he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he reprimanded her. "Why did you rush over?" I saw that it was inconvenient for your hands, so I subconsciously." After being reprimanded by him, Xian couldn't help but shrink her head back. Her beautiful eyes looked at him pitifully. Seeing that he seemed to be a little angry and a little worried, she felt a sweetness in her heart. However, when she displayed such emotions, it caused the people in the surroundings to gulp down their saliva. Yun Nuoxing was startled by her acting cute and sighed. Since it was inconvenient for his hands to move, he could only use his forehead to touch her forehead as he softly said, "Idiot, when did you see that I couldn't handle it?" After saying that, he used his arm to help her up. With a flip of his hand, he kept the token and picked up the hat that was blown away. Patting it, he carefully placed it on her head. After that, he looked at Yen Mo in a bad mood and said, "What do you want?" After Yen Mo clashed head-on with Xian, he was sent flying a few meters away. At this moment, his wolf-like eyes were glaring at Xian. He was surprised at how young Xian was, and also surprised that he was almost defeated by her with a single palm strike. The Farlight Academy was known as the Battle Maniac and the Mission Maniac. Yen Mo, had been in the academy for 5 years, but the time he spent in the academy might not exceed 3 months. Most of the time, he would run out after accepting missions, completing countless semi-god ranked missions and even team missions. He had once said that if it wasn't for the fact that he was too lazy to go to the combat hall to test his combat strength, he would definitely be in the top 5 of the demon rankings. This was something that everyone acknowledged. Moreover, in the near future, he would be able to enter the semi-god rank. However, today, he was sent flying by a palm strike from a girl who looked very young. What he was sent flying by that palm strike might have been his spirit, his world. However, there was one thing that was certain. The pride in his heart was hurt. However, such emotions only existed for a second. He who lived like a wild beast naturally wouldn't be easily affected by such things. It wasn't easy for him to lose his will to fight. That alchemy pill is mine. His snow-white robes fluttered in the wind. Yen Mo's fierce gaze pierced through his bangs, staring at Yun Nuoshing as he coldly spoke. Staring at his beast-like eyes, Yun Nuoshing narrowed her eyes as she frowned. She took a step forward, blocking Xian behind her. Her left hand was still holding onto the soul-forging marrow-cleansing pill. She brought it before her and seriously looked at it before she calmly spoke. "Sir, your name is Yen Mo. In the introduction of this soul-forging marrow-cleansing pill, there's no mention of your name, Yen Mo. Also, there are a few large words written on the back of this pill. Look carefully, belonging to the Far Light Academy. What does it have to do with you?" "I said it's mine, so it's mine." Yen Mo suddenly took a step forward and stared coldly at Yun Nuoshing. Hearing the tyrannical tone in his voice, the spectating students couldn't help but bitterly smile. This mission madman was still so tyrannical. Although this new student was ranked number 20 on the devil rankings, Yen Mo's strength was comparable to the top 5. This time around, there would be trouble. 12 million energy points. Can you afford it? Yun Nuoshing raised her eyes as she calmly spoke. Yen Mo raised his head and cracked his neck. A series of cracking sounds rang out as he waved his arm, his veins throbbing, and took out his command medallion. After that, he flipped it over and saw the value of 15 million written on it. Many people drew in a breath of cold air. Heavens, this was truly a mission madman. How many missions did he have to complete in order to gather 15 million energy points? Yun Nuoshing lowered her head and looked at the ball of light. She suddenly sneered and looked at Yen Mo with disdain as she calmly spoke. "All right, you can afford it. However, we came here first, and we also have enough energy points to buy this pill. Tell me, why should I give the item in my hands to you?" "Because of me." Yen Mo abruptly took a second step forward. A surge of violent devil chi soared into the sky, bringing with it waves of baleful aura. It was like a primordial beast that was released from its cage, causing the spectating students to feel stuffy in their chests. It was difficult for them to breathe as they hurriedly retreated. "Heh, with my explosive temper, I won't give it to you. What's the matter?" Just these 2 words caused Yun Nuoshing's explosive temper to rush to her head. She coldly snorted as a surge of terrifying soul force gushed out from her forehead, blocking the aura that was rushing over like a ferocious beast. Bang, 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 bang. 2 formless energies collided between the 2 of them, causing a series of muffled sounds to ring out. The ground of the Azure Cloud Pavilion was blasted open, creating several large craters. Shattered rocks flew everywhere. The 2 of them stood firmly at their original location, not retreating even a small step. "It's over. This freshman doesn't want to live anymore." In the academy, other than those monsters in the top 10 of the devil ranking, this is the first time I've seen someone who dares to confront Yen Mo. When the students saw Yen Mo erupting with his aura, they couldn't help but cover their eyes. They were very clear about the consequences of going against Yen Mo. Looking at Yen Mo's increasingly gloomy gaze, Yun Nuoshing's expression also sank. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. "You are looking for a beating? Everyone Everyone felt that the whistling of the wind in the surroundings had stopped. Even though there were two waves of energy clashing, it was so quiet that they could hear a pin drop. This was the first time they had seen such a ferocious person. She actually dared to say to that beast-like lunatic that he was looking for a beating. That guy was ranked 15th on the devil ranking, but his actual combat prowess was comparable to the top 5. He was as ferocious as a wild beast, and would often hibernate in the Devil Beast Mountain, drinking the blood of demonic beasts. Even demigod-ranked demonic beasts would be smacked to death by him. Yet today, someone actually dared to say that he was looking for a beating. Seeing that there was something wrong with the atmosphere, the people in the surroundings hurriedly retreated, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. The moment the words Yun Nuashing came out, this fight was already unavoidable. Brat, you are very good. What's your rank on the devil ranking? Yen Mo's expression turned somewhat malevolent because of those two words. Waves of ferocious bestiality erupted from him, as though he was a ferocious beast. 20. Yun Nuashing calmly replied. Billowing elemental energy and astral energy had already condensed. If this Yen Mo really wanted to fight, he didn't mind using the light element to let the latter experience what it felt like to fly. Hearing the number, veins popped out on Yen Mo's face. He felt humiliated. A fellow ranked 20th on the devil ranking actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. Brat, today I will teach you how to keep a low profile in the academy. Yen Mo opened his mouth and roared. His body trembled slightly as waves of dense green energy gushed out, enveloping his entire body. He stomped his feet on the ground, creating a huge crater. His body was like a gigantic demonic beast that was rampaging about, bringing with it violent energy as he charged fiercely toward Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing coldly stared at Yen Mo, who was charging over. The strong wind caused his black windbreaker and rainbow-colored hair to flutter. In his rainbow-colored eyes, Yen Mo's figure rapidly enlarged. Yun Nuashing's countenance turned slightly cold. His right hand casually stretched out, but when he did so, a formation flashed on his wrist. After that, he gently stretched out his hand, as though wanting to forcefully block Yen Mo's attack. This fellow is crazy. If he charges over like that, his hand will be broken. Everyone in the surroundings sucked in a breath of cold air. Was he intending to compete in strength? Although they didn't know what level Yun Nuashing was at, a freshman shouldn't be stronger than 3rd seal of the devil rank. Was he intending to use the physical strength of 3rd seal of the devil rank to fight against a peak devil rank human-shaped demonic beast? A shocking glow flashed across Yen Mo's ruthless eyes when he saw this. The wild and violent energy on his body became much denser at this moment. The frightening strength merely brushed past the ground and formed a deep gully. Yen Mo's enormous hand clenched into a fist as he looked at the girl's white hand that was within reach. He threw it forward in a lightning-like manner. A wind tore through the air and lifted layers of the floorboards. Bang! The oppressive sound of flesh colliding caused the surrounding ground to collapse. Everyone hurriedly closed their eyes. With this full force charge, even if that freshman didn't die, he would be severely injured. They couldn't bear to see what would happen to that freshman. I thought that you would use your head to charge over. However, a faint teasing voice caused everyone's heart to jump. They hurriedly opened their eyes and looked over. They saw that Yun Nuashing's seemingly weak palm was resisting a fist that was several times larger than his palm. Wisps of white smoke were emitted from the surroundings. No matter how much strength the huge fist exerted, it was unable to push the slender palm away even a little. Wow! Damn! What a fierce person! He actually blocked Yen Mo with his bare hands. When everyone saw this, they suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The degree of their reaction was not any weaker than before. Yen Mo was also startled for a moment. A trace of shock flashed across his ruthless, blood-red eyes. Even a peak devil class expert would not be able to block his charge. Just like that, his feet suddenly stomped on the ground. Yen Mo's body started to spin like a top. His leg carried the sound of wind and thunder as it fiercely swung towards Yun Nuoxing's arm. Sensing the enormous strength of that force, Yun Nuoxing still raised her right hand gently. 4 to 5 tiny formations appeared on her arm. Just as they were formed, the right leg that was swung over like a huge tree also heavily collided with the formations. Its strength was completely blocked and dissipated by the 4 formations. Yen Mo's eyes shrank slightly. He suddenly retracted his right leg and jumped back a few meters. His feet were like the wind as his body used the rebounding force to shoot out like a cannonball. Green energy quickly gathered on his right hand, and he tightly clenched it into a claw. Like a falcon hunting its prey, he quickly pounced towards Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing slightly retracted her palm and twisted it slightly. After that, she once again stretched it out in an ordinary manner. This time, a total of 6 formations were connected and condensed in front of her palm, forcefully receiving this ferocious attack. The green energy swept across the 6 layers of formations, causing the latter to rapidly shake. However, not a single formation was broken. However, it caused the surrounding floor to be torn into powder. Bastard! In a short 2 minutes, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. Fierce gales destroyed the floor of the large hall into a mess. Yun Nuoxing was still like a mountain. No matter how Yen Mo attacked from all directions and used all his methods, he did not move half a step. Even the ground 1 foot in front of him was completely undamaged, causing the latter to be alarmed. This freshman is haunted. The surrounding onlookers could not help but cry out in surprise. With Yen Mo's strength at the peak of the devil rank, he was actually unable to make a freshman take a step back. Even in the Highlight Academy, there were very few people who could win against the former's strength. Are you done with your self-satisfied attacks? If you are, it should be my turn, right? After swinging her wrist that was a little tired from holding it up, Yun Nuoxing once again blocked Yen Mo's attack. At the instant she shook him off, a wave of blazing fire elements violently pounced towards her through the contact between their limbs. The intense burning sensation caused the latter to feel pain, and she hurriedly retracted her palm. After that, she saw a ray of light descending on her chest like lightning. Chapter 626. Yun Nuoxing's expression was as calm as ever. Her palm, which was condensed with the element of light and divine flames, fiercely slapped towards Yen Mo's shoulder, who was stunned for a moment. Formations appeared one after another, and a total of 12 formations were condensed into one. Looking at the momentum, she did not plan to show any mercy. Stop! However, just as Yun Nuoxing's palm was only an inch away from Yen Mo's shoulder, an aged shout suddenly rushed over from the distance. The energy contained in the shout caused the eardrums of the students present to hurt. A buzzing sound rang out, as if they had tinnitus. The instant the shout rang out, Yun Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and the palm that was only an inch away from Yen Mo's shoulder instantly stopped as if it had been frozen. The enormous energy that had been condensed was also retracted in an instant, and not a single bit of it touched Yen Mo. The instant Yun Nuoxing's palm stopped, 2 extremely powerful gusts of wind suddenly swept down from the sky, turning into 2 storms that blew Yun Nuoxing and Yen Mo apart, separating them by a dozen meters. After being blown away by the storm, Yun Nuoxing's mind moved. Spatial energy wrapped around her, and she landed steadily on the ground. Her left hand was steadily holding onto the ball of light from the beginning to the end, while Yen Mo staggered backwards. In the end, He fiercely stomped his foot on the ground, dispersing the force of the blow. Only then did he stabilize his body, creating a pit in the ground. After the two of them stabilized themselves, they glanced at each other. Then, like everyone else, they turned their gazes towards the direction where the shout had come from. A few figures quickly flew over from the Azure Cloud Pavilion's passageway. The person in the lead was clearly an old man. His speed was extremely fast, and everyone only felt that he had appeared in front of them in a flash. Elder Ming. It seems that someone has gone to inform them. Even the elder guarding the Azure Cloud Pavilion has been called out. Seeing the tall and straight figure of the black-haired old man, the surrounding students were startled. Soon after, they involuntarily wiped the sweat from their foreheads. It seemed that today's matter could come to an end. Elder Ming had been guarding the Baiyun Pavilion and would not come out unless something happened. It seemed that the fight between the two of them had alarmed this elder. Fighting is not allowed in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. The notice at the entrance clearly states that, "Are you all blind?" A black-haired old man shouted coldly as he looked around with a sharp gaze. Hearing the old man's question, the surrounding students all closed their mouths and shrunk their heads, not saying a word. The elders in the college were all gods of the initial god level, and they had great power. It would not be fun to offend them. Elder Ming. In the silence, Xian walked up to the old man with the light ball in her hand and said respectfully, "I want to exchange it for this soul-forging and marrow-cleansing pill. 12 million energy value. Go to the entrance and register it. Then use a token and stick it on. I will first deal with the matter of these two fellows. You can go by yourself." The old man raised his head and glanced at Ziyin, after which he pointed in a direction and spoke in an indifferent manner. "Thank you, elder." Hearing this, Xian smiled and cupped her hands towards the old man. Then she mischievously winked at Yun Nuoshing and walked towards the entrance with the light ball in her hand. Yen Mo, who was still sitting on the ground in a daze, suddenly jumped up when he saw that the light ball was about to be taken away by Xian. Green energy surged. "What about you? Come over here and stand properly. You dare to make a move in front of this old man. Do you want me to ban you from entering the Baiyun Pavilion?" However, before he could pounce, the old man suddenly berated him. Yen Mo was so shocked that his entire body trembled. Although he was unwilling, he could only watch as Xian's figure slowly disappeared into the crowd. Then he turned his fierce gaze towards Yun Nuoshing. Yun Nuoshing sneered when she saw his fierce gaze. When the old man stopped them, she had already thrown the soul-forging and marrow-cleansing pills and the token to Xian. As for herself, she had caused such a big commotion. She should just wait to be punished. Quiet? If it's quiet, then tell me what happened. Who can make a sound? The two of you stand still. You have no right to speak. The old man glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, when he saw that the two of them were about to speak again, he berated them again. Yen Mo was so angry that his face turned black. Yun Nuoshing could only pout helplessly and obediently lower her head. This was the first time she had been lectured in public. Where should she put her old face? Seeing that the two of them were completely silent, Elder Ming rolled his eyes and looked around the place. He casually pointed at a person and said indifferently, "You, tell me what happened just now." Seeing that Elder Ming was pointing at him, that student was also shocked. He walked out with his heart in a mess. He carefully glanced at Yun Nuoshing and then at Yen Mo, who still had a fierce look on his face. He only felt bitterness in his heart. It seemed that no matter what he said, something bad would happen. However, he still braced himself and clasped his hands towards Elder Ming. He told the whole story without adding any details. With so many people present as witnesses, Elder Ming could not find a second person. If his story was too bizarre, he would definitely be punished. When he heard that student say that Yun Nuoxing was the freshman who had caused a huge commotion, a hint of surprise flashed across Elder Ming's eyes. However, he hid it in an instant. Then he glanced at Yen Mo indifferently. After being glanced at, Yen Mo, who already had a fierce expression, finally showed some bitterness. Yen Mo, oh Yen Mo, you are a senior, but you actually snatched something from a freshman. I don't know what to say about this. Elder Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry after hearing the entire story. He shook his head and said indifferently, "The item from the Baiyun Pavilion is on display there. Although you have worked hard for over a year for that enormous energy value, everything has to be done on a first-come, first-served basis. Rules are rules. Now that the soul-forging marrow-cleansing pill has already been exchanged with that little girl, you should give up." When Yen Mo heard this, his bitter expression changed a few times. A moment later, he glanced at Yun Nuoxing with extreme unwillingness. He did not win the fight and did not manage to snatch the item. He was really aggrieved. However, in front of Elder Ming, he did not dare to resist and could only nod his head gloomily. "However, I have said that rules are rules. The two of you fought in the Baiyun Pavilion. After all, you have violated the rules. The punishment is that you are not allowed to step into the Baiyun Pavilion for a month. You have any objections?" Elder Ming glared at the two of them and said indifferently, No. This student accepts the punishment wholeheartedly." Yun Nuoxing smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Not being able to enter the Baiyun Pavilion for a month was nothing to him. In any case, he rarely needed the items inside. No, Yen Mo's voice was low. For a mission maniac like him, not returning to the academy for a month was nothing. Every day, he would bury himself in missions and grind for energy value. He was about to go crazy. This punishment was not painful at all. "Since you don't, then hurry up and leave." Elder Ming nodded his head. Seeing that the two of them were still standing at the same spot like pillars, his eyes could not help but widen as he berated them. The two of them were so shocked that their bodies trembled. They did not have the time to say anything and immediately ran away, causing a burst of laughter. Only when they ran out of the Baiyun Pavilion did the two of them stop while panting. They turned their heads and looked inside. Only when they did not see Elder Ming chasing. After them did they breathe a sigh of relief. 20th on the devil rankings, right? I'll remember this debt. I'll come back to ask for your guidance in the future. Yun Nuoxing looked around, searching for Xian's figure. Yen Mo's eyes had returned to normal, and the fiendish aura on his body had also disappeared. It was as if he had become a different person. His voice had also become calm, without any fluctuations. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing turned his head strangely, but saw that he had already disappeared. Only then did he let out a heavy sigh. What a strange fellow. Little star. A gentle and light voice came from behind, causing Yun Nuoxing to smile. He turned his head and saw Xian jogging over from not far away. Seeing that she was safe and sound, he also heaved a sigh of relief. "You're fine?" Mei Mao scanned his body. Xian chuckled. "I've been punished by not being able to enter the Azure Cloud Pavilion for a month." Yun Nuoxing spread his hands and chuckled indifferently. Hearing this, Xian's red lips moved slightly. He smiled and didn't say anything. He handed over the jade bottle that contained the soul-tempering and marrow-cleansing pills and said, "The rank 8 War God token reduced my energy by 10%. I heard that the rank 9 War God token can reduce my energy by 20%. After receiving the pills, Yun Nuoshing was slightly taken aback. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it, he didn't have any other requests anyway. He held her small hand and slowly walked out of the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Before he left, he turned his head and looked in the direction that Yen Mo had disappeared. He couldn't help but sigh. Although he was in the right, he had still offended Yen Mo. He wasn't afraid of a peak devil rank expert, but according to his thoughts, the latter wouldn't let things go. The most unavoidable sin in the world is called arrogance. Perhaps I'm the same. Yun Nuoshing muttered in his heart. Then he let out a long sigh. Forget it. He didn't want to think about it anymore. When the two of them returned to the freshman area, they suddenly felt that this was the first time they had returned. It was so quiet that the two of them were stunned. Usually, this place was very lively. Why didn't they see anyone today? When they returned to the small palace, before they even entered, they saw a student squatting by the lake very quietly. When he saw Yun Nuoshing and Xian return, he was first stunned. Then, his face exploded with ecstasy. Like a little rabbit, he jumped and ran to the side of the two of them. Brother Yun, Sister Xian. The student shouted happily. Then he cupped his hands and said, "We freshmen are forming our own club and faction in the square. Brother Lin told me to tell you personally." When the two of them heard this, they remembered that they seemed to have heard someone say that the freshmen were forming their own faction in the Azure Cloud Pavilion. Why did he call us? Yun Nuoshing smiled. The two of them didn't seem to fit in. Among the freshmen, at most, they knew Big Mountain and the other two. But among the freshmen, there must have been a group of people who got along well. The two of them seemed to be wandering on the periphery of this group. They didn't expect that someone would call them. Brother Lin said that he admires Brother Yun and the two of you very much. He has always wanted to find a chance to meet you, but he didn't have the chance. That's why he wanted me to try to invite you when we're forming the club today. The freshman cupped his hands and smiled very brightly, like a young boy who hadn't seen much of the world. Big Mountain, oh, what about Zhong Songbai and the rest? Did they go too? Yun Nuoshing also smiled. This guy's smile was very clear. It reminded him of when Jin Jinwang first saw him. Big Brother Zhong and Big Brother Chuan are the few demon stage powerhouses among the freshmen, so they naturally went too. Now, almost all the freshmen of this batch are gathered at the square. Not only the area where we came from, but also the other three areas. It's very lively. The freshman's eyes were filled with longing, as if he couldn't wait to fly over and take a look. Yun Nuoshing muttered to himself for a while. He remembered that Jean Chun had said that there were about 70 to 80,000 freshmen who stayed behind. That square would probably be very lively now. What's your name? Yun Nuoshing asked with a smile. Seeing that there seemed to be hope, the freshman cupped his hands excitedly and said happily, "Brother Yun, my name is Mu Qing. If you don't mind, you can call me Little Qing in the future." What a simple child. Xian smiled and transmitted his voice to Yun Nuoshing. This Mu Qing looked like she was less than 20 years old. At their age, calling her a child seemed a little. You aren't that much older than him. I cough. This old man hasn't even said anything yet. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and transmitted his voice back, acting like an old man. You only look 14 or 15 years old. Xian also turned around and rolled her eyes, leaving him speechless. Mu Qing, who was at the side, blushed when she saw the two exchanging glances. Looking at Xian's exquisite face, she felt a little envious of Yun Nuoshing. Although the two of them didn't appear in front of the freshmen, they were already regarded as male gods and goddesses. Being able to enter the top 40 of the devil rankings in a batch of freshmen shocked countless freshmen. It was hard to imagine. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate right now, she couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, only Brother Yun was worthy of such a girl. Little Qing, let's go to the square to take a look. A soft call caused Mu Qing to quickly pull Yun Yu's attention back. Seeing the two of them smiling, she was so excited that she almost jumped up. Her head was nodding like a chicken pecking at rice. She responded loudly and hurriedly led the way.